the first question was why higher education, right? Okay. So why higher education? The study and the base that we have developed in bachelor's is not really enough.
Rather than actually talking about the purpose, they actually reprint their resume there.
But yeah, you're just involved. What impact did you create? What was substantial growth? Was there any kind of a consistency in that activity?
Product manager needs to be relationship building and communication. And communication in terms of the fact that it has to be very clear what. So
hello everyone. So welcome to today's day one of the mentor conference. I'm sure a lot of you are super excited, wanted to learn more about so many things, right? Study abroad, study in USA, Ivy Leagues, Canada, UK, Australia, resume, SOPs, scholarships, loans, and so much. So wait for these 2 days. These 2 days, you would get to learn every single thing. I bet you. If you're planning to study in the top universities, you would learn about that. If you are planning to study, in a free funded, fully funded kind of a setting, you would definitely get to learn about that and a lot more. So, welcome to day one of the Mentor Conference by ForeignAdmits. We are happily announcing that we've been sponsored and powered by ETS TOEFL. Our loan partner is SDFC Credila, one of the biggest loan lender in India. And then our Forex partner is MoneyHub, which is one of the student new age digital Forex partner. So thank you everyone for joining in. We would definitely be having a detailed discussion about all the aspects of study abroad, different kinds of topics, different kinds of areas, genres, and so much more in these 2 days. I would be your host along with Harshita and Shashwat. So stay tuned for the next 2 days. Today we are going to discuss, and this pre-session before the main sessions begin very soon. This pre-session is important to help you out what we are going to learn in the next 2 days, so that you don't miss out, okay, on any of the important sessions. Okay, so people who are planning to study undergrad abroad, say hi in the comments. Tell your country, which country you want to study your undergrad in, or people who want to study masters abroad, say hi and put in what kind of specialization you want to do in masters. People who are planning for MBA, we have something very special for you too also. Say hi and tell what kind of MBA and which country you want to study abroad. We would definitely take on more questions from the speakers. We have some amazing speakers from top universities to different, government officials have also joined in. It never happened in any kind of such events where the government officials also choose to join in. We have some of the very authentic folks joining in for today and tomorrow. Do not miss it. Again, it's a humble request. Do not miss these 2 sessions. So, I myself was an international graduate. I'll give you a brief background about myself. I'm Nikhil Jain. I'm the CEO and co-founder at ForeignAdmits. I was an undergrad from India, one of the decent IIT in Varanasi, and then I went to study abroad in Australia. I happened to get 3 fully funded PhD when I was applying, and I got PhD offers from Australia, one of the top 2 colleges like Monash University, and then in US and in Canada also. In when was studying abroad, that's where I found out a lot of students in India and abroad, they don't have clarity about what kind of courses, what kind of subjects, what kind of things they need to study, and they're just being pushed, forward by some agents, some consultants, and whoever, and they find, study abroad to be expensive. They, lose the interest, and it kind of is not a very healthy journey, right? So that is where we are going to discuss a lot about how you can study abroad in a very conscious ways, and you can do very, very good, in your study abroad journey. Okay. So we will discuss every single, small to bigger doubts. So put in the questions in the comment. I would definitely take up all of those comments. And very soon, Avanti, Saloni, and Siddharth, the three speakers for the Ivy League session from Harvard, from Cornell, are joining in. Let me tell you a brief background about Harvard. Harvard is one of the top five universities in the world. There are more and more people who dream and aspire to study in Harvard, but not everyone lands up. So these three speakers would be the right fit to help you how you can land up in Harvard, which is one of the Ivy Leagues, similarly like Cornell, and the other top universities. Okay. So we will discuss all of those things. Now, coming to one of the interesting point, how the sessions are going to get lined up. Okay, so today we have session on Ivy Leagues, then we have session with Australian Trade Commission and Macquarie University Admission Officer. So you would learn anything and everything about Australia, how the borders are, what the new immigration policies are, about studying in Australia in the top 10 universities, the group of 8 universities also. Okay. Then we have session on resume writing. So we got Dhairya Gangwani, who is a KPMG employee and a resume writer and a LinkedIn expert. She's going to teach you about resume writing, how to write your resume, how to land up jobs with a good resume, because resume is the first impression that you're going to put forward to your recruiters. How to do that, she's going to teach you each and every aspect of it. Then we have UK session where we have Arth Patel from Brain Eaters, amazing person who has guided already over 30,000 students in India and abroad about studying in India and abroad. Then we have Ravin from UCL, which is the top 2 university in UK. Then we got another speaker, Simran from London School of Economics. We also have a session on Asia, which is joined by Niyati, Subhayu, and other folk. And these guys are from top universities of Singapore. Subhayu heads QS Leap, iGOG, which is a ranking website for all the universities in India. So we'll have a lot of discussion from these kind. I'm just giving a brief background about these speakers. The detailed one, the speakers would give themselves. So you would have a lot of details about that. Yes. And guys, we have some very exclusive giveaways. I'm not sure if you guys know, there are more than 4 big giveaways that we have offered. If you don't know, go to foreignadmits.com/mentor conference 2021 and see the giveaways. Those are the 4 exclusive giveaways only for all of you who have registered for the mentor conference. If you have not registered for the mentor conference, I would highly recommend you to register for the mentor conference. You would get not only the giveaways but also access to our premium communities on Telegram and Discord. We have a very, very hyperactive community on Telegram and a very dedicated community on Discord. So it goes by the name foreignadmits_community. If not, you can try and join them directly. We share a lot of scholarships, a lot of valuable content out there, and there are many international mentors who are guiding you there. So yes, talking about the giveaways. Today's specific giveaway is about social learning and sharing. Whatever that you attend the session, if you like the session and you want to share what did you learn from the session, take a screenshot of that session, share it on your LinkedIn or Instagram only, and tag foreign admits. You may tag the speakers also. That will give you good visibility, and you might get a chance to win a 5,000 rupees Amazon voucher. And for all of the people who are doing this, there's an assured surprise gift for each of you. So do not miss it. Whatever you're learning, share it within your community. Do enter the YouTube URL of this session so that people can also learn more from your share and we can make this community a better place. So I'm seeing a lot of comments. Okay, people are planning to study in Canada, people are planning to study in US, Germany. We'll have a lot of detailed discussions about this. Okay, so do not worry. And yes, for all of the people who were talking about the certificates, yes, you would get a registration certificate of mentor conference, each one of you. And you know what? How many people would have registered for mentor conference? More than 25,000 people have shown interest in mentor conference. So yes, making those certificates would take time. So give us some time, but we will surely give you those certificates. Now, Talking about the giveaways, we are giving away 3,000 TOEFL test vouchers. Yes, 3,000 plus TOEFL test vouchers are to be given for all of you who are attending the session and planning to give TOEFL. TOEFL is a very popular English language test which helps you solve very important thing, provides you the proficiency of English language. It is widely accepted all over the world in 11,000 plus countries. Sorry, 11,000 plus universities, and is accepted in USA, UK, Australia, Canada, and many parts of Europe also. So we would have a lot of discussion about TOEFL and other giveaways. So the next giveaway we have is free applications to over 100 universities which are partnered with ForeignAdmits. We have did a lot of amazing partnership with a lot of great universities. You can access these free applications for your masters or for your bachelors and probably for your MBA also, depends on the availability, and get access to these free applications. Each application fee costs usually 75 to $100, but we are giving it all to you for free. Absolutely no conditions involved. Okay. Then the most important announcement, the Dream Big Scholarship. I'm sure many of you would want to get scholarship. If you want to get scholarship, do put it in comment. Yes, I need scholarship. Okay. I would understand that you are interested to get scholarship, and I'm not talking about $200 or $100 kind of scholarship. I'm talking about something really decent, big amount of scholarship. If you are planning to study abroad with some scholarships, do comment. Yes, I would understand. Yes, you guys are interested in scholarships, and I'll definitely share a very interesting announcement with all of you. I'm seeing a lot of yes coming in. Guys, I believe that all of you would want to study with scholarship. Why not? I myself have been a fully funded scholar, and I would want to pass on that kind of a legacy to all of you. So, foreign admits, not being a very big VC funded startup, but then we always want to help students. And with that aim, we did a very, very different business model, and we launched a scholarship for exclusively all of you guys. You would be baffled to listen to the scholarship amount, and trust me, it is no gimmick. The scholarship amount is, any guesses? The total scholarship amount that we have pledged for all of you. Any guesses what is the amount that we are giving in total to all of you? And these scholarships are given once you get an admission, you will get the scholarship. Any guesses how much could be the scholarship total that we have pledged to give all the students? Okay, let me give you an insight. This scholarship is $1 million scholarship. No 1 lakh, no 10 lakhs, no 20 lakhs, 7.5 crores worth of scholarships. Yes, $1 million. We might go $10 million probably in coming years with your blessings and your love. But for this year, it is $1 million total worth of scholarship. It's not like $1 million would go to one people. We want to share the support to all of the students. So this scholarship would be divided from $500 to $5,000. Depends on the merit of the students and the university they get it. And you would get this scholarship the moment you confirm your admissions, and this has been given by more than 250 universities through us. So yes, you would get this kind of a scholarship, and there are students who have already gotten this kind of scholarship through us in past. I would definitely let you know about the details of scholarship. If you want to see the video, what the scholarship can cover for you, I will share with you right away. So let me share with you the very interesting Dream Big scholarship, because we all have the rights to dream big. Yes, this is the Dream Big scholarship, something which I dreamt for all of you. So we would get a lot of these responses, and we would definitely try and help you out with more and more interesting insights. I'm sure a lot of people might have missed this session because we're doing it on YouTube. We wanted to make it more public so that more and more people can access this information. But as we say, when it's free, A lot of people may not value it, and that's their problem. I can't help it. But these sessions are going to be of super high value. Do not get mistaken that these sessions are not going to be like typical and all. I hate those typical sessions, boring webinars, and I would want to create something which will hook you for the entire day, because I'm going to be sitting here for the entire day with you, and I do not want to waste your time and my time. So all of these sessions are going to be highly engaging, highly interactive. And if you don't know, Mentor Conference is been live from 11th of July till 25th of July. So we ran this entire event for 14 to 15 days. Yes. And there have been so many sessions that happened in past on LinkedIn, digital marketing, software engineering, product management, getting jobs in product management, getting jobs in full stack, so many more sessions. If you've missed all of those sessions, go to ForeignAdmits YouTube channel, and you can see in the Mentor Conference playlist all of those sessions given exclusively to all of you for free. So now let's understand a lot of those things which you are planning to resolve. I would definitely want to know more about your study abroad dreams. Why do you want to study abroad? What made you take that decision that, hey, Nikhil, I want to study abroad? I don't want to be studying in India or any particular country. I want to study at a very top-notch organization, or I want to study abroad because of XYZ reasons. So do share your insights. Why do you want to study abroad? And we would definitely take up one of the lucky audience onto the session. Yes, this session is live. It's live on ForeignAdmits LinkedIn, ForeignAdmits YouTube, ForeignAdmits Facebook page. And as I said, we would love to share this value with all of you. So definitely, we are going to make it free for all of you to attend and learn, because learning should not be charged. That is my belief. If you agree to this concept, do share the screenshot of this session and the YouTube link in your community and enable the masses to learn from the Mentor Conference. Okay, so Rakesh says that he wants to study in US because he believes US has the best technology in the world. Definitely, Rakesh, US has definitely good amount of technological growth, and other people who want to delve into technology, you can look at countries like US, Israel, and other countries like Germany. They are also progressing in these aspects. So we have precisely 10 minutes when all the three big speakers are going to join in this session. I'm even excited to listen to Avanti, Siddharth, and Saloni, because I am a big fan of all three of them. And I've invited all those speakers to the event for whom have already been, helping thousands and thousands of students in their own network. So all these speakers are super authentic, super powerful in their own domain, and they have been known to help millions of students. So you should listen to what these speakers are going to share. And all of these speakers will have their insights journey to be shared also. Okay, so Pankaj says he want to learn from the best of technology and methodologies from best universities. Yes, definitely. Arundhati says that she wants to study abroad because of better infrastructure. True. And I think Gaurav says he wants to study in Ireland because this expenses is not very much, but the income is pretty high. Yes, I agree. In India, your starting salary would be a little lower than abroad. So abroad definitely gives you that kind of a jump. But let me tell you something which you don't know. When you are studying abroad, you automatically learn few things. Can you name them? What are the few things that you automatically learn when you are studying abroad? Let us know, what do you learn when you are studying abroad automatically without even trying. Let me know in the comments, what exactly do you learn when you are studying abroad without even trying for it. Yes, definitely, I'm seeing a couple of correct answers. Arshpreet, your answer is absolutely correct. Amrita, yes, definitely. So, number one thing that you learn is independence. In your lifestyle, you become self-dependent. You are basically independent of being dependent on the parents. You don't depend on your decision making on anyone else, but on your own self. You become personally self-independent, right? You take your decisions in a foreign land on your own judgment. And that is a very, very big transformations. Imagine you're going to Kroger's or Woolworths and buying certain things and you don't have your mom and dad or your cousins around. And you would want to learn more about it, right? You would want to ask to them, okay, what do I buy? What do I not buy? Should I enroll for this class or not? There's no one to guide you. You have to be your self guide. And that's what studying abroad will give you an independent thought process. Number two, culture. Studying abroad is one of the most difficult thing for a lot of people because they never knew that they would be exposed to different culture. And foreign admits, what essentially we do, we make them upfront interact with international students. So you know before when you're going abroad what kind of culture you would be facing. If you're going to Germany, US, Australia, all countries have different cultures. And learning different culture is actually a great thing. Most of the big companies, MNCs, they like candidates who are more culturally exposed to diverse cultures. Another thing that I believe Arshpreeta said, adopting to the new environment. Abroad, I'll just give you an example. There is no long answers many of the times. There are MCQ based questions in your evaluation. There's always a correct answer or an incorrect answer. There's no gray area that you can write paragraphs. Okay. You have to be precisely what you want to answer. You have to be very precise on that. So these are few of the things you definitely learn to do part-time jobs. Anyone of you know that in abroad you can easily do part-time jobs and you are being not looked down upon, you're being seen with respect if you're doing part-time jobs. Yes, that's a bigger culture shock. You can work in McDonald's, you can work in a supermarket, you can work as a waiter also, and you can still be respected in a very, very good way. So there are a lot of cultural differences that you would learn, and all these things are not easy. If you believe that a life of a McDonald's employee is easy, try working there for 7 days. You would get to understand what and all things that you should have learned in your professional life. Now, talking about the infrastructure, yes, you do get exposed to a lot of infrastructural growth and development, and that's where studying abroad would give you that kind of a growth. You know, Nothing against the Indian university because I studied myself in the top 20 universities in India, one of the IITs. But what I learned that even the top 200 universities are still better in terms of infrastructure, in terms of students taking the risk there. It's better than most Indian university. It is changing, I believe so. It is changing. Students are still taking effort, but if you feel that you can do better, you can definitely study abroad. And any specific myth that you guys know that study abroad is for X or Y or Z, do share it in the comment. I love to discuss all your myths with the speakers and we'll break a lot of your myths. Any specific thing that you think, okay, study abroad is for this kind of people or that kind of people. No, it's not. The first myth that I'll break, study abroad is for everyone no matter how financially challenging background you come from. I came from a very similar background that even paying the fees in an IIT was next to impossible. But I managed to get scholarship, managed to get funding, and no, I am not a 9 pointer student, not a 90% student. I've been a 70% student all throughout my life. It is all because of right mentorship, right kind of network, community, and decisions that you need to make, and based on that you would get good amount of support, be it scholarships, be it funding, be it good guidance or jobs or internships. So a lot of these things you will get to learn in the due 2 days sessions, and we would have a blast of all of these insights and knowledge value oriented sessions. So our speakers are joining in one by one. We'll just wait for 2 to 3 more minutes and then we'll start off the main sessions, studying to Ivy Leagues. All the three speakers that you're going to interact with in the next 1 hour are highly credible, highly amazing folks. Do ask all your questions, doubts in the comments. Do not wait, and we'll try and answer more of these questions. We'll also share a lot of these speakers' insights about their own lives. How did they end up in one of the top universities that most of us dream to study there? So take this as an inspiration, work hard on your goals, and you would definitely get there in one or the other day. So if you don't know, Mentor Conference happens once in a year. And let me share who are the people who attended last year Mentor Conference. You can see their videos live are still there on YouTube. But let me share with you what kind of speakers you can expect this year also. Great, guys. So we'll be starting the session in precisely 2 minutes. So I hope all of you are excited because I am personally very excited to listen to all these amazing speakers. So let's get started. Let me bring first speaker. So our first speaker is Saloni. Saloni is a biomedical engineer from Cornell and a Harvard Medical School student who is actively working towards creating automated molecular diagnostic platforms. If anyone is from biology, biomedical, biotechnical, you should definitely listen to what Saloni is going to say. She lives in New York with the goal of making field of bioengineering relatable, understandable, and fun. So let's welcome Saloni onto the session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Nikhil, for that quick introduction. And it's an honor to be here on the platform. I think you pretty much covered all of it. I'm a biomedical engineer. And on the side, I do have my Crazy Medusa YouTube channel for those of you who don't know. But yeah, I'm excited to be a part of this conference, definitely.
Absolutely. So now we have another amazing speaker for which many of you are waiting. Um, Avanti. Avanti is, I'm personally a fan of Avanti, so I'm going to introduce her as a fan. Avanti is a Bombay and Boston based artist and a creator which has a big tribe called Tribe. And then Avanti thrives at the intersection of pop and soul. Avanti's music brigade, bridges the social impact and aims to reclaim the way young girls see themselves around the world. You must have listened to one of her popular viral song of Sultolo. If not, do check it out. So she's one of the first in the world to pursue a dual degree both at Harvard and Berklee College of Music and draw inspiration from a background in Indian classical and soul music, which serves as the intersection for hyphenated identities. Avanti has spoken and performed at United Nations TEDx conferences and multiple international and national venues in US, India, and Southeast Asia. So let's welcome Avanti on the session. Hi, Avanti.
Hi, thank you so much, Nikhil, for that very kind introduction. And hi, Saloni.
Yeah, Avanti, how's it going?
Good. It's so nice to see you here. I love Saloni's work as well, and I love what ForeignAdmits. So very excited to be here.
Thank you, Avanti. So now the final speaker is again one of the Harvard graduate and is educated the first generation technology entrepreneur, a Silicon Valley technocrat, and a management researcher, a TEDx and a motivational speaker, and a pioneer of the outer net technology in India and the Asia Pacific region. So yes, definitely he's one of the techies that we would want to get inspiration from. He's been previously worked at the top companies like Apple and Facebook, and has been currently employed at United Nations as Principal Policy Officer. So let's welcome Siddharth on the session. Okay. Hi, Siddharth. Hello. Siddharth, can you hear us? Hello. I think there is some network issue. It happens. Technology sometimes. Hi,
I
Siddharth, can you hear us?
seem to hear you, Nikhil.
We can hear you, Siddharth. Are you there? Okay. We'll wait for another 30 seconds with Siddharth and we'll then move on to the session. So Saloni and Avanti, glad to be here with all of you guys. And personally, it's a fan moment for me because I've heard Avanti's song like dozens and dozens of times, and it's very inspiring. Especially, I think her Paratha's community. I've been a part of the community also, and it's very lovely, guys. If you don't know, she has a very good Discord community, and same with Saloni. I was introduced to Saloni by one of my colleagues, Saurav, and you guys have been doing something really amazing, into your own spaces and abroad. So thank you for joining in for this session. Siddharth, are you there? I really want to talk to you about a lot of tech stuffs. Okay, Siddharth is joining very soon. So guys, before we move on to the session, I would definitely want to know what your guys are currently doing in your current professional lives, so that we can start off the session. So starting with Saloni and then Avanti.
Sure. Likewise, Nicole, you're doing a great job with ForeignAdmits. So way to go on that. It's a really great initiative. Just this whole mentorship conference is going to give a ton of information to students all over the world. So a little bit about what I'm doing right now. I am currently working as a biomedical engineer in upstate New York. I work very closely with designing microfluidic chips. Basically, biosensors, lab on chip technology is what my area of expertise is in, and just bioengineering in general. I love to innovate, and medical technology is something that I'm really passionate about, aside from YouTube. And in the YouTube community and arena, I'm relatively new, just been a little over a year since I've joined. And over there, my goal is mostly to kind of educate students, help them with their goals to study abroad, and kind of make things and show that things are within reach. And you don't have to be a perfect or have this like standard profile to get where you want to. So
Interesting. So Avanti, you have been, Harvard graduate, and then you've been doing a lot into the professional career of singing and music playback. What's currently been for you?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for the kind words. It's interesting. I've been, while I was at Harvard, I was still performing professionally. I would, perform shows in India, in the US, elsewhere, and release music. But I think last year, right after graduating, because we went into lockdown, I started doing, like Saloni, some other forms of content as well, in addition to music. It's primarily, I would say, in kind of the education space, the conversational and lifestyle space as well. And part of it was, realizing that many of us who've been able to quote unquote crack ForeignAdmits are those of us who have had exposure, right? We've either done personal research or we've been in schools that have given us exposure to this world, whereas most of India still doesn't, and most of the world still doesn't have exposure to this information. So it was a big goal of mine to make that information accessible and kind of break it down so it didn't feel like this nebulous thing that people didn't understand. I also do a lot of content kind of around other allied forms of education, in the sense that I would call them more social education driven things, such as mental health or sex education and sexual health and things like that. And I combine that both with music and just kind of on its own. It's really cool. If you asked me a few years ago, would I be a singer and YouTuber full time? I probably would not have ever imagined that. Um, but I've always been interested in health and social impact. I studied that in college. I studied psychology and global health, and I realized for me it was always important to combine that with the arts. And once I realized that as an artist, I am starting to build a platform in which if you are able to make that, emotion-based and heart-based connection with a lot of different people, then you can also talk about things that matter and kind of build a community that cares beyond. Today, young people don't just care about one, they care about being holistic in many areas. And I think that's the cool part. So at the current moment, my job profile is professional singer, YouTuber, and I run a couple businesses, which people will find out. It's cool.
Great, great to hear that. No, that's very interesting. A lot of people, we are trying to break a lot of social stigma in the society, and which is absolutely commendable. So now we have Siddharth live. Glad to see you, Siddharth.
Yeah. Hi. How are you? Hi, Avanti. Hi, Saloni.
Great. So Siddharth, can you tell us a little bit about your professional journey and background? How did you land up into Spacify, which is one of the very interesting startup that you're building?
Yeah. So I'm currently, as you might know, I'm working for the UN as a policy officer. So the Spacify journey, it happened, I think, around 7-8 years ago. So I was working for Apple as a product manager. I was based in Singapore. So I was heading what is known as Swift Playgrounds, which is the coding language for iOS, watchOS, macOS, tvOS, all of these coding platforms. So back in 2014, while trying to figure out a lot of fun things at the R&D, we figured out that if we are going to lay down cables and trying to bridge the digital divide, that's not something that's gonna fix the problem. So we have to upgrade our technology to a wireless platform, and that's how this new technology called Outernet, which is satellite-powered internet, that was conceived. And since then, we partnered with Digital India. Because we firmly believe that laying down wires is not the solution towards meeting the last mile connectivity. So if you got to connect a nation such as India, you have to upgrade to the satellite network. So that's how we started these things. And so yeah, I mean, it was a very cool journey. We partnered with Digital India. We have covered over 450 villages with Wi-Fi as part of the BharatNet initiative in India. And then all this time I was working for Apple. So that's interesting, because I believe that in order to be able to break into a league where your startup tries to solve a problem rather than just be famous, you need to have a global partner. So that's something that happened in 17. I went to Harvard. So
that's great.
Been a part of my journey thereafter. And after that, so since 18, I've been working for the UN here. So it's been a pretty good journey. But then the fact is, you have to be able to analyze what is it that you want to do. Is it that you want to just become relevant to the society? Is it just that you want to solve a problem? Because as entrepreneurs, as as industry professionals, or as Ivy League graduates, I believe our intention is to be problem solvers first, rather than simply try and take things in the PR direction. So I believe as a problem solver, we took that cause and we tried to solve it to a great extent. And
Absolutely.
I've been working on the sustainable development goals. So
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
based
No, this is very interesting, Siddharth.
20,
Yeah,
and the
because-
pandemic is pretty much under
Yeah.
control.
Absolutely. No, one thing is very important. Like all three of you, I can definitely relate. Okay, someone is solving problem in biomedical and making biomedical, which is one of the underappreciated field in India, being more accessible and more fun. And Avanti is anyway solving a big social problem out there, and you guys are doing great in sustainable development. So all three are very, very diverse fields, much needed in the society. But then to be able to do that, you need to have, to build those capabilities, right? So now we're going to discuss a little bit about your journey to be able to discover, why a particular college like Harvard. I believe all three of you have been to Harvard in one or the other ways, and I would want to know your background from India to Harvard, because what matters is students don't able to relate. There's a lot of self demotivation that happens. Oh, Harvard is for XYZ people only. But we want to make it clear that anyone and everyone can get into Harvard, if or any other good university, if you are able to relate to these journeys, right? So let's start with Avanti, and then Saloni, and then Siddharth.
Sure. I completely agree with you, Nikhil, because it's really about exposure and access. I truly believe. To give you a little bit of context, the reason I sound like this as well is I was born in the U.S., lived there till I was about 8, and then I moved to India. I was still considered an international student while applying, because where you go to high school is where they consider where you apply from. But again, because I'd spent my early childhood there, I'd been exposed to the fact that these colleges exist. I also went to a high school in Mumbai where not too many students went to Harvard, but a lot of students went to some of the top 20 colleges. So I had that exposure, I had that access. And I believe that that's the first gap. And so what people like y'all are doing, I think, is incredible by helping fill that gap, right? Because it's all about that information. That being said, today everything is available online, so there's no excuse to not being able to research the process. It is a confusing process, I will agree, because unlike if you're preparing for JEE or NEET or any other kind of pre-professional or even just regular BCom, BSc, BA track in India, there your marks determine everything. Whereas to the US, your marks are simply the gateway. And this is true across undergrad to grad. I will focus on undergrad because both Saloni and Siddharth have more experience with graduate school work. But at the undergrad level, they are looking to attract students who have good marks as a baseline, and that includes all your school marks, your SATs, ACTs, or any other standardized testing scores, TOEFL, IELTS. But beyond that, what do you care about? How do you care about it? Meaning, what have you done to take it to the next level, and why do you care about it? And frankly, they don't care what that other thing is, right? So for me, when I was in school, and that continues to be the case today, I really deeply cared about music and global health and social impact. And I did a lot of stuff in that space. And it wasn't just doing it because, I wanted to get into college. It was something that I deeply cared about at a personal level. I've had a lot of health issues. And so for me, trying to do something in that space was my way of giving back, in a sense of I knew I had access to healthcare, whereas many people don't. So how can I, as a young person, create opportunity in that space? Music has always been a passion of mine. With that, all opportunities in school, everything I could outside of school. And that's something I continue to do today. And that's my biggest advice to any student applying, which is don't consider what do I do for college in this short term. What do I want to do in life? And how can I kind of, in my resources right now, work toward that, communicate that to college, and keep working toward it, because getting into a specific college is out of your hands, but what is in your hands is the hard work you put in and the way you communicate your journey. The third really important part, I would say, beyond all these ideas of extracurricular really just means what do you do outside your curriculum, what do you do outside of school, and it can be truly anything, but however you've taken it to the next level. But the third biggest part, as I mentioned, for these admissions is how do you communicate your story, right? So there's a lot of places in which you have to do that. You have your personal essay, you have your recommendations where other people are talking about you and your story. And the way in which you put your application together is very different from the way they expect it in India. So having that practice, looking for resources that help you write better. It's not it's not an essay where you are highlighting all your achievements. You're not just spitting out your resume onto a paper, but you're really crafting that narrative and crafting that story. So it's important to put yourself in situations where you learn how to talk about it, you learn how to write about it, so that it can be this cohesive thing and you can put your best foot forward, so that the folks on the other end are able to not just see stats on a paper, but see an actual human come through the words, come through the stories, through the interviews, through everything else.
Interesting. No, that's a very humble way of putting the entire process, which could be tedious and taxing if someone doesn't plan for it and goes in the last minute. But now coming to the grad school life, Saloni, you studied your grad school there. So what's your take? Because a lot of college students would want to, because many of the students in bachelors may not be able to get to US, but then they definitely plan for their grad school and that they would want to get to US. And frankly, I was one of those students. I never knew about Harvard or Stanford. I only knew about IITs. So I put everything into that and I cracked it. But if had it been a case that I would have known about MITs or Harvards, I would have tried it, right? So what's your journey, Saloni, in getting to Harvard or Cornell?
Definitely, I think Nikhil, just being an Indian, done almost all the things that any other Indian would do. I've taken the IIT JEE exam. I've taken the other entrance exams, everything that goes with it, and I did not get accepted into any of them. So my whole goal with like studying, going for graduate school in the US was primarily based on two reasons. One, I did notice that there was a shortage of just innovative research opportunities in the field of biomedical engineering in India, which is why I wanted to just be able to learn more, which was one of my focus areas. And the other thing was I felt like I was at that mature level in the state of mind, the confidence that I had, and just being able to handle myself independently in like a country that's foreign to me. Similar to Avanti, I also grew up in the US. I lived here and went to elementary school in California. And I knew from a very early age that I did eventually want to come back to like study and do like higher education. So I had that in the back of my mind. But one of like the key reasons I didn't want to do high school here or anything was I just wasn't ready. I felt like I didn't have that in me, and I didn't feel comfortable enough. So I think that's like a really key point that doesn't get addressed important enough. Like you can have all the right scores, you can get admitted into some of the top colleges, but if you come here and you're not happy, you don't fit in culturally, you miss home, being homesick is something that nobody talks about. It just won't work out, And so for me, when I was coming into my graduate studies, again, the other thing I think that resonates well with me and a lot of other students is I am a terrible test taker when it comes to standardized testing. I think I did pretty average on my GRE, and I knew that. I'm like, I wrote the stupid test like 3 times, and I could not break anything over 310. But I knew that, and I knew that I had to fill in that gap. So I worked twice as hard on my personal essay. As Avanti said, the way you describe your story makes all the difference. Like scores, I feel, are like the ticket to just get into the door, to make the admission committee see your application and not throw it away. But after that, you have 10 different people that have the same course. So how are you going to convince them that you are the one that they should take? It's what story you tell, why you decide to tell that story, how you tell that story, and why you think that's important for them to know that about you. So all these things go into your whole application, and that's what makes it wholesome. And I feel like that's what really helped me stand out in my application, because I wasn't the greatest test taker, but I was so determined and focused with my goals and what I wanted to achieve through graduate school when I came here. The key difference that I found in undergrad and grad school is that when you're applying for grad school, your essays and your statements, whether they're supplemental essays, they need to be really focused in showing the admissions committee that you have a clear set goal, not just that you want to go into this college, but after you go into this college, what do you want to do? What research do you want to do? What is your goal out of it? How would you apply that later on in your career? They want to know how you're going to contribute to the society, what you're going to do to the community, and how you're going to use that knowledge to further better the world. It all sounds cliche, but that's what they're looking for. And that's not something that can be scripted. So just like getting like the best version of yourself is the best thing that you can do to maximize your chances. And I feel that any person can get in independent of what your scores are, independent of what your financial background is. I think all those things are secondary. There are a ton of ways to just like get through that first step and get the education that you want, if that's something that you're really passionate about and you're willing to like work hard for it. So
Absolutely. I think it comes from your mouth, so it would definitely reassure the students, because a lot of students, get confused what the scholarship is going to be. And, before even taking that first step, they get, rambled with so many questions, scholarships, living abroad, X cost, Y cost, the first thing is to go and apply, to plan for it, right? So talking about planning, Siddharth, what's your take on why studying abroad and what the planning cycle should be for anyone who's planning to study abroad or thinking to study abroad? When do they should think about it or start the plan?
Yeah. So, hi everyone, and about the planning part, So I to give you a little perspective, I come from the same old, JE and quota factory system, right? So something that you mentioned. So I took the same course, the CBSE plus two, matriculation, and followed by all the entrance tests on earth that we can possibly write, and ended up doing my graduation, my technology graduation, and then I immediately moved on to a work life. So I've worked with Google, I've worked with Apple, and then I believed for a while, in my 20s, that your work ex has got a lot more to do than your academic curriculum. So that was what I initially invested my time and energy into, and I thought that it's very fundamentally important to be relevant to the industry. I was academically bright, but I never really thought of pursuing a PhD or a master's until I was in that headspace where I thought this could further accelerate my career. So I believe your planning should completely depend on how you have envisioned a goal for yourself in today's times in the industry, whether it's because I believe since Avanti is going to be talking about the part where she pursued music and her passion, and Saloni has pursued biomedical engineering. So I believe I am the quintessential engineer here, right? So I have to speak about management and engineering and that kind of a graduate life in the US. In the tech space or in the management world right now, you need to have something known as a sense of specificity. Just like doctors today, it's a very competitive world out there. One needs to do their MS, MD degrees, their surgery specializations, and then their super specializations. Similarly, in the management and the tech world also, one needs to be extremely focused. One needs to have a niche specialization, and that includes finding out, for instance, if you're doing an MBA finance, just saying that your specialization is finance is not going to help. You need to have a super specific area such as fintech or something in which you aim to build your career upon. So that is the first step towards identifying what you're passionate about. What is it that intellectually stimulates you? Identify that domain and start working on it. So the first thing that I would say is, don't go for a master's or a graduate degree right away. Today in the US, especially at places like Harvard Business School or almost any of the B schools at the Ivy Leagues or anywhere else, work experience is given a hell lot of advantage. Not just work experience, even a startup experience, because that goes on to show that you did not take the conventional route. You had a broader set of skills. So people are looking for a cross-functional multidisciplinary domain, and if you look at job descriptions of companies like Apple and all, a lot of times this keyword called cross-functional experience will come again and again. So that's what you students ideally need to build upon. That's something that I understood in my early 20s. So I focused that I needed to get more work experience. I was in a way fortunate, and I believe to get into a company like Apple or one of these Silicon Valley companies, you need to just focus on the basics. You don't need to do a lot of things. You just need to focus on things like trying to perfect your coding language skills, participating in a lot of conferences, because I believe that extracurricular facet of your personality will really stand out. There are 4 conferences that I want every student who's aspiring for something abroad, and especially in the US, to attend. Facebook conducts F8. Then there's Apple's WWDC, Worldwide Developers Conference. There is I/O by Google, and there is Build by Microsoft. So these are 4 conferences, like all the major tech companies, right? Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Facebook. They conduct this every year in May and June. And especially, coming back to COVID, see, COVID is an opportunity, because attending a WWDC for an average middle-class Indian student would be $1,500. So, spending that much of money and traveling to the US to West Coast wasn't really possible for the average Indian engineer. But today, due to COVID, all these conferences have been free, in 2020 and 21. And I believe that's going to be the trend in 22 as well. So, attending these conferences, getting to know the companies, and thereafter, applying that knowledge, like Saloni also mentioned about the essays, so applying that knowledge into your, grad school essay, and focusing on the basics. That's what I'd say is the crux to planning. Like if you want to go to a B school, I believe your GMAT score is gonna be the ultimate indicator. So work on your GMAT well. Get your industry wide experience relevant to the domain that you want to enter. Your essay and your entire application should be very relevant to why you want to pursue a management education. How is that going to further your chances of climbing up the corporate ladder, so to say? So I believe you need to focus on that. But again, when we talk of a technology / management degree in the US, which is ideally an MS / MBA degree, I won't really recommend people to go for it right after your undergrad degree, right? After your initial graduation, just don't go for it. Focus a few years working, trying to gain more exposure in the field that you want to enter. Try and build a niche specialization again, and then alongside start preparing for your entrances, things like GRE, GMAT, and all that. Again,
Absolutely.
scores aren't very important. What matters is how much you have understood the industry and how much you want to, how much passionate you are about wanting to work in that domain. So that's what most academic counselors or admission folks are really interested in seeing.
Absolutely. That you have said it in a very thorough, elaborative manner. So I believe students should take these notes. Now, coming to the very basic of studying abroad. Why study abroad? What is that why? Because a lot of people take this because of the peer pressure, parents pressure, or trends pressure, right? Not everyone needs to study abroad. Also, that also we know, right? So, what is that factor that enabled you to question yourself that why do I need to study abroad? And probably choose a country like US on that note. We'll start with Saloni here, then Avanti, and it needs to be just a two-line answer. I don't want long answer. I need very specific because this is the main reason for you to study abroad.
All right. So, my two main reasons for why I chose to study abroad were one, the research and innovation opportunities available in United States for the field of medical technology. At the time when I was studying, microfluidics was almost just non-existent in India. Now it started to come up. So there were very few countries that were offering this. The US was one of them. The other thing, since I had lived in the US before, culturally, I was a little familiar with how things worked around here, and I could see myself adapting to this environment where there aren't as many people, you don't have too many neighbors to talk to, and I enjoyed that space around me. So those were two of my reasons.
Avanti.
I think the first is, especially in the US, there's an emphasis on interdisciplinary education, and you're not boxed into studying just one subject. That was really important to me as somebody who had a lot of diverse interests and wanted to explore that. And the second I would say is the diversity, which you do get in other spaces for sure, but it was really important for me personally to feel like I had more of a global education, or at least in my peer group, because I wanted to experience that and feel like I had peers who were from different parts of the world. I do agree with you, Nikhil, that it's not important for everybody to study abroad, and you should think about it very clearly, especially when it comes to monetary. But for me, those were the reasons.
Okay. Siddharth.
Yeah, for me, I'd say again it depends on person to person, But then, the universities in the US, they are so well branded. Like if you look at the QS World Rankings, you will always find a Harvard or an MIT or a Pennsylvania on top, right? And whereas in the Indian, the IITs, right, Nikhil? I mean. We have so much of academic rigor there, but then we don't really make it to the world rankings. So I believe the single biggest reason is because it's a world ranking institution. The kind of global outlook that you get there, Also, in terms of a grad education, I believe you need to focus less in the management sector, especially say for an MBA from HBS or something. You need to focus less on the quantitative side and more on the literary and the philosophical and the humane side of management, which is something that an institution like Harvard or one of the Ivy League, these schools, they specialize in. They help you look at the literary arts side of the management education. So that kind of an approach really helps you have a more leadership kind of outlook towards the world. So I think if you want to assess your career goals in a way that you want to align with the future of the tech or the management industry, B school in the US is a very good choice. But again, financially, you need to figure out, one, whether you're getting a scholarship, second, if you have saved enough for it, because I really would ask students not to fall for the trap of getting an education loan, because I've seen Indian students, repay the loan after 10 to 15 years of having passed out from the institution. So you know that joke, right? I mean, you owed a college $10,000 back in 2002, and you still owe them $12,000 in 2020. So don't let that the power of compounding get to you. So make sure you have the kind of opportunity, earn well in your 20s, so that you can fund your grad school education in the US. That's my number one tip for any Indian aspirant right now. Earn well in your 20s. Don't be philosophical about not earning well. So make sure you have the resources right. Plan it in a way that you can take things forward when it's time, and and that's it. The B school culture in MBA is very philosophical and literary, so that will really help bring out your personality.
Got it. No, absolutely. Doing an MBA definitely is costly, so it's advisable to have WorkX, and it's a kind of a relationship that universities do want you to have WorkX to be able to join an MBA. So it's somewhere it is said that you need to fund your education. Now, talking about funding and finances, a lot. Also, if you have agreed that okay, you need to take care of the monetary aspect, the funding, finances. Can you guys give certain insights about the scholarship aspects, or how students are funding their educations, how you guys have funded your education, and how would you recommend certain do's and don'ts when you are looking to fund your education abroad? So let's start with Avanti, and then Saloni, and then Siddharth again.
Totally.
Yeah.
So there are some universities, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, MIT, Amherst are the ones that I know of at the moment, that are what we call need blind when it comes to students, regardless of where they're from. What that means is if you apply and if you get in, they will provide and meet your need as much as you need. So if your family needs to have 100% scholarship, they will meet that. And they will not take your financial need into consideration when you're applying. So they will be completely blind to that. Whereas there are other colleges that also provide financial aid to international students, but they are what we call need aware, which means all the same things. If you get in, they will give you exactly the amount of money you need. However, they will take that into consideration when you are applying as well, the amount of money that you need. So there are options to finance your education from within the college, especially some of the top 20, 25 colleges, because they have money and they have endowments where they can provide scholarships. There are also independent scholarships. In India, there is, of course, the Tata Scholarship. There are more and more happening. Recently, HSBC launched a scholarship as well to help fund a portion of undergraduate education. And there's more and more of that. So keep your eyes and ears wide open to see where those opportunities are. There are also, of course, options for taking out loans and things. I personally would not recommend that for your undergraduate education, because I feel like you should not start your 20s in debt. But if you have the ability to have some sort of support. I, for example, had my parents had saved up money from when I was born to help support my college education. So, they paid for tuition. And then when it came to room, board, and personal expenses, I also worked through college to help kind of supplement that and make sure that I had other income. So that's another way you can work on campus to make sure that you have supplemental income. As an international student, you have more limited options because you are on a student visa. But there are still options that you can do, and it's a cool place to be in. I would just say that, it would be silly to say that finances don't make a difference. As Sid mentioned, they do make a difference, but there are more and more ways to finance them today than ever before.
Absolutely. So when we're talking about the grad school, because grad school, more and more people from India goes abroad, and not everyone would get scholarships. So what are the scholarships that someone should look towards for the grad schools, and then what are the different ways to fund the education?
Sure. So I think in grad school, you have a little more scholarship and financial aid opportunities that open up for two main reasons. It's not as expensive as doing an undergrad because you're paying 1 or 2 years worth of tuition rather than four. That's point number one. Point number two is since you've already completed one degree, wherever you've completed from, you are open to positions like teaching assistantships, research assistantships that do pay. They're like part-time jobs, so they still fall under the category of you can only work 20 hours per week on campus, but they pay a little more than just regular part-time jobs on campus. So like I've seen students and I myself have had these positions where they can almost cover your entire tuition cost of one entire year if you get these positions, and they're like semester based, so once you get it you're good for the entire semester. You have tasks collating papers, just overseeing classes, just working on research. Getting a research opportunity that pays is like the best thing ever. It adds on to your resume. You learn all the hands-on experience of the fundamentals that you're studying in class, and you're getting paid for it, so it's like a win-win situation. The other opportunity that I'd like to like mention here is depending on what field you want to pursue your higher education, look for those specific scholarships. Like try to cut down on various like variables. If you're an Indian, look for scholarships only for Indians, or if you're a girl who's doing something in STEM, like look for those specific scholarships, because there's a good chance that the number of people applying to those scholarships is very less, so you have a higher chance of actually getting them. Look for computer science specific scholarships, minorities, just any minority you can find, look for those scholarships, apply to them. They don't have to be in your country. Maybe there's a worldwide global scholarship that's available. And just like specifically for all the girls out there, there are so many scholarships, just people who want to promote girls and furthering their education. So there are just so many opportunities available right now for financial aid to help you support your education. And I'll just like circle back, concluding to Nikhil's point that if this is what's stopping you from applying abroad, this shouldn't be your first thought. Like your first thought needs to be getting over and reaching that goal. And there are just so many people that will be there to push you forward and help you with your costs.
Absolutely, Saloni. I think you said it. Part of my story when I was applying, I literally could not afford the fees for an IIT, and I just went into an IIT. And if you are talented, there are people who would want to fund you from the community, from different parts of the government or private organization. So what Saloni mentioned is first take that step, get your admit secured. The funding can always be figured out, and there are tons of scholarships still available if you are meritorious and hardworking enough. So talking about the grad school, and Siddharth rightly mentioned about the business schools. A lot of people who want to go for an MBA may not have a crore or 1.5 crore kind of a saving, right? And that's very expensive, right? So and in undergrad it is not possible because you might be an undergrad kid, and you may not have all the savings because India is still not financially very highly literate and they don't save a lot, right? So how do people for MBA should plan for their funding, and are there any such scholarship which also covers MBA expenses also?
Scholarship kit all along. Like, back in when I was in school, I got the Kishore Vaigyanik Protsahan Yojana, KVPY, which was a scholarship, pretty lit one back then. And then, during my undergrad, I got the Aditya Birla Jyoti scholarship. So I've navigated myself through the scholarship landscape. Now, when we talk of grad school scholarships, one essential thing is research. You need to list down every single scholarship because probably there are like 200 of them. So you need to figure out, you need to spend enough time trying to figure out what's the eligibility like, where do I fit in, drop an email to the corresponding officer who's in charge of that scholarship or that admissions department, try and figure out from each one of them what is it like that they're looking for, because there's always help available. Reach out to people who have already received that scholarship at some point of time, because that's also going to help you. Now, one major thing is industry affiliation. That totally changes the way you are going to get your scholarships. Apart from the academic ones, endowments that places like Harvard have, there are a lot of, especially for if you're a girl student, you have a lot of opportunities. There's Lean In by Sheryl Sandberg, right? So Sheryl Sandberg has something called as the Sheryl Sandberg and Dave Goldberg Foundation in memory of her ex-husband, former husband, and then that guy, he really wanted to promote education. So there are so many, like the Dave Goldberg scholars list that is released every year. So essentially Facebook or Sheryl, they fund that. And then there are some scholarships available from UN Women. So there are a lot of, philanthropic aid, if I must say so, available in the US from organizations. If, for instance, you are good at coding, then you might as well start preparing for something called as the Google Summer of Code. The Summer of Code essentially rewards you with a $10K dollar check at the end of it if you win it. And then thereafter they also support your research. So going for an MS degree might be the best opportunity for people who get through a research kind of a scholarship, because a lot of industries have that research arm where they want to promote a lot of young students. So make sure you get your industry connect right. Even if you aren't working, keep applying to all these different kind of programs, because somewhere or the other, something is going to work out. And then again, in your 20s, if you aspire to go to an institution like Harvard, you are from the regular, IIT, NIT / engineering college background in India, working for a typical IT company in India, the best way is to start earning more money. So there is a culture, a very millennial culture, if I may say so, called a side hustle. So make sure you have a side hustle to whatever you do. Don't just, focus on making money through your salary. Start, expanding your revenues financially, because, and the number one thing to do that is, probably do a startup. Even if you fail, you wear that failure as a badge of honor. So why not give it a try? And at the same time, explore new technologies. For instance, a lot of startups don't figure out how to make money in their first year. If you have your data analytics and data monetization system right, I think you can easily navigate that. So involve yourself in as many side hustles as you can during your 20s. Make enough money, right? So you got to make like at least 50 lakh plus in your bank balance when you apply for an MBA in the US, because inadvertently you are gonna have to fund yourself at some point of time. Now the more important thing is, once you are into college, there are two things I'd like to mention. One is the research associate, and the second one is a teaching assistant. So you can always be an RA/DA to an already existing professor in your department, and you can get some money out of it. So if you are a teaching assistant to someone at HBS, you will be paid for that. So that is one way you can navigate your living expenses while you are staying in somewhere in the US. So make sure you figure out. So apart from the fact that there are financial options from the outside, once you get in, don't be afraid to go to a college just because of the financial part of it. I think once you get in, you can manage it via the RATA/other examinations and fee waivers that might be available. So it's all
Interesting.
all possible. You just need to be adamant.
Absolutely. And I think for those things, it's better to connect to alumni, connect to the people who have already been abroad and get these kind of guidance, just like Saloni, Siddharth, and Avanti talked about, because they've been there, and you kind of get a first-hand insights to it. Because in India, we have a very bad habit of listening to rumors and then not taking a step. You should not take, listen to any rumors. Speak to the people who have already been there so that you can get a first-hand insights to it. Now, one quick round I'm gonna take with all of you, okay? And this has to be really quick, okay? So, what are the things that people have rumors? Let's try and bust certain myths and rumors. Like, if you have a low GPA, you cannot study abroad. Yes or no? I'll just keep it very simple. There are many conditions, we can always discuss that, but just trying to bust the myths. Having a low GPA, let's say 60% is considered low, in most of the student community. You can still study abroad or not.
I mean,
Yeah, anyone
you
can
totally
just
can,
answer
right?
it.
I mean, I think yeah,
Okay.
Saloni, Avanti, I mean, they might agree to it as well. You can totally do that. GPA does not determine your ability to get into any institution. It is just a reminder of your past, not of what's gonna come ahead. So I think no, that's absolutely no. Low GPA does not matter at all.
One of
I
the
completely
most
agree.
popular one of the most popular, doubt that I personally get when I used to get on these calls with the student, sir, I come from a tier 3 or tier 4 university. Would the college going to accept me? Would I get a chance to apply abroad? So, Avanti, Saloni, Siddharth, any comments on that?
I think it doesn't matter. Honestly, what you study doesn't matter as much as what you studied and got out of it as an education. They're looking to see how much you know and how much you're willing to learn. Your curiosity and your desire to learn is what's going to determine whether they give you the admission or not where you studied and what name that carries.
And in fact, it makes you more different than other folks applying as well. So it could also be an advantage.
Absolutely, you take the advantage of a different background and can come across better. Okay, so now I need 3 tips from each of you, grad, B-school, undergrad, of profile building. Because one of the interesting things that I learned, during my engineering, students spend, or I would rather use a little harsh term, waste 3 to 4 years without realizing what they are doing in those 3 to 4 years. Thankfully, the generation is changing. I'm seeing a lot of creators economy and side hustle being taken, but a lot of students still waste their time and wait for the placement, wait for their applications to start off, and then realize they didn't have a good profile. So, what are the 3 tips from each one of you guys about profile building? In probably your domain or any general domain that you can recommend them. So, let's start with Saloni, Avanti, and then Siddharth.
Okay. I think I'll speak very generally. My first tip would be to just get it together. No one's gonna do it for you. The sooner you realize what you want to do, the earlier you can start preparing for it. And that segues into tip number 2, which is, if let's say you're in college or in school, and if you had a month off, no video games, no Netflix, no internet, social media, what would you do with your time? That is what you're truly passionate about. Nobody's sitting and hanging a sword over you to submit an assignment or write an exam. What do you do with your time? Do you do some research? Do you go and help out and volunteer? Do you go and just read some research papers? It can literally be anything. And that segues into tip number 3, that you don't need to have a certificate for whatever you're doing. Certificates mean nothing when you're applying to colleges in the US. They don't ask for them. But that also doesn't mean that you be unethical and lie about it. You have to be true to yourself, because at the end of the day, let's say you get this fantastic opportunity and admission, and they want to talk to you and they want to interview you, and you're not going to be the person who was on paper. So be true to yourself. Don't look for certificates. You don't need a paper confirmation to show that you've done something. When I was an undergrad, I spent so much of time just building these prototype projects and just working outside class. Nobody was asking me to do it. I would travel hours and just go for paper presentations, because I wanted to learn how and what the kinks are of research papers and how they're published, and that entire process. I would just keep doing it and keep doing it. Nobody expects you to be perfect, but the more you do it, the more you'll learn. And that is very evident by the way you present yourself. So you don't need any confirmation for that.
Yeah. So, Avanti.
Kind of building off of what Saloni said, I especially for undergrad, my 3 major tips would be, when you think of building a profile, don't think of what is an ideal student that the college should accept. Think of what is my best foot forward. A lot of people think that they have to try to become this thing or this person that colleges would like. But truly, if you are yourself and you think of college as one stop along the destination of life and continue to do what you passionately care about, it's okay to not know what that is, right? But there's ways, like Saloni mentioned, what are things you would do if you had no worries in the world? What is that thing you would spend time on? Even if it's video games, great, but there's always ways you can take that to the next level. The second thing I would say is when you talk about your profile, right? One aspect is building it. The second aspect is communicating it, especially to these colleges. It's more meaningful to be able to share a few things that you deeply care about and even combine aspects of what you've done rather than rattling off a list of 25 things. Because what that communicates to colleges is that, okay, this person has done a lot, but maybe has not gone in depth in one of those fields. Or that they're just profile building for the sake of college, where they are trying to add stuff to the resume. I'll give you a quick example from my life. Music, of course, was a huge part of it. I also did a lot of debate and Model UN and other types of performing arts. And I knew if I listed everything just like that, then it would not come across as strongly. So instead, when I talked about it, I talked about all of those in one general bucket or space of communication, public speaking, and performance, right? Because I talked about what I learned from each of them together as this one core unit, rather than saying, I won this at this place, did that at this place, because they don't just want somebody who's a walking, talking list of achievements, but rather somebody who's intentional about what they do and why they do it. And the third thing I would say is that one really underrated part of your profile, particularly when you're applying to undergrad, but this is true for grad school as well, is your recommendations. It is really important to have people who you choose as your recommender who don't just know you as a student or as a working professional, but who also know you as human beings beyond that. So they should be able to speak to, and you can have a conversation with them, right? But rather than them saying, okay, this person scored 100 in physics, amazing. But are they a caring person? Have they helped somebody out in a class? Do they care about physics research, and have they done something in that? And can that recommender speak to that beyond just you as a number, but you as a holistic human and student?
Absolutely. Yeah, Siddharth.
Yeah. Yeah, Nikhil. So, a couple of recommendations from my side, so both Saloni and Avanti really summed it up really well. So, that's what, most grad schools and B schools are looking forward to, how you can contribute to the greater good, if I may, put it that way. So, you need to make sure that you are known as a person rather than a professional. One of the important things that you should do in your 20s before you go to a grad school, because again I'd say going for an MBA or a B school right away won't really work out unless you are from a business family wherein you have a strong list of recommendations. Probably you got to take over the next big company in India, so then of course that happens. But then for most working professionals, I believe you need to spend a few years, at least like a 3 or 5 year work ex before you hop onto your MBA or B school journey. Coming to the recommendations, build up on a research profile, because that's very important. A research profile does not necessarily mean that you wish to do a master's in research, an MPhil or an MS. It shows your analytical skill set, your analytical bent of mind. So publish many case studies during your undergrad and your during your work life as well, because and also build a Google Scholar profile, cite those research papers well, so that you get more citations. So you have like a nice Google Scholar citations review by the time you apply. That is a game changer on a grad school or a B school application. Also, when talking about building a profile, do it for yourself. Do with your own goals, ambitions in mind. Don't do it because you want to get into a school. So that's also a myth. A lot of people are often, disappointed if they don't get into a dream school. So don't really have like one single dream school in mind. Like I did not have HBS in mind that I wanted to go there. I had like Chicago Booth in mind. I had Kellogg at Northwestern in mind. I had MIT Sloan in mind. So, you have to have a much broader perspective of the schools that exist. And then if one of them calls you and if the financials work out well, you go there. So don't really stick to one single dream school and be disappointed if that doesn't work out. The second thing is, both Avanti and Saloni, since they have grown up there, they would agree, age doesn't really matter in the US, right? I mean, you can pursue your master's at any point of time. Even your MBA, I had people who were as old as 45, 50 in my class. I remember there's a guy from Ghana called Sam Pretty at HBS who was probably like my dad's age or something. So, your age doesn't really matter when you're applying. So obviously there's always an average class age and all those facts, but then US is very liberal. So the Indian, age-old myth that you need to finish everything before a certain age, get your degree, get your job, get married. That concept won't work there. So your age doesn't really determine. So be cool about it. Also, there's a cool thing that I noticed once. So apart from the fact that you can obviously go to grad school, there are extension schools. There are a lot of institutions in the US. So you do your summer courses there while you are working or while you are studying in India. You do 3 or 4 of these summer courses, and then the rest you do online, and you get a degree. And and that's a pretty effective way to accelerate your graduate school ambitions before you actually land up at a physical school. And I believe the extension school degrees at a lot of places like Harvard Extension School or Stanford, they also hold a lot of merit because they only go on to accelerate the domain that you were already working on. So that's a pretty inexpensive, a pretty effective and a easy way to get into fulfill your grad school ambitions. So
Perfect.
Make use of all these ideas that exist.
Great. So, guys, now we have come to the end of the session. Just one important thing that we're going to take up, and then one question for each of you from the audience. Any tips for the COVID batches? Because COVID has changed a lot of perspectives, and it has created a lot of misinformations also, and a lot of fear among the students' mind. So, what's your tip to the COVID batches and people who are applying after COVID to their, schools and colleges? So, let's start from Siddharth, then Avanti, and then we'll close with Saloni.
Yeah. So the COVID batch, so I've always felt that apart from the disease and apart from the pandemic, COVID is an opportunity in a lot of ways, so professional and academic as well. I definitely not, count the cons here because, it's all about, companies like Quora, companies like Twitter, they have become remote first companies today. A lot of important startups and organizations have become complete remote operations companies. So now you don't need to worry about getting an H-1B visa to be able to work at your dream organization. Sitting in India, if you can manage the time zone, you can apply to any company abroad. So that's a clear opportunity, right? Similarly, attending college, attending a lot of conferences. Again, like I mentioned, conferences are now, a lot of them are free. So you can, attend them while COVID is on because, they are all blaming it on COVID, right? So physical attendance and you save on a lot of costs and you get a lot of essential experience that was not previously accessible. So I believe that's an additional advantage. And then coming to school, well, obviously you miss out on campus life and everything. You have to attend classes on Zoom. But things are opening up in the US. Now, if you are vaccinated, don't really worry about it. Carry a sanitizer, wear your mask. Don't really worry about the fear that lingers among people regarding COVID. And academically, it's an opportunity because you can do a lot of things. You can save up on a lot of living expenses and costs of that sort because as an Indian student that adds up to as much as the academic fee as most colleges. So make sure that if you are admitted already, if you're planning to pursue an MS MBA at some point, just do it right away. Do it this year itself so that you can save up on a lot of costs and use that money for a lot of other courses, conferences, things that are happening around in the US, and also get some work ex because again, COVID is an opportunity, man. You don't need a visa now. The great Indian H-1B dream stands nullified because you can simply apply to companies and work remotely. So most companies are now cool with that. You can work if you meet their criteria. So that same thing applies for academics as well.
Absolutely. So that's a very interesting perspective, Siddharth. Now to Avanti.
Yeah, so I'll focus on students applying for undergrad. I know a lot of them are nervous about how to pursue their extracurriculars during, the pandemic. I would say that for most things, whatever you were planning to do offline, it is possible to do online. And in fact, sometimes you can even have greater scale while doing it. And most folks in this generation are savvy with social media or media in general and having that connection, even with things that people think are impossible. For example, sports, right? Obviously, you cannot play sports in the same way during the pandemic. However, you could still create communities around sports. You could still have things that you care about and figure out ways to build around them. So I would say there's a lot of opportunity for that. In terms of experience, both online and offline, my younger brother is also at Harvard. He's done now a year and a half of it online, and he's going back offline in September. And of course, it has reduced a little bit of the peer experience, but they've been able to maintain quality of at least basic lecture teaching. So if parents are concerned about that, I wouldn't be as concerned, because there are measures being made to make sure that even hybrid models are still valuable for students.
Interesting.
So going off of Avanti's point, I'd like to add that like the pandemic, we've learned so much of it. And as things like ease up in different countries, don't just like throw all that out of the window. There are so many opportunities that you can still continue to take advantage of, even if it's not just to put it in your college application. It's to better yourself. Like make sure you attend webinars of whatever field you're interested in, engineering, business, music, whatever. But you can like open your mind to like different perspectives. You can, and the thing is, like companies all over the world are not letting go of everything that they've learned. So they'll continue to have Zoom meetings, they'll continue to have webinars and these mixers. Take advantage of that. The other thing is for any like students that are coming to the US, yes, the restrictions have lifted. In certain states, it's like you have to wear masks if you aren't vaccinated. But my advice to like anyone who's traveling, any student at all, would be just stay up to date with the correct information. We're all students, we all learn, we're rational towards science, right? So just make sure you know what's going on. It's important for you to know that, and it's important for you to keep yourself safe so that everyone else around you is also safe. That's the only way that we're gonna kind of get rid of this thing. But yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you, guys. So now we have a specific question to certain speakers. So Shreya, I think from Avanti's community, has a question that what are the key pointers that you should always remember when writing a college essay?
Great question. 3 things. Is this essay uniquely yours? Can anybody else write this essay? If the answer is yes, then you are not working as hard toward it, or you have not represented a true part of yourself. Your essay should be only one that you can write, because it should be very immensely personal and explaining that. When you talk about what you care about, a lot of people think that they have to regurgitate their resume. But it's more important actually to focus on maybe one specific incident or a thread of incidents throughout, and talk about how something affected you. There's this concept of showing versus telling. You can tell how an event has happened and you can be very descriptive about it, or you can show it, right? So rather than saying, I am nice, I am kind, I am cool because of XYZ, describe a situation and let the reader insinuate, oh, okay, that means this person, she acted very nicely in this situation. So there's a resource called essayhell.com, which explains this super well if you want to see that distinction. And the third thing that I would mention, which is super important, especially when you're applying for undergrad, you often apply to a bunch of different colleges, and many of them will have similar essays in their supplements. So I created this spreadsheet when I was applying to the 12 universities I was, and kind of combined stuff that was similar. Of course, more 150 words, some more 300, but you'll find that instead of writing the 35 essays that it looks like you have to write, you actually have to write 5, and then you can modify them accordingly. So do that prep work before, and it will feel less overwhelming.
Absolutely. That's a very genius advice to a lot of students. Okay, now we have one question by Karan to Saloni. What is the scope of biomedical looking like in USA in general?
I think that's a great question. So biomedical pre-pandemic was a pretty almost dying field, but the pandemic taught us that we're not spending enough money in research for medical technology. So now all of a sudden we have millions of dollars of grant that's coming in, it's pouring to global public health, which means that in the next 10 years, people want us to progress in the field of medical technology, which means research opportunities, more jobs, more scholarships, more funding, more everything in the biomedical, biotech, biochemistry, bioinformatics. These couple of arenas are just going to be gold mines for if you're looking into getting into any of these. This is like the perfect time. because people aren't going to forget what happened in 2020 very easily. And that reminder is going to be the motivation and consistency key in the funding going to continue for the field of biomedical engineering. And like Siddharth said, like if you look at all the top universities, they're located in the US. So the funding is going to be more prominent in the US than any other country. And I think that dominance is going to retain over the next few years easily.
Absolutely. I think with this, there are so many questions, guys. We're sorry we'll not be able to answer all these questions, but I would ensure that my teammates or the other international graduates would definitely take up these questions, and we'll put that in comments later on. But stay tuned. Thank you, Saloni, Siddharth, Avanti. Big thanks to all of you for joining in to the Mentor Conference. And I'm sure mentorship does matter, and this essence would stay restored for the rest of the session for all the students. Thank you guys for joining in.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for having us, and thank you to everybody tuning in as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Nikhil, for all the best. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we have come to the end of first session, but to not go, the next session is going to blow off your mind. We got some of the really amazing folks joining from Australia. So if you happen to study in Australia, you should be here. To just give you an insight, I myself have studied in Monash University in Australia, and Melbourne happened to be the top two places in the world for living there. It's one of the most livable places on the planet. So you should definitely look into this session, and any question, any doubts regarding studying in Australia, the post-pandemic situations, the group of 8 institutions, how the student aids, and so many more things are there that you can learn about Australia. It's one of the most nicest places, I would say, in this planet right now to be there. So let's welcome our 3 amazing guest speakers for Australia. So let me quickly welcome Zarana from Macquarie University, and Dr. Alek and Roshen. Hi guys, welcome to the session.
Hi guys.
Nikhil.
Hi. So just to give a brief background. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Perfect.
But there's a lot of disturbance in between.
Yeah, just checking. Okay, Roshan, can you check? I think there's a. Okay, I think we'll keep Roshan's mic mute until he speaks so that the disturbance will not be there. So yeah, guys, I would want all of you to introduce yourself to the audience. This is a more like self-introduction, so that I can introduce you in a more informal way, so that the audience can get to learn more about your background, what questions that they can expect you to answer. So from Zarana to Dr. Alek, and then to Roshen.
Thank you, Nikhil, and thank you for having me on the panel today to speak. My name is Zarana, and I'm the Senior Manager for Macquarie University, which is based in Sydney, Australia. And I'm really glad to be speaking representing Australia today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zarana. Good to see you again. I'm Dr. Alek Voninski, and I'm Client Relations Director for ETS TOEFL in the Australasia region. And I'm here to talk to you a bit about the TOEFL testing experience and just some opportunities for coming to Australia and what some admissions officers may be expecting when they're reviewing your applications. So good afternoon and welcome.
Hi everyone, Roshen Paul here. I am with the Trade and Investment Commission. I look after education in the South Asia region, and would like to talk to you about what we are doing and various government agencies and the private sector to stay engaged with both the community as well as existing partners here in India and more broadly in South Asia.
Thank you guys for introducing yourself in a very humble way. Okay, so I have my first question is to Roshen. What are the various initiatives Australia undertakes for students to aware of the opportunities in Australian higher education sector, and how the digital learning experience has been received for students enrolled so far?
Thanks for that, Nikhil. We've always, at Osprey, we've always looked at providing the student community with up-to-date information in terms of the latest developments and what to look out for in terms of events and activities. Increasingly now, because of the restrictions that the pandemic has forced on us, it's all digital in terms of what our outreach activities are. And we've launched what is called the Australia India Digital Hub in the education space. And the Sun Australia website has always been a very important tool for us, and not only for India and the South Asia region, but globally for international students to get more information about Australia as a higher education destination. But what we've gone further and done is that there is an India subpage which is created specifically to address the queries and concerns of Indian students, and also provide more insights in terms of what are the activities that we are doing on the ground. So there are master classes, there are showcases, we are hosting events which address specific sectors and subsectors of interest in the education space. So if you look at the Study in Australia page, and then there is an India sub-page, which also provides a lot of information. And we are also keeping all channels of communication open in terms of our presence on Facebook. So again, the Study in Australia India sub-page has a presence on Facebook. We are pretty much there in LinkedIn and Instagram as well. And we've always stayed connected with our institution partners. We recognize the value that they bring to us in terms of connecting us to more students and helping us keep the pipeline strong. So a lot of direct interface with institutions as well. In terms of e-learning, I think Australia has always had a very strong e-learning and e-learning experience, even for students who are there. So part of your rigor in terms of higher education or vocational education, a lot of learning is on a digital platform. But the pandemic has accentuated that across the board. So from K to 12, right up to higher and vocational, you see the extent of online learning has now obviously gone up very significantly. But it's been received extremely positively by students both in Australia and overseas. And a large reason for that is that universities, vocational institutions have made a great effort in terms of making the learning process more engaging, more interactive, and increasingly the focus has been on having more activities and projects, albeit all online, so that the students are connected not only with their faculty but also with their batchmates and their peer network, because that's part of the entire experience of a high quality Australian education. So yeah, it's online, but the feedback has been pretty positive till date.
Yeah, my next question is to Alek. Uh, yeah. So, how important is the contribution of Indian students who are opting to study in Australian institutions, and what are the reasons why more families in India are now looking to study in Australia or at Australia as an attractive destination for higher studies?
Sure. Well, Australia hosts hundreds of thousands of Indian students, both online and obviously on shore. Australia is a very livable place. Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth regularly feature in the top 10 to 15 of the world's most livable cities. So from our culture to our nightlife to our sport are all really fantastic. Though with sport, though the Indian cricket team often shows us who has the upper hand, but we remain friends regardless. Now, Australia is also an attractive destination because there are really close links between our two countries. There's a really vibrant Indian diaspora in Australia, particularly in Sydney and in Melbourne. And we offer a lot of quality education opportunities at both the vocational level and the higher education level for students. Australia also welcomes graduates of our programs through skilled migration opportunities. So, our Australian national need for skilled migrants will only continue to grow. And Australia has a very transparent system for students to understand if they do a certain type of program or in a specific location, they have multiple pathways to remain to work or potentially migrate one day. And I think that this makes it a very attractive destination for prospective students and their families.
Interesting. So, okay, now starting at the university, Zarana, can you help us understand, what is the ideal course mix for the STEM graduates from India that you guys see when they're looking to apply for Australian universities?
Yeah, sure, Nikhil. So, the degree courses in STEM basically underpins most of the technologies that drive contemporary global industries, right? So, starting from manufacturing and power generation to transport, health, communications, and also resource management. And as world becomes increasingly connected, demand for highly skilled visionary STEM graduates will only grow to continue. Now, I'm very happy to say that India is the home to some of the most brilliant minds in the world. So the STEM courses like cybersecurity, data science, biotechnology, biomedical sciences, then engineering courses in electronics, telecom, IT, statistics related courses like business analytics and actuaries, medicine and its subdisciplines like physiotherapy, chiropractic, public health. They all very popular programs and popular choices of Indian students to apply. And like Alek mentioned about the skill migration demand in Australia, most of the STEM programs fall under that particular category. So it creates immense opportunity for the students to showcase what they have brought with them, what they have learned in Australian education system, and the practical application of their skills into the workforce is what it's all about in studying STEM programs in Australia, I would say, because STEM degrees are often very, interdisciplinary, hands-on educational approach it has, and they prepare students for the world, which needs more researchers, engineers, computer scientists, and all other professionals from the top STEM fields. So I think, Indian students are the perfect fit into the Australian education system when they're looking at studying these STEM programs.
Interesting. Okay. So when we are looking at STEM programs and the jobs part, Roshen, what's your insights, towards the Australian labor market rebound post the pandemic? Where does it look positive? What are the key sectors and industries where Australia has seen a significant growth and is hiring? How is the current border situation that has impacted the employment opportunities?
Yeah, Nikhil, it's an important question, and even pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, I think the job sector looks extremely positive, and the market rebound. I don't think there's a case for rebound because it never went down. Definitely, when we come out of all this, it will be at a very high level, and the positives will be exponential to my mind. And in terms of sectors, honestly, all sectors have seen high demand. Some sectors, like healthcare, aged care, health, have definitely seen greater demand during this time. But also, we expect the rebound to be pretty consistent across all the sectors. So, you look at travel and tourism, you look at education, for example, there will be significant rebound once we look at the post-pandemic era. Now, other sectors where there is significantly demand growing at this point of time is the agribusiness. So, the agriculture sector, even sector retail fisheries, are seeing a greater demand, and this has then got to do with a greater demand for Australian products, in the global market. So that is again defining where the labor markets will be. I agree. The current situation has an impact in terms of Australian industry being able to attract more talent. That's pretty much the scenario globally. But what we need to remember is that it is not only for the safety of everyone in Australia, but also the new migrants and even international students that a lot of these restrictions are in place. And it is at the very highest level of the Australian government being constantly reviewed, and being hopeful that once things go back to normal, the economy will really kick off, and employment will really quadruple in terms of opportunities across sectors, led by the services sector.
Perfect. So, okay, so Alec, my next question is to you. Uh, you know, two of the largest states in Australia have announced pilot programs to bring the international students back on shore. You know, how optimistic are you about 2022? More for students coming back to Australia and giving the strength of leading Australian universities.
Sure. Look, I wish I had a crystal ball. I wish I had a magic wand. South Australia, New South Wales, as well as the ACT, which is the Australian Capital Territory, have approval to facilitate the repatriation of international students back. In New South Wales, where Sydney is located, that was due to commence in August. I'm not sure about South Australia and the ACT. And the New South Wales plan was designed to bring back about 250 international students a fortnight, focused on those that were continuing research students, as well as those that were in primary health areas, such as medicine, nursing, and other health-related areas. And this was going to ramp up to about 500 international students a fortnight towards the end of the year, about November, December. However, we're now in the middle of a very, very difficult COVID resurgence with the Delta strain in Sydney, as well as Melbourne. So this project has paused. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means we have a pause button. So my best estimate is that 2022 is going to be a transitional year. We're somewhat skating in a figure eight of continuing to go around a bit, and it's going to be a year to get these pilot programs up and running, not just in the states that I mentioned, but nationwide, all across Australia, and to ensure that our own population is largely vaccinated. We anticipate Australia will probably surpass 50% fully vaccinated by the end of the year. This is our hope, but obviously there are challenges with supply. Look, Australian universities are really, really looking forward to welcoming back our Indian students, and we're doing all we can to try to support those who are here onshore in Australia and those that are offshore studying online with us. But this is a global issue, and it's a shame that international travel has been so disrupted. But do believe me when I say that institutions are undertaking a lot of lobbying efforts with the government, and we see progress with commitments on paper. Now that commitment on paper needs to be turned into reality by welcoming Indian students back to our shores. So we do hope that this the current Delta strain issue we're seeing in Sydney and Melbourne will be resolved over the coming weeks, and then that pilot program can start back up. And I think that once we start seeing some wins on the board, that's going to instill some positivity amongst prospective students, our education agents and partners, partner institutions, as well as obviously the students and parents themselves. So we're really looking forward to it. We just have hit the pause button for a few weeks.
Absolutely. Okay, talking about this definitely has an impact on the universities, right? So, given the current circumstances, what are the steps taken by Macquarie University in assisting students to continue their aspirations of studying in Australia? And also, are you guys also helping with any scholarships or any financial assistance which has been provided to the Indian students?
Yeah. So Nikhil, when I started my journey in Australia as an international student many, many years back, and now where I am, I can absolutely understand what, prospective students feel, and how nerve-wracking it can be when you're making a decision to study overseas. So when the pandemic hit and the borders were restricted for international travelers, all Australian universities, including Macquarie, set up a strategy and resources to facilitate online studies for offshore students. Now, as Roshen mentioned earlier as well, that everything's gone digital, including engagement and study. So I would like to, tell some resources that's been used by the universities to make sure that their experience is still very excellent, and that can be replicated when they come onshore, when the borders open as well. So like studying on campus, studying online also takes planning, time management, and uninterrupted time for focused critical thinking, right? So what university has done to move all the online teaching environment for offshore student is invest in some latest online learning tools such as Echo 360, which is an active learning platform which also provides access to lecture recordings if you have missed live classes. Now, because of the time difference, sometimes it may happen that the students cannot attend the live lectures. Then they can always view the recording of the lectures, which is very easy access for them. Then providing weekly course readings via Legento so that the students are prepared. Now, unlike Indian education system, Australian education system likes the student to prepare before they come to the class. So you just don't appear. You need to do some readings before so that you can understand the concept and the learning or the lecture being delivered by your academic. So that is provided. Then libraries resources were moved online. So you can do research for assignments with the library subject and research guide, which is wonderful access. You have like access to more than like 40 million resources out of what's available at the library. Then one of the critical part of studying overseas is about collaborating with the peers, right? So to facilitate the collaboration on group work and manage projects more effectively, students are provided access to Microsoft Teams, Slacks, or Monday.com, which is very engaging, and it facilitates communication between your teams and the peers when you're studying online. One of my favorite resources, you can say, is about setting up one-on-one consultation with your academic. So not only teaching is one part of academics, but they also are there to guide you, to mentor you. Mentoring is very important, like what we are talking about today, the main topic, and I completely believe in it. So you can talk to your academics one-on-one if you have any issues with your studies, you are facing any difficulty coping up, or you need extra hand with the subject that they are teaching you. So they're always available, for you to speak to them. Just schedule an appointment and you can reach out to them to speak, no problem, right? Other thing which universities have done is, beside learning also, we have moved all these skill-based workshops online, and we have moved a lot of extracurricular activities that students do engage in, that is moved online as well. So, workshops like to help develop academic skills or research writing skills, students can do that online. There's timetable available. Look at that and register yourself for the same. Send some of the engagement activities like student clubs. So Macquarie University has more than 150 student clubs, and if you are interested in something which is skill development or music or dance and all, everything's moved online. So you can still engage with your peers, you can still engage with all the other students who are at the university and currently studying online from offshore as well. So I think that combination is really, really good. And the most important thing is, after setting up the entire online learning also, it's going to be very easy for students to transition to on-campus studies when the travel restrictions are lifted. So they're not at a disadvantage at all. And as Department of Home Affairs has said as well, any student visa holder who's currently studying online, their studies will get counted towards they're eligible to apply for post-study work rights. So that's a fantastic thing as well, right? Talking about the scholarship that Macquarie University offers. So one of the most generous scholarship that any other Australian university has ever offered is at Macquarie University, which is of 10,000 Australian dollars per year to all the Indian students who want to study their undergraduation and post-graduation coursework program, which amounts to up to 30% of your course tuition fee, and that is provided each year for the duration of your studies. And it doesn't matter whether you're studying online or on campus, this scholarship will stay with you till you graduate.
Wow, that is really insightful. Okay, so students, if you are planning to study in Australia, probably take use of the scholarship also. It will definitely help you in your planning. So my next question is to Roshan. Uh, Roshan, what are the key sources from where students in India can find out authentic information on studying in Australia? And can you highlight certain initial steps that students can undertake in the process of their discovery? And the reason I'm asking you this question is because there is so much of rumors, so much of information portals out there, and not everyone provides authentic information. So how do students stay ahead with the use of authentic information?
That the easy answer to that is just go with what is there in the Study in Australia website. So that gives you the most current information, it gives you the relevant information, and it also gives you the significant information. So it covers all aspects of higher education in terms of what are the courses on offer, which universities, institutions offer the same, which regions you can undertake certain levels of study. It's all there. So, the search option in Study in Australia website looks at the area of study, then you can choose which is the level of qualification that you want. So are you looking for a certificate level program or a diploma or an undergrad or postgrad? And then it also allows you to choose which region, state, or territory that you want to pursue your education in. Gives you a current update on the various challenges, especially with regards to the pandemic. What are the restrictions in place? What are the current rules and regulations, the visa norms? It's all there. So I would definitely recommend that all students look at the Study in Australia website. Once they have identified an area of study, that in itself is a major challenge because especially with the Australian higher ed ecosystem, there's so much of opportunity across different areas. So, traditionally, technology has always been big. All the STEM areas, healthcare now is massive. Business, accountancy, the list is limitless. The opportunities are massive. So you got to really identify what you want to do and do it for the right reasons. You must have a passion for the subject. You really should be able to excel in that and leave your mark in that, and then go do a search and study in the website. You get all of the information, then go to the individual university websites as well. That's very cool. So once you identify a particular university that you want to go to, Macquarie is a great example. You will find all the relevant information there, including the faculty, the courses, the modules. It goes into a lot of detail. This is just to provide students with the right kind of information. It gives you the eligibility criteria, so you know exactly whether this is a program which is suitable and whether you will be able to succeed. And it also looks at the future in terms of once you do a particular program, what are the opportunities, what are the job roles that you'll be eligible for, what is the current market for this course, and then what are the future opportunities and what are the future higher education opportunities also, post qualification. So you could do postgrad or you could go into research, things like that. So there is a wealth of information, but I totally agree that there are a lot of sites which are not authentic. So please stick to the basics. Go to the Study in Australia website. Go to the individual university websites or the TAFEs or the RTOs or the web providers, and there is always the most accurate and information available there.
Got it. Okay. So my next question is to Alek. When we talk about studying Australia and the resources, okay, what are the general set of documents should one prepare when starting, preparing for Australian processes, and how do Australian universities select or admit the international students?
Sure. And I'll answer this to the best of my knowledge. I haven't been working in admissions office for a few years now, but so I might ask Zarana for some of her thoughts from Macquarie University sort of angle. But look, all students should consult with the university website and their education agency to confirm the requirements, as entry requirements and application forms will differ across programs and universities. Typically speaking, students who don't have a valid English test result will generally be given a type of conditional offer, and that condition will ask them to meet the English requirement. And that's if they've already met the academic requirements. If they haven't met the academic requirements, they may be offered a program like a pathway program or a diploma program at the undergraduate or postgraduate level. Admission to Australian universities is quite black and white. I'd say it's different from US-style admissions, where an interview is often a required or a prerequisite as part of the admissions process. So, because our process is quite black and white, there are a few areas to insert subjectivity or bias, as interviews are rarely required for academic programs. And admissions officers will look for a variety of things. They'll look at the type of institution an applicant has studied at and its relative quality. They will look at the applicant's marks and grades. They will look at English test results like TOEFL, like the TOEFL score. Some programs may consider other tests like GRE or GMAT as additional evidence of ability, particularly for borderline applicants, but that's really case by case, by program or by institution. Education agents and universities do back to source checks as well. They undertake a GTE or a genuine temporary entrant check to ensure the documents and are bona fide, that what the applicant has applied are genuine, from the English test results and the verification process to academic results and the grades, ensuring that names and grades match up. If any documents are missing from the application, the applicant will likely be kept on hold for a period of time, or they'll be provided with a strict conditional offer letter until they've submitted the required documentation. But, I think what's most important to remember here is that many universities have online chat and are very, very responsive to answer students' questions if they need any further details on what specific requirements their program has, or if they have any concern about their eligibility. Because our entry requirements are quite black and white, they're published often either on the website or in a brochure. There shouldn't be too much concern from a prospective applicant. But again, if they're worried they're potentially a borderline applicant, then they should seek advice from the institution just to be sure. And Zarana, sorry, just throw it to you, but just to see, is there anything else that from the Macquarie University perspective you might be looking for?
Alek, I think you have covered it really well, and you've covered all the aspect that is actually necessary for admission in Australian university. Unlike US universities, we really don't have interview for each and every student, but it's case by case basis. Only if the GTE compliance officer or the admission officer think it's required, there may be an interview. But one document which I'll stress upon quite a lot is a statement of purpose. Now, again, we don't need a statement of purpose as detailed as the US universities ask for, or that's not a decision maker for us, but we just want to read about your background, as in your work experience background, your family history, your personal history. What have you studied? What are you thinking about? What are your future goals? What do you want to do with your degree after you graduate? What are the kind of ties that you have with your country is what we want to look into your statement of purpose. Please do not, I would recommend that do not copy paste anything from the web that is available, because Australia is very strict with plagiarism policy. So if there's anything that the content is taken directly from the net and put on your statement of purpose, you could be in serious trouble. I mean, we can deny your admission. So we strict with that particular part of it. We want to genuinely hear your story. Write it in your own words. Don't worry about it. So Yeah, other thing is which Alec again covered, but just wanted to stress on its importance, which is GTE, genuine temporary entrant. This is very important for you to prove that you are temporarily entering the country to study the program and maybe have your post-study work right options available to you. And so it's very important for you to show your strong ties to your home country in terms of finances or your family or anything that you have back in your home country is very important for you.
Yeah, interesting. I think in these domains, I believe kind of a supervision or mentorship definitely helps, for people to commit less mistakes because, this process can be, tedious for a lot of people who are applying for the first time. So, speaking to the universities, are there any mentorship support given to the students who are applying, or how the students can get more mentorship? Definitely, ForeignAdmits is there to help students, connect to international students and help them with the personalized experience. From the university side, is there any such support given?
Yes, Nikhil. So we do provide that support, and again, Alec had already mentioned that most of the universities have very strong live chat system. So do we. You can probably log on to the university website and start chatting anytime, and you'll get the response in shortest time possible. So you can ask any questions starting from your eligibility, the documents required, how to submit your application, where is your application, so the status as well. Normally Australian universities have very short time to process the applications, unlike some other countries where you have to apply 6 months in advance and you probably have to wait 4 months for your admission to happen. We normally take between 3 to 4 weeks, so that's pretty manageable, I would say. So live chat is very important. Of course, you can call the university as well. That's called contact center or student connect center. Call up the university. You can talk to our experts. They can guide you throughout the process as well. And once you are the student at the university, again, mentorship is available to you, which is also called peer mentoring or academic mentoring available to you, because I also believe that mentoring is very important. Again, as I said that I was a student earlier and I had so many questions to ask at that point in time. So I would definitely recommend mentorship to every student if it's available in any form before your admission or after arriving at the university where you are planning to study, because it provides you the practical advice and encouragement and support that you need to take certain decisions.
Absolutely. I think that's a very
Nikhil, if
critical
I
point.
may just add on the internship piece you were just asking.
Yep.
We've just at Australia launched something called the Study Australia Industry Experience Project. So this has just been rolled out in July. And the intention there is, as we know, currently all students, especially international students, are doing their studies in an offshore environment. So this initiative looks at pairing international students who are offshore with domestic students in Australia and then working together as teams with industry to give them added exposure. So, the idea is that it creates a sense of camaraderie, belonging for the international students, but also gives them a very close interface with the broader industry in Australia, and there are a few Indian companies involved as well. So the first cohort, which is going online in July, is close to 250 students, predominantly from
Perfect.
India. We have South Asian students as well, but it is focused to give the added dimension of an industry exposure while actually still studying. So, and this is pretty standard practice in Australia, but we felt that even during these challenging times of the pandemic, we should be able to provide students with a wholesome experience, and that's something which they are doing in tandem with students of their own batches in Australia and working closely with industry.
Sure. That's very helpful. So now I have a question open to the panel. I believe Zarana or Alek, anyone can take this up about the tests, because US has a different kind of testing systems. Australia would have a different kind of testing systems, right? So, what kind of test is important? TOEFL is there as an English language test. So, is TOEFL accepted by all the universities in Australia and New Zealand, and the Home Affairs office in New Zealand also? And what are the average results for Indian students on the TOEFL IBT test? And do the entry requirement differ by institute to institute?
Sure, maybe I'll start with that, and then if any of my industry colleagues have anything to say, they can chip in. So from the TOEFL point of view, so thousands and thousands of Indian students present a TOEFL IBT results to Australian institutions each year, both test center administered TOEFL IBT, as well as the home edition scores for admission, both of which are accepted. Currently, it's about 35 to 40% of Indian applicants are submitting a TOEFL score that do submit a TOEFL score are taking a home edition test. In 2021, looking at my files, the average TOEFL IBT score presented by Indian students to Australian universities was 99, including that was 25 average of 25 in reading, 26 in listening, a 24 in speaking, and a 24 in writing. That's the average. Obviously, some are higher, some test lower, but that's over several thousand applicants over the last year. Most programs in Australia would require between a 79 to a 92 for direct entry. So a TOEFL IBT of 99 is equivalent to an IELTS of 7 or a 68 in PTE. So Indian students are doing quite well. And are typically eligible for most programs. But again, the entry requirements for programs can differ quite greatly, particularly if students are either looking to do higher degree research, to do a PhD, or if they're looking for programs in education or in medicine. So there can be a range of entry scores, both academic entry requirements as well as English entry requirements. But for the most part, most university programs in Australia would be sitting probably in that 79 to 93 sort of band.
So I have a final question asked by the audience to Zarna about Macquarie University. So Aditya has asked, when does the Macquarie University 2022 Masters program is going to open?
Right. So Nikhil, Aditya as well, 2022 applications are open right now. In Australia, usually we have two major intakes. One is in February and the second one is in July. So now in 2022, if you're looking at the early intake, that will be February, and the admission for February intakes are already open. So you feel free to apply if you have all the documents ready, including your English test, which can be TOEFL, PTE, or IELTS. However, it is not mandatory to submit your English score with your initial application. We can issue a conditional offer letter to you without your English test score, and then you can appear for the English test and provide your certificate to get your full offer letter, which can be accepted to apply for your student visa as well.
Interesting. Okay, so one interesting question asked by Nimesh, and probably this is a follow-up question to Zarna, about what Australian universities really look into a student, like what minimum requirements for Indian students to meet, or the minimum marks in class 12. I think it's predominantly aimed for bachelor students.
Yeah. So if you look at the undergraduate course requirements also, it varies a lot. So it can be between 75% marks to 98% marks, Some of the business programs, if you're applying for, may need between 75 to 80% marks. Whereas if you're applying for medicine program, that can go up to 95, 98% marks as well. So it will all depend upon what you are applying for. And based on that, also your English language score would matter a lot. So ranges between 79 in TOEFL, for example, to 92, 95 in TOEFL. Or if you're applying for IELTS, can be between 6.5 to 8 bands as well. So it varies a lot, but I would say generally, to apply for any undergraduate degree program at Macquarie University, we'll be looking at three aspects for sure. One is your year 12 marks. If you have 75% and more, you absolutely can apply for most of the programs. Second is your English language score. So if you're applying for TOEFL, PT, or IELTS, any one of your English test score. And third is your genuine temporary entrant requirement if you're meeting that. So in that, you have to provide the summary of the finances that you are going to show or your ties to your home country. These are three important aspects we'll assess when assessing your eligibility into the program.
Interesting. I think we'll close this with a final question because most of the students are asking about the time span of the fall and the early intakes. When does it usually start, let's say for Macquarie University, and when does it ends?
Sure. So starting with February intake, normally your classes start late February or early March, and you have your exam somewhere in June, first or second week of June. That is when you finish. So normally by third or fourth week of June, you have finished your exams, your semester's done. You have a break for 1 month, which is called winter break in July. Right now we are in middle of the winter. So July is your break. Again, your classes start for your second intake in July, end of July or first week of August, which normally goes up to mid-November, late November roughly. So from the summer 3 months you have break. That is the longest break any international student will get in Australia. So December, January, and most of the month of February as well, they'll have summer break. During this time, students, if they want, they can probably go back to their home country to meet their family and friends, or if they wish to stay in Australia, then they can work full time as well because that's their semester break. So that's one interesting thing, about Australia. During your semester, you can work part time, which is 40 hours a fortnight, and during your semester break, you can work full time. So depending on what your requirement is, you can, avail it.
Absolutely. I think this is very insightful because, there is more ample amount of part-time and full-time job opportunities for the students and they can fund their education also. I think with this, we wrap up our second session. Thank you, Zarana, Dr. Alek, Roshen, and all the lovely audience, for watching this. Amazing to hear from all of you guys and wish you great luck for the day.
Thanks for
Thank you.
joining us.
Thank you, Nikhil,
Thanks,
and
Zarana.
thank you
Thanks,
for the
Roshen.
opportunity for speaking. Thanks, Alek. Thanks, Roshan.
So, guys, we have come to the end of the second session. There is not much time left for the third session, and I believe all of you guys should be excited for the third session. It has been taken up by a very dear friend of mine, proclaimed a very popular resume expert and a LinkedIn expert, Theria Gangwani. Theria comes from KPMG background. She has guided thousands and thousands of students and professionals and influencers, brand owners about getting their personal brand built. She's been also a career mentor for a lot of students, and she has launched a recent course in Graphy also about career explorations and different kinds of domains. So I would definitely want you to attend this session thoroughly, so you would get a very detailed insight. But before I introduce you, bring Theria to the session, let me introduce Theria to all the audience out here. So Derek Angwani is an electronics and communication engineer who turned into a management consultant. She is currently working with KPMG, one of the big renowned firms globally in India, as an SAP analyst. She has done over 25 internships and different management domains. She is also a content creator, a mentor, and a keynote speaker who has delivered over hundreds of talks at national and international platforms. She takes individual mentorship sessions for students, working professionals on a website which goes with the name dhairyadecodes.com. You should follow her LinkedIn. It's hashtag dhairyadecodes, her LinkedIn signature. And she'll be talking about LinkedIn profile building, resume building, public speaking, communication skills, discovering right internship, job preparations, and so much more. So let me welcome Dhairya over to the session. Hi Dhairya, how are you?
Hi, Nikhil. I'm good. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I think you said more than I probably know about myself. Thank you so much for the overwhelming, introduction. I'd like to also, welcome everyone who's joining us in, I believe, from various platforms because we are live streaming on multiple social media platforms. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to be taking this session and, just adding value to the lives of all the listeners here in terms of resume building and how it can help them accelerate their career.
Absolutely, there. Thank you. But before we, get on to the session, I would definitely want to know more from you about your personal journey and why did you started into this domain? What made you, get into this
Yeah.
domain? So
Yeah,
over to
sure.
you.
Right. Actually, the journey has been something which I never intended to get onto. I graduated last year in 2020. And back then, as a student, you only think up to a point wherein, that you want to get into the corporate world, probably get a job and think about things later. And that's where my, thinking was limited to. It was only when I started my job that I understood that, yes, I would want to work with, a well-renowned firm and contribute to it. But at the same time, I would also want to create an impact of my own individually in my capacity and sense. And when I started creating content on LinkedIn last year, which was around the same time towards August, I realized a lot of students and working professionals were struggling with resumes and LinkedIn and cracking interviews because the dynamic had changed. We had just entered the pandemic space and people were struggling with adapting to the new normal, the virtual interviews, everything. And that is when I pitched in. I think I launched like a pilot or a test model, whatever you want to call it, where I was just offering help or not charging anything at all and just try to help as many people as I can to see that what kind of an impact can I leave on them. There were about 150 people who I, helped just like that, just to know what impact have I created. And when I saw them landing jobs, getting internships, or their resumes getting shortlisted, I genuinely understood that maybe there is a difference that I can make. And that is when I launched my own website of theriadecodes.com. And that's when I started taking these sessions and, giving talks and individually helping not just students, but also professionals with 15 and 20 years of experience. So that's how the journey has been so far.
Interesting. Okay. So now
Yeah,
I would basically get back to the backstage and I would, would want to listen more from you about the particular
sure.
details that, the audience is waiting to learn. So over to you, there. Lead the session.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I think it's very clear and understood by now that today we're going to be talking everything and anything around resume building. Resume building is something which is a very significant, I would say, part of any student's life or even any working professional's life, because at some or the other point in your life, I am sure you will be indulged in building a resume for yourself. Now, today, although I cannot like directly interact with a lot of you, I'm sure that people who are watching it do understand that a lot of times we confuse a resume to be the same thing as a CV, and we use them very, as synonyms for each other or interchangeably. I'll start my session on the note of first breaking it down to you as to what this myth actually is, and I would like to bust it for you. I'll start sharing my screen, and I have a presentation, like a slide deck prepared for you, which could, just support what we're going to go on to. But to give you a brief, I'm going to cover everything about resume building. And we're also going to talk a bit about video resumes because I think it's important to talk about it given that we are in the digital era. So I'll start sharing my screen, and probably Nikhil could just give me a heads up if he is able to see it. Give me a moment. Okay. Should be visible by now. Everyone can see and hear you. Perfect. Okay. So let me just go full screen with the presentation. As discussed and already, made very clear, we're here for a resume building sort of session or a workshop. And the first thing that I want to break down to you is that a resume and a CV are two very different things, right? And they're not words that you can use interchangeably. Now, let's talk about a few differences between the two so that we can lay the foundation for this session and then go ahead and understand things. Now, the key points which you need to keep in mind when you are differentiating a resume from a CV is the first thing is the purpose for which these documents are used. A resume is used as a piece of paper which you submit to an organization or a company whenever you're applying for a job. The job could be with an MNC, the job could be with a startup, it could be with an agency, it could be anywhere. But every time you're applying to a job role, you submit a resume. When you talk about a CV, it basically comes into picture when you are to be elaborating on things a little more than required, which is generally in cases when, let's say, you want to pursue a PhD and you want to go abroad. So that's when you will submit a CV. Or let's say you want to apply for a master's or an MBA, that is when you will generally use a CV. However, the extension of a resume and making it into a CV is very simple, and I'll be talking about that. But yes, there are certain differences, like I mentioned. So if anything related to the academia field is there, right? So let's say when you're applying for a master's, MBA, PhD, or you are a professor by profession and you are applying to a university or a college, you use a CV. Second thing is, what do you highlight on? So these two documents essentially contain the same number of sections and the same section headings as well, most of the times. But what you highlight on varies. So a resume will highlight more on your work experience and your skills. Whatever skills you possess, whatever work experience you have is what you will highlight more in the resume, because the purpose is to land a job, right? Similarly, when you talk about a CV, the focus is more on your grades. The focus is more on your extracurricular activities, on your volunteering activities, on the research work that you've done, because this is exactly what the universities want to see. This is what a probable school may want to see. So depending on the purpose, right, of the document is what you highlight. So you'll highlight more on your academic grades, on your extracurricular, your research work, and any kind of projects more in the CV. The third difference is something which a lot of people talk about, which is the length, right? It's always a debatable topic. How long should your resume be? How long should your CV be? We hear a lot about it. Now, based on my experience of helping a lot of people with it personally, one thing that I can tell you for sure is that it's always better to have a short and a crisp resume of which is a one-pager resume. If you come with under 10 years of experience, I'll repeat myself again. If you come with under 10 years of experience, having a resume which is one page long is perfectly fine, and that is what you should aim to do. However, if it tends to go beyond the one page, you can go up to a maximum of 2 pages, and you should never go beyond 2 pages, because that's when you kind of convert it into a CV. So don't do that. And especially when you're a fresher right out of college, whether it's an MBA or an undergraduate degree that you're doing, I can tell you this, that I had done 25 internships myself, and I know for a fact if I could condense everything and put it in one page, anybody can, right? You can put it in one page. It's just about understanding what needs to be highlighted, what needs to be discarded. That's the rule you need to follow. When you talk about a CV can range anywhere between 3 to 6 pages, right? You get the opportunity to not restrict yourself into a page. You can go on and give further details of things. However, the moment it goes beyond like 6 pages, it becomes a biodata. So don't go down that route. A biodata will consist of unnecessary information which is not required either in the resume or in the CV, which is something like your marital status, your gender, your birth date, your entire address. These are things no one wants to know when you submit a resume or a CV. So a biodata is a completely different document. We won't get into that. Another one thing that I'd like to highlight on is a declaration, right? A lot of people feel that a declaration is needed in a resume or in a CV. It's not needed in either of the documents. But yes, when you talk about a CV, because you're applying for academic purposes, having a references section will always help, right? Because a reference of a professor or a manager from your previous internship or your previous boss, just their title, their job title or their job role, their name and their phone number in the references section would really help them contact them and get their background check done and everything. That does not apply in a resume. You don't really need references section in the resume as such. So those are a few differences. And on that note, now that we've understood what a resume is and what a CV is, now we can probably, dig deep into resume building and understanding the different aspects of it. So let's try and understand what are the different types of resumes that exist in the market currently. The first one is called a chronological resume. Just like the name suggests to you, a chronological resume is one wherein you put all your educational details or your project details or experience details in a reverse chronological order, which is you go from your most recent experience, which you are in right now or which you were in very recently, to the one which you did at the earliest, right? So let's say you did a probable internship in 2020 and you did another internship in 2018. So you would put the 2021 first and the 2018 one next. The same thing is what you follow for education and for projects. That's a chronological resume. When you talk about functional resume, the focus is more on your skills and your work experience. You don't really bother about the dates or the sequence or the order in which the events or your experiences took place, but you focus more on the skills. So even if you did an internship in 2018 and you felt that you really learned a lot more in that internship than the one you did in 2020, you put it up first because you want to focus more on your contribution in that internship and the impact it had on your learning, and you don't care about the dates. That's a functional resume. When you combine the features of both a chronological and a functional resume, it's called a combinational resume. You also call it a hybrid resume nowadays. So when you talk about a hybrid resume, what happens is you have everything in order, right, in the reverse chronological order. At the same time, you are focusing more on the skills and the work experience. So you're elaborating everything in detail and you're giving the right set of information to the recruiter. Now, when you talk about the fourth type, it's a targeted resume. Just like the name suggests, a targeted resume is tailor-made and it's specific. So it's customized for the particular job roles that you apply to. Every company has got a job description that they roll out for the particular job. And an ideal scenario is when you read the job description very well, understand what is expected out of you as a candidate, map it with your current skills and your expertise, and only then you apply. And when you apply, you target or you custom make your resume to that job role so that it aligns with all the requirements of that job role. And that is what you should ideally be doing for all kinds of jobs. When you ask me personally what is the most recommended format or the type of resume, I would say that a combinational resume, which we spoke about, plus a targeted resume. When you have an amalgamation of the features of both a combinational and a targeted resume, I think it's the best blend that you can have in a resume. When you talk about a mini resume, it's actually something which goes complementary with a resume. It's your cover letters, which we talk about even when you're applying for jobs. 95% of the times, the companies would not require you to submit a cover letter. It's not a compulsory thing. However, to stand out from the crowd, it's always recommended to send out a cover letter in addition to your resume. So the mini resume is basically your cover letter. When you talk about a non-traditional resume, which we're going to talk about towards the end of the session, which is your unconventional resume type, which is your video resume, it is something which has started gaining momentum very recently, especially in India. And the reason that it has become a topic of conversation is because it's a very interactive form of a resume, and you don't just judge a person based on a piece of paper. You get to interact with them in some form or sorts, right? So we'll be getting into the details of it very soon, but it is for sure the right way to grab the attention of the recruiters. You can never get a a surety that if you submit a video resume, you're going to get selected. But what I can surely tell you is when you're submitting a video resume, you shine through the thousands of other applicants, because trust me, very few people are doing this. And if you're doing it, you're doing something right. Now that we know what are the different types of resumes, I'd just like to lay the emphasis on the importance of a resume, because today we are in an age where everything is digitally accessible. We've got LinkedIn, we've got video resumes kicking in, and a lot of people feel that maybe the importance of a resume is going to get diluted over the years, or resumes will become insignificant and will get discarded. We hear a lot about this in the news as well. We read a lot of articles. Now, here are my 2 cents in this. As long as up till date, at least, even if I talk about the scenario right now in July 2021, if you want to apply to any job in general, or people want to understand more about you, they'll always ask you for a resume, whether it is in India or it is abroad. No matter which country you are in, your resume is that document which recruiters use in order to map your skills to the requirement and to make an analysis whether you should be called for an interview. And number 2, I'd like to lay emphasis on another thing, that you may have to also send video resumes, or more emphasis may also be given to your digital presence, a digital footprint on other social media platforms like LinkedIn. But according to me, resumes are going nowhere for the next 5 to 10 years. At least they may become obsolete later on, but they are here to stay, because ultimately it's a summary of your qualifications and your key strengths and your skills. It obviously outlines all the experience that you have had so far as a student and even going beyond as a working professional. And as I said, any job opening, Amazon puts out a job opening today for a data analyst role, no matter where it is putting it up. You have to go through the job description and submit your resume, and only when you submit your resume can you even expect a call back. So let's live in the present and understand that as of now they are required and they're important, and let's try to build a very bankable one, and a resume which is compatible with the ATS, which we're going to talk about very shortly. The last point, it obviously helps you land an interview in your dream company. So yes, the resumes resumes are still relevant and important in today's day and age as well. The most important topic of discussion today, which I feel at least for me is going to be about the applicant tracking system. Now, this is something a lot of people talk about. They use it as a jargon nowadays, but very few people really know what it is and why it is so significant today. Now, as the name suggests, the ATS stands for an applicant tracking system. It's a robot or a bot or a software of sorts which works on certain parameters and algorithms which are fed into it. So it works on artificial intelligence and machine learning, and it's got certain parameters which are fed into it based on which it works, right? So, for example, when you submit your resume today, if you are under the impression that it's a recruiter who gets a first look at your resume, unfortunately, it is not. It is the ATS which actually scans your resume and then makes a decision, informed decision, whether it wants to accept or reject your resume in 6 seconds. 98% of your Fortune 500 global companies use an applicant tracking system today all across the globe, right? That means approximately every company uses it. Startups nowadays have started building their inbuilt applicant tracking systems, in-house applicant tracking systems, to track the applications from various applicants all across the globe. That being said, it is clear that if you want to make it through your dream companies, one thing you need to make it through is the ATS. Only then do the cream resumes get shortlisted and they go to the recruiters, and they further then shortlist the filtered candidates, and then you land an interview. That's the process. Now, an ATS has certain parameters, let's say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? There are some A, B, C, D, E, F, G parameters which are fed into it. Now, based on those parameters, an ATS gives a score to your resume. There is a ranking or a score which is given to your resume based on various parameters. The parameters are generally around how compliant your resume is with the applicant tracking system in terms of the format, in terms of the information, in terms of the keywords which are there in your resume, which you've picked from the job description, in terms of the kind of text friendliness or the readability of your resume, in terms of the spacing, indentation, and everything that you can think of, right? So your resume is judged on various grounds, and then you're given a score. So every parameter will have a score out of, let's say, 10 or 20, etc. And ultimately, you'll be given a score out of 100, right? So out of 100, let's say your resume gets a score of 70, and the cutoff for that particular company is 60. So you make it through, right? Because you got a 70, you've crossed the cutoff, the ATS will pass your resume, it will go to the recruiter. Even if you land a 59 and the cutoff is 60, unfortunately, you won't be able to make it through the ATS, because the ATS is not human enough to understand your capabilities or your skill set as much as a recruiter would understand. So you either make it or you break it through the ATS, and that's why it's extremely important that we make our applicant tracking systems very compliant today. Now, two of the most widely used and globally used applicant tracking systems are Taleo and Workday. So it's TALEO. Taleo is one of the platforms which a lot of global firms use. Whenever you'll apply on their official websites, or you'll go to, let's say, LinkedIn Easy Apply or a Naukri or an imjobs.com or any other recruiting platform, even globally, the place or the, I would say, section when you're applying for a job and you land onto the screen where you have to enter your personal information or you have to attach your resume file is called the applicant tracking system. That exactly is the applicant tracking system. Workday is another, applicant tracking system, WORKDAY. There are many others, but these are used very, very widely by very renowned institutions and, companies as well. Now, as I told you, that some of the companies are also having their own inbuilt ATS systems. So one thing I'd like to tell you for sure is that there is nobody on the planet that can know exactly what are the parameters on which you're being judged. However, because of the influx and the overload of information and recruiters being generous enough to let us know some of the things about applicant tracking systems, since they've come into the picture in the past just 7 to 8 years, it's not been very long, we do know certain things. And career coaches, or let's say LinkedIn experts or resume experts, know for a fact that these are certain things which will help you sail through and stand out, and at least make it through the ATS. So let's try and understand how can you actually make your make your resume ATS compliant once that we've understood what is an ATS. So how do you really beat the ATS? The first thing that you need to keep in mind is you need to make your resume compatible with the ATS file type accepted. This may seem like a point which is very, very trivial, which is very silly, but the fact, being said, that we tend to make these mistakes when we're in the application process. I've seen a lot of my mentees do it themselves, and I wouldn't want anybody to get rejected just on the basis of the document type. And that happens. Forget even making it through the ATS. If your file type is not compatible, you just cannot, even get into the ATS system to get scanned, for your resume to get scanned. So whenever we apply to any of these portals and when you attach your resume, you've got an asterisk mark, which says, or which tells you the compatible file types, whether it's .txt, whether it's .pdf, .word, .docx, whatever it is, right? Now 99% of the applicant tracking systems will accept .pdf as the most compatible file type. However, there are certain ATSs which do not accept PDF and only accept Word documents as well. The easiest way to find that out is, like I told you, when you are uploading it, you get to know the acceptable file types. Please be very vigilant when you're uploading it. Now, one thing that I'd like you all to know is that ultimately, when you submit your resume on any portal all across the globe, if it is going through an ATS, it's getting converted to a plain text file, to a .txt file. So one thing you need to again keep into mind is that make your resume as neat, decent, and professional as possible, and not very colorful or not very aesthetically pleasing or beautiful. A lot of people are under the rock thinking that the more beautiful looking my resume is, the more my chances of selection are. Unfortunately, that's not the case unless you're applying to a very, very creative role like that of a content creator, a graphic designer, a fashion designer, a video editor, where I need to visually see your skills and creativity. When you're applying to a normal, let's say an MNC role or a corporate role, everyone all across the globe accepts your resume, expect your resume to be very text friendly, because that is what the ATS also accepts. They want it to be neat and just professional as possible. So the fourth point, which I'd like to skip to since I'm talking about this, is that is what it emphasizes on. Don't use any infographics, fancy templates, images, and charts. So anything such as your own pictures as well, or any kind of pie charts, bar graphs that you use to highlight your skills, because a lot of these online platforms, when they ask you to make your resume template, unfortunately 95% of the times they are not ATS compliant, and that is why I never recommend my clients or anybody to go for these online platforms to make your resumes. Always make your resume from scratch on Google Docs or on Word, Microsoft Word. I will be showing you a sample template as well, so that would give you a better understanding of what I'm mentioning. But always keep your resume free from any kind of images, charts, and icons, because those get discarded by the ATS on the go. And ATS is only text friendly. The second point, which I'll come to, is highlighting your resume by using optimized keywords. Now, a lot of people feel that if I just read a job description, I pick up the keywords and I stuff it into my resume, I'll make it through the ATS. Well, if it was that easy, every other candidate would be getting shortlisted. But that's not the case. Majority of the people are complaining about the fact that I possess the right skills, I have the right experience, but I'm not getting calls from the companies. That is what I hear most of my clients telling me. Now, the major reason, or a critical reason that might be happening, is because your resume is not portraying what it needs to portray, or you're not able to articulate the kind of experience you hold, and that is what most of the people struggle with. Now, when you look at any job description and they've got certain points mentioned that this is what we expect a candidate to be proficient in, this is what we want them to do, one thing you need to keep in mind is that uh, there will be a lot of keywords which will be there in the resume, but you don't actually possess them. For example, if you're applying for the role of a software development engineer and they say that we for sure need somebody to have expertise in Java, right? And it could be that you don't have expertise in Java. Would you still put that keyword in your resume? No, you won't, because you don't possess it, and we're not lying on our resume. One golden rule is to never lie on your resume. And second thing is, just because a keyword is there in the job description, it may not always be there onto your resume, because no job description can match your profile 100%. None. It's never possible. You have to find a JD or a job role where 90% of your skills at least match, and then you apply to those roles. So one thing you need to be sure is, make a list of keywords from the job description which apply to you and are present in the job description, and a few keywords which are there in the job description but don't apply to you, right? And then the task is very simple. The words which are there in the category which apply to you and are there in the job description, they are the words which you're going to use in your resume. Now, where do you really use them is when you're describing your skills, when you're describing or elaborating on your job experiences or your internship experiences or your industrial trainings, because you'll be explaining your role, right? So when you're explaining your role, you could plug in those keywords very, very efficiently. Or when you're describing your projects, right? So that is how you optimize your resume with keywords, and that is how you actually also update your resume for every job role that you're applying to. A lot of people also feel that, do we need to build a new resume from scratch when you're applying to every job? No, that's not the case. You don't have to build a resume from scratch every time you apply to a job. Build one good resume with the framework, which is in place and is, like, industry relevant. After which, all you need to do is read your job description very well, and just customize it according to the job role and tailor make it with the keywords and anything important which is there in their JD. That's it. That's all that you need to do. The third point says avoid mentioning important information in the header and the footer. Again, when we talk about online templates, anywhere you go to CV Maker, you go to Resume Builder, you go to so many other online template or resume template making platforms, they'll give you a placeholder for your personal information, which is your email address, your phone number, your LinkedIn profile link, and all of that right at the top of the resume. Most of the times, 99% of the time, or at the bottom. I think that is not a good practice, because if you want to be on the safe side, it's better to have a separate section for your personal information, because your applicant tracking system does not really scan the information right at the top or at the bottom very well. I'm not saying that it would be a basis of rejection, but as a best practice, why not abide by things which are going to keep you on the safer side? So having a separate section for your personal information is what I recommend. The last thing that I'd like you to keep in mind is always use a very, very simple template and incorporate bullet points wherever you can. Because ATS finds it very difficult to read through huge, paragraphs of text. It finds it very difficult to skim through it, because what it does is it parses through your resume horizontally, right? So this is the movement that your resume has, and it goes horizontally. And when you have got a lot of text, what happens is it becomes difficult for it to pick up the keywords. So use bullet points which are one line long, and which are not very difficult to skim through. Also, avoid using column divided resumes, which is where you have 3 sections here and 3 sections here, because again, like I told you, the movement is horizontal, and then it gets a space, it gets a break, and it gets elements in the middle. So the ATS will again face difficulties in scanning through your resume. Whereas when you have a horizontally divided resume, it's smooth and seamless for the ATS to scan through your resume. So these are a few short tips that you can use in order to make your resume applicant tracking system compliant. And this is something which is very, very critical in today's day and age. No matter whether you're applying for a job in India, outside of India, in the US, in the UK, Australia, anywhere, because ATSs are being used everywhere, and the parameters are also more or less the same. And this is what everyone is expecting. I have this template that I like to quickly show you. I have this in which a lot of my students also use, which could really give you a better perspective of things. So I'll just show that to you, so that you have an understanding of whatever it is that I've covered up till now. And the zoom in probably this would. Okay. Yeah, perfect. I'll just zoom in. This is a template that is built, which I genuinely feel is one of the most ATS combined resume templates that you can build for yourself. Just like I told you, the heading should only contain your name. I don't have any personal information of any sorts mentioned here, right? Like my phone number or anything. You will see it, in the later half of the resume that I have a separate section for it. You start with an experience or a work experience section. For students, you can include your internships and industrial trainings here. All your voluntary work or work that you've done with clubs, chapters, societies in your college cannot come here, because that will be considered under your achievement section. It will not come as a work experience. Only internships and industrial trainings or freelance work comes here. If you're a working professional, all your jobs will come here, right? You'll have obviously the name of the organization, your current role, and your duration that you were there. And then you have bullet points explaining your role there. Now, the major problem is how to frame these bullet points. People struggle with articulating these bullet points and explaining their role, right? Even as an intern or as a employee. Now, I'll give you these 2 tips that you need to keep in mind. Is always use power words or action words to start your sentence with, right? Now, power words or action words are words ending in ed. Words like managed, developed, designed, applied, overlooked, spearheaded, collaborated, These are all words which end in ed, and they show what impact have you left on the organization and not vice versa. Different companies will have an impact on your profile, right? When you add like a company like Google onto your profile, obviously it adds on to your resume. But how did you add on to the company is what the recruiter wants to know. So when you're trying to describe your impact on the organization, these power words or action words display how did you contribute to the organization. So always use power words ending in ed to begin your sentences. And the second thing is use data to back up your role. Always, by data I'm talking about numbers which quantify your achievements. Your achievements should always be backed up by data. They shouldn't be generic. When I talk about someone in the sales role, right, so let's say you're applying for a sales role in a company, and you write a bullet point about your previous internship saying that you were responsible for generating sales for the organization, and taking care of the marketing campaigns both online and offline. For example, it's a sales and marketing role. This is a very, very generic description of what you were doing. Trust me, every second person will be writing the same sentence, twisted and turned, and implying the same thing. How are you standing out from the crowd? The same thing can be turned and twisted this way. When I tell you that as a sales and marketing intern, I was responsible for generating sales worth rupees 10,000 every month, which directly increased the revenue of the organization by 10%, right? Every month. This same point, and I was responsible for handling campaigns, 10 plus campaigns for different brands, both online and offline. The same sentence, when given numbers, when given more quantification, when backed up with realistic data, becomes customized and personalized to you. It cannot be copied or it cannot be replicated by any other person or individual on earth, because that is what you have achieved. So your achievements should be quantifiable in a sense. I do understand that sometimes they cannot be quantified, and I'm not telling you to do it for the sake of it. But if you can, there is nothing like it. The moment human beings and recruiters see numbers, they understand the impact you created. Your profile becomes more credible and more trustable, right? If I tell you I'm a career coach and I come with 1 year of experience of training a lot of students, cool, it's okay, it's fine. It leaves some kind of impact. The moment I tell you that I'm a career coach and I've been training students and working professionals since the past 1 year, and I've been able to impact over 1,000 plus individuals in the past 6 months, gives you quantification, leaves an impact, because I've been able to impact 1,000 people in less than 6 months. Or when I tell you I've given 100 plus talks or done 25 plus internships, and I just tell you I've done internships, that is the place where you create an impact. And no matter whether you're a student who is doing their postgraduate degree, or you're doing an undergraduate degree, or you're a working professional, the moment you bring in numbers, you use power words, action words, and you discard all your generic day-to-day routine points, right? Like saying that you were responsible for making reports or you were responsible for attending meetings. The recruiter does not want to know this. The recruiter wants to know how you created an impact. What softwares were you working on? How did you impact their client? Did you bring in some revenue? Did you cut down on costs? Did you bring in or increase the efficiency of the team? What kind of teams were you working in? Were you working across different departments, across different geographies? These are the things companies want to know. The moment you're able to identify what needs to be highlighted and what needs to be discarded, half the battle is won in resume building. Second thing to understand is not everything needs to be put on a resume. Some things have to be left for the recruiter to ask you in the interview. If everything is going to be put on a resume, what are you going to leave the interviewer to ask you in the interview, right? So don't go too much into detail, don't go too less into detail. Also maintain a fine balance. One liners, highlighting, and just intriguing the recruiter are enough. You intrigue the recruiter and you leave it there. Your resume has to contain points which make the recruiter curious to know more about you and call you for an interview to ask you, I read this and I want to know more about that, right? That is your job. And that's the reason, if you do this, putting your resume in one page, if you're a fresher, is super easy. And if you come with, let's say, even like 3 to 4 years of experience, putting it into 2 pages is not at all an unachievable task. You can easily do it. So that's how you form your bullet points. Also, any kind of key accomplishments or pivotal roles that you've had in terms of leadership. Let's say you were a sales and marketing intern, and because of your exceptional performance, you got promoted to a campus manager. That's a pivotal point in that internship. That is something you can highlight here. And always make sure your current role or your current internship has got the maximum number of explanatory bullet points as opposed to your previous roles, because anybody or any recruiter would be interested in knowing more about your current role, right, or your most recent role than the previous ones. So I've just given examples of three more companies, considering you have three companies you worked across. The next section is called leadership or projects. Now, leadership only applies to people with over 10 years of experience. If you come with under 10 years of experience, your next section could be projects, where you highlight on different projects that you worked on in teams or you worked on them individually during your academic course, whatever it is that you're pursuing, right? So we build certain projects, right? Whether it's with the team or individually, you can highlight what you did in that project, what was the aim of the project, what kind of software, tools, methodologies, research tactics, whatever it was that you used to achieve the aim of the project, and ultimately what was the final conclusion, because every project has got an end goal that you want to meet. As working professionals also, your clients will have certain end goals that they want to meet. So how did you achieve that for your clients? Again, if you can bring in data, nothing like it. If you can bring in numbers to show your achievements or quantify them, that's the best scenario. Let's go to skills. Now, essentially, everyone possesses technical skills and management skills, and that is what you can divide them into. All of your softwares, tools, technologies, programming languages, etc., comes under your skills. Anything on the side of critical thinking, problem solving, analytical reasoning, project management, time management, communication skills, interpersonal skills, all of these come under your managerial skills, right? Languages can also be highlighted here to show your diverse profile, and to show how diverse you are as a person. Whatever languages you are comfortable in or fluent in can be mentioned here. It could be local languages, could be foreign languages. You can always highlight them. Certifications and trainings is an optional section. I always recommend everybody to only include it in case you have got proper certifications from good institutions which have left an impact. Because every other random course done from Coursera or Udemy today does not leave an impact, because every other person is doing it and it's become saturated. As long as you actually worked on it, after doing the course, you built a project of your own, or after doing the course, you honed on the skills and you landed an internship, or after doing the course, you started something of your own. If you've actually applied the learnings from the course into real life, and it's not just theory oriented, then add those certifications or trainings, right? That is what I will always recommend. Education is a very self-explanatory section. Your education in terms of your undergraduate degree, postgraduate degree, 12th, 10th, your marks, your CGPA, or the major you were doing, or the subject you were specializing in, and your duration can be mentioned. As you can see, the personal information has got a separate section here. You've got your city and your country mentioned, not your entire address. Never give your full address. No one wants to know that. Your phone number, your email address, your LinkedIn profile link is very important, but only add it if your profile is updated, right? Don't give them a shocker by having a profile which is not at all updated and is not in sync with what you've mentioned in the resume. If you're applying for very technical roles, have a GitHub repository link or your LinkedIn profile links on different, your coding profile links on different coding platforms like a HackerRank, a HackerEarth, Lead Code, CodeChef. You've got different platforms on which you code, right? And you get your stars. So that increases your credibility. You could add those. You have your own blog on Medium. You can add the link to that. You have your own YouTube channel. You could add a link to that. You have your own personal website. You could add a link to that. Whatever helps you stand out a bit and get more context to your profile. Achievements, as the name suggests, you can also name them as extracurricular. You can name it extracurricular or achievements. Anything and everything that you've done back in college in terms of taking part in conferences, attending hackathons, publishing some research papers, or let's say being the placement committee member of your college, or even being a part of clubs, chapters, and having certain authoritative roles, or as an employee getting some awards from your company. Anything and everything that you've achieved outside of just the technical work that you do as a student or as a working professional can be included here. Now, this is about a 1.5 page, because I've given so many points for people to understand how to form these bullet points, and I've got additional sections as well. If you come with, if you're a fresher, you can easily put this in 1 page, and if not, also 1.5 page to 2 pages max, as I told you. There is no way that your resume needs to go beyond 2 pages. And I hope that this template helps you get an understanding of how you need to actually build ATS compliant resumes. Now, on that note, I'd like to quickly move towards video resumes, and I'd like to help you understand how you can build video resumes, currently, given the scenario we are in. So what is a video resume? We all have spoken about it. It's an unconventional type of resume. Video resume really helps you stand out from the crowd because you're obviously talking to the recruiter indirectly in front of a screen, where he cannot just judge you based on what a piece of paper tells him or her, but they can judge you based on your personality, based on your communication skills, based on your confidence, your body language, your body posture, and your personality as a whole. Also, because a video resume gives you the scope to talk about things you cannot generally talk about just in a resume, right? Probably you can't really talk about your interests or hobbies. A resume will never have a section about your interests or hobbies. You talk about it when you're introducing yourself in an interview, or you send across a video resume, or a passion project of yours, or something that you're doing. All of this can be talked about in a video resume, and that's where you can stand out. You can also talk about why you're applying to that job role, why this company, etc., which you don't get to talk about in your resume. So let's understand a few things to consider when you're making a video resume. The first thing is that you need to dress professionally, right? Whenever you're building a video resume, always dress professionally, either in Western formals or Indian formals. Western formals more preferably, especially for the male members. Females can obviously be dressed in Indian formals as well, but Western formals are preferred. Don't go to business casuals as well. Just stick to formals. Use an appropriate background, something like a plain wall against which you can sit and record your video, which is not very distracting, not very bright in color. Keep it very short. Your video resume, even though it's more interactive, at the end of the day, recruiters are short on time. It should be ranging between 30 to 90 seconds and not longer than that. And that is within the time. That is the time frame within which you need to kind of highlight whatever it is that you want to. Your smartphones, whether it's an Android phone or an iOS, is more than enough to record your video resumes. You don't need like a technical proper setup or a DSLR or a professional camera to shoot your video resumes. Not at all. You just need a very appropriate background. You need to be dressed professionally and obviously be in a place where you're not surrounded by people, and um, it's not noisy, right, in the background. It's just that you're able to peacefully record your video resume. Prepare a pitch or a script for your resume, which is a video resume, because you need to be very sure of how you're going to start out, what your body is going to look like, how you're going to conclude everything. So form like a script wherein you begin with a very brief introduction about yourself, your academic background, your areas of interest, your hobbies, things that you're passionate about because you couldn't talk about them in the resume. Then slightly move towards your qualifications in terms of your areas of interest technically, what skills you have built on by doing certain internships, attending certain courses, taking part in certain trainings, or taking up certain internships. What kind of internships have you done, how you've contributed to those organizations, and what do you intend to do in the future? What kind of a domain or space do you want to get into? And then you talk a little more about the company. Why are you applying to this job role? Why are you applying to this job role in this company? And what would you bring to the table? You talk about what personalized impact would you create, right? How would you be an asset to the organization? Because you don't get to talk about that in your paper resume. Talk about things that you were not able to talk about in your resume. Don't repeat things from your resume in your video resume. Use visual aids to or use editing tools to supplement your speech. This is only applicable when again you're applying for a very creative role, wherein you could actually show certain work samples of your work. Also, let's say you're applying for a graphic designing role somewhere, you could show some of your work samples from your profile. You could show some of the videos you've edited as a video editor. If you're a content writer, you could display some of your articles. These are creative roles where you can actually use visual aids, or you can use a slide deck of sorts also, which you would have made, like I've made one. And some part of it, half of the screen could be occupied by you speaking, half of the screen could be occupied by the work you're showing. You can get as creative and crazy as possible, but for your general corporate roles that you apply to, especially in India today, most of the companies don't accept a video resume so far, but I'm sure they will be getting that option very soon, because portals like imjobs.com and naukri.com and monster.com have already started using that option. Today, if you go there and you create a profile, you don't just have to upload a resume. They also ask you to upload a 30-second short resume. So the changes coming in, it will kick in very soon into the corporates as well. Even LinkedIn introduced a feature very recently where you can upload a cover story of 30 seconds to introduce yourself. Even though the platform is already so interactive, what was the need for them to do it? The need was more personalization. The need was for people to be able to recognize your personality and behavior more visually, right? So that is what you can do. But if you're applying for corporate roles, a simple video resume just with you in picture, and maybe subtitles can be put. That's it. That's the only editing you need to do. Subtitles at the bottom can be there so that in case the recruiter is not able to understand, what you're saying, because everyone comes with different pronunciation and enunciation skills, then you can have subtitles just to be on the safe side. Customize your video resume as per the job role. Every job role that you apply to, customize your video resume according to that, and share it with your colleagues, friends, and mentors to receive feedback. Send it across, supplementing your contemporary resume, and smile and be yourself, because your personality as a whole is going to be judged, right? So those are a few tips that you can use in order to build your video resume. And with that, I think that's all that I had to cover today. I hope that this session has been insightful for you in terms of understanding what is it that the recruiters really, look at when they are hiring candidates. I'll just stop sharing my screen. And yes,
Okay.
yes, Nikhil,
Thank
I
you. I
think
think
that's all from my
Daria, this
end.
was a power-packed session, and a lot of things were so much new and so refreshing. I believe I even had a hard time catching up with you. You were throwing us so much of information. So, guys, do join Daria's session. She does a lot of regular sessions on resume writing, LinkedIn profile building. You can find her on LinkedIn, pretty active. And she has recently, I think, launched a course on Graphy also on career and resume.
Yeah.
So definitely do join her. And thank you, Dhara, for joining in. I believe most of the questions have already been answered. You have been such an information value provider that I believe most of the question has been answered. And people were asking for templates. Probably you should connect with Dhara on LinkedIn, follow the
Sure.
process that she has told, and she'll be very happy to share those templates.
Yes, please feel free to
Thank you.
connect with me. And thanks, Nikhil, again. I wish you all the best for the remaining part of the summit. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dhara. Thanks a lot. So, guys, you would have learned a lot about resume building, resume writing, approaching to the ATS platforms, and finding a next internship or job, right? But now we have very interesting session coming up on bachelor's abroad profile building. How do you build your profile when you are just a class 10, 11, 12 student, in your undergrad days? So we got an amazing counselor who has been very popular among the bachelor's aspirants to help them navigate through their, study abroad journey or, different career journey. So let me introduce you to Pooja. So Pooja, hi there. How are you?
Hi, Nikhil. Doing very well. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you, Pooja, for joining in. It was such a lovely pleasure to see you. I think since the last to this conference, it's been quite a growth. So, Pooja, I would want you to introduce yourself in a more informal way so that they can get to know more about you. And since you are going to be the host of the session, you are going to introduce the other mentors also.
Sure, fantastic. Thank you so much, Nikhil. So, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Bachelor segment of the Mentor Conference. I'm sure you guys have had some fantastic sessions that you've already been a part of today. So, personally, I am a career advisor and career mentor. I help students first. See, a lot of times people are wondering about what course should I look to do, correct? But prior to deciding which course you need to take on, the more important thing is to decide what your career path is, correct? What is the final destination that you see yourself heading towards? And then choose a relevant course to enhance your knowledge in that sphere, right? So this is the process that I guide students through. I help them understand what their interests are, their personality, their aptitude, and then we map these to the right career options for them. So essentially what we look at is a lot of times, right? If you look at admission officers who are looking at new intake, it's not sufficient for you to have great marks. Of course, marks are a requisite. You have to, score well on all your exams. But that for you is just the gateway into foreign universities, right? It's just the first step to get through that door. But there are another hundreds or even thousands of applicants who have similar scores like what you do. So how is it that you will really be differentiated from any of those other students who are applying, and how do you give yourself an advantage, right? So which is why we have with us today some experts, some people from fantastic backgrounds who are going to come into the session to give us their thoughts. Do we have everyone on board, Nikhil? Can I start the introduction?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Sure.
So I'd like to first call upon our first panelist today, Arjun Vaidya. Arjun is the founder of Dr. Vaidya's, which is India's largest Ayurvedic brand, which made a first of its kind D2C exit to the Sanjeev Goenka group. I really liked your description on LinkedIn, Arjun, where you call yourself a sixth generation Vaidya. I mean, what a fantastic legacy that must be. So Arjun completed his bachelor's from Brown University, and after that moved back to India to help with a family business and started to expand it to over 500 cities, 16,500 pin codes across India, and launched over 70 products. He was featured in the Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia list and the Business World 40 Under 40 list. It's a long list of things. He's a World Economic Forum Global Shaper, a mentor at AIM, and a part of Brown University's Young Alumni Advisory Council. It's fantastic to have you here today, Arjun. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Pooja. Always here to support Nikhil and ForeignAdmits. I spoke at last year's conference and really excited to see how the company has grown and what they're doing for the ecosystem. So happy to be here and happy to add value if I can.
Thank you so much, Arjun. So next, I'd like to call upon Chavi Agarwal. Now, she is the founder and CEO of Seaview and an M&A strategist at Deloitte. She's an entrepreneur with a demonstrated experience in career technology and ATS software development. She did her bachelor's in finance from Warwick Business School, and at the Imperial College, she finally honed in the idea of doing something for students and recruits, seeing the issues that students face while applying to jobs globally. She is the recipient of the Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2020 by the Indian Achievers. She is also a recipient of the Karamveer Chakra Award by the UN and the International Confederation of NGOs. So welcome, Chavi, and great to have you here with us today. Okay, so I think she's still joining in. Sorry, I saw that note late. So we'll move. Romita. Romita is our next panelist. Romita Mazumdar is a UCLA undergrad class of 2017. Post completion of her bachelor's in business economics, she worked with the Bank of America and Merrill Lynch as an investment banker in San Francisco. In 2019, she moved back to India to join a leading venture capital fund where she focused on growth stage investments in sectors like consumer, internet, and financial services. Now, her passion for consumer internet and building businesses has led her to take up an entrepreneurial journey with the founding of a women-centric D2C brand called Foxtail. Welcome, Romita, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Pooja, for the introduction, and thanks, Nikhil, for having us all here. I think undergrad is the most special years. I think those 4 years. So, and I know how special it can be. So, I'd love to be of help if I can be. So, looking forward to the package.
And that's a great point that you mentioned, Romita. So there are a huge number of advantages to pursuing a bachelor's degree abroad, right? You expose yourself not just to a new culture, but also a new way of learning, right? You have the opportunity to combine various subjects and interests, and it really opens up a world of opportunities. Yet we see that while many students are, quite sure about going to study abroad at the master's level, there is a certain hesitation at the undergrad level, right? So for me, that would potentially be the starting point of our conversation, considering that both of you all did your undergrad, at Brown and UCLA. Can you tell us a little bit about what you feel was the real advantage that you all got, from actually going ahead with this process?
Yeah,
Romita? Arjun, yeah, either of you all, yeah.
Cool. I'll take this question first. So I'll tell you, I think there are a few things that comes to my mind, right? Like for me, the one, and maybe I'll summarize it in 2 points. One is just independence, right? And independence just doesn't mean understanding how your finances work or understanding how to get your laundry done, etc. But there's this thought process, the way they are educated, right? The way the education works, right? It's not very question answer based. It's not very, you don't have a fixed book, you don't have a fixed fixed number of notepads that you're going to. It's very, very research based, right? Your schedule is your own choice to make, right? What classes you take, what you don't. So I think that decision making process that happens, that independence that comes with it, and the sense of responsibility, right? And just the sense of organization that comes along with it. I think that was for me a big thing, right? I was brought up in the Indian ecosystem. I came from a protected family. So for me, getting that level of confidence that as I was making these decisions every day, small or big, regarding my room or regarding my classes or regarding my career, I think that would be one for me, definitely. And I think second is just like, I don't think I appreciated diversity in life. I appreciated the learning you get when you meet so many different cultures and you really learn to pick what is best in each, right? I think that was very, very critical for me. I've grown up in a nuclear family, so I think that was the first time where I shared space with so many people. And I would say these two were learnings that professionally I can say definitely something I'm using every day, and personally definitely changes a lot.
That's a fantastic point, Romita. I think, in the Indian ecosystem, we're so used to a more spoon-fed culture, correct? Everything is kind of given to us. Decisions are made on our behalf. So this is something that really, that we can actually grow as individuals when we have this experience. Arjun, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think just sort of taking off on what Romita said, right? I went for my undergrad when I was 17 and a half years old, and uh, just being on your own and figuring out things yourself, right? Like, I think if anyone asks me what's the best thing you got from your education in the undergrad, I would say the one most important thing for me was exposure, right? Exposure to doing things yourself, exposure to some amazing people, exposure to some amazing thoughts, some amazing cultures, infrastructure, all of these things, right? So I think for me, an undergrad education is actually about discovering yourself and creating a new, better version of yourself, right? 4 years at Brown, I went as a young young adult, and my dad says I came back as a man, right? So I think for me, the three things I would say I really got from my undergrad experience. One was exposure to some amazing people who became lifelong friends, but also inspirations for me. And I got to learn a lot about their culture. I went to a college where we didn't have as many folks from India or from Bombay. And so got a lot of exposure to their culture and made some amazing friends. I think the second thing is really independence. I came from again, like Romita, nuclear family, a little bit of a sheltered lifestyle, and doing laundry myself, cooking for myself, fending for myself, living on a budget, learning all of these things. While it may seem inane, it really made me learn about sort of testing myself in uncomfortable or new situations. And I think the last thing really was, through, at least for me, with the liberal arts education, right? I got to explore new things that I didn't know about. And with that, actually learn about what my interest areas were, right? So I went to Brown to study biotechnology and biochemistry and come back and take on my family's Ayurveda legacy. I ended up not studying any of that, right? I ended up studying international relations and economics, but eventually did end up, even after studying that, taking on my family's Ayurveda legacy and building a brand out of it, right? So I think taking classes in sociology, anthropology, entrepreneurship, politics, history, all of these subjects, and then eventually coming out a better sort of global citizen. I think that was what I got from my undergrad experience.
Fantastic.
But like Romita said as well, I think best 4 years of my life by far, and I hope I'll have some better time going forward. But I think for now, undergrad was the best 4 years of my life by far.
So I mean, just to quickly summarize, besides, of course, the domain knowledge learning that you're getting from the course that you're doing at various universities, it's also a lot of life skills. It's a lot of learning about how to handle different things, how to handle yourself, how to deal with diversity and change. And super, guys, fantastic. Now, another question that comes up from parents and students pretty often is that, does the curriculum that you study in India, correct, really improve or hamper your chances of getting into university? I think it's great because I think, Arjun, you passed out of the IB curriculum, the Dhirubhai Ambani, that's what I saw. And Romita, you were at the CBSE curriculum, so you passed out of Delhi Public School, if I'm right. Super. Okay, so this is great. So we have both of you all, right? So can both of you all just touch upon, from a CBSE perspective or from an IB perspective, do you feel that there was a certain advantage or disadvantage in terms of applying to a university abroad?
I'll let Arjun take it because I think more and more IB candidates are today going out. So then I'll talk about CBSE.
Yeah, I think, look, IB definitely helps you understand the more application-based learning, which we ended up doing in college more. So I think it was an advantage, and it did help, because when I moved from ICSE to IB, that was the shock for me, right? And then so transitioning to college is a little bit easier. But I would say one learning that I've seen is, in general, right, students from India and our schooling, from an academic perspective, is far rigorous than a lot of developed countries. And so in general, I think just being from India and then going through the academic rigor that we've gone through growing up, I think we find it a little bit easier than other folks. And so that's one thing I noticed, right? The Indian kids in general, as long as they were doing the right things and studying, found it easier to get to college than folks from some other countries.
Super. Romita?
So I think I will resonate what Arjun said. Right? There were two things. There were pros and cons of studying from India, being from a CBSE background. I think that application-based thinking is what you develop when you go there, and it takes time. Right? Here we are used to that. This is your book. This is the curriculum. These are the You kind of have a set of questions, and you know things will come around that. There it's very very research oriented. I remember most of my classes there wasn't a book. You go to the professor's class, you learn, and then you figure it out. Like there are different authors you have to go through, etc. But there's not really that prescribed book. So it's a very application-based thinking process that takes time. So that kind of is a transition that I had to make. But I think the pro of studying from India is like you just are very very rigorous, right? There are a lot of things, especially when it comes to. I was a science student, so for me, my first year of college was very easy. I was science plus economics. So my econ 1 and 2 I had done. My math 31 ABC I had done, right? So my 31 ABC, like the first levels of math. So I think that process, and we have gone through like our 12th is studying so many hours, right? So we are able to sit at an exam time and really crack it, right? Plus we live in families, we know how to socialize, etc. So I think at least personally, I never saw my friends or me struggling with the amount of hours it required to be on the socializing aspect. But I think that was the good thing. But yeah, so there are both the things.
Super. So I think for all the students who are kind of listening in, don't worry about whether you're from a state board, CBSE, ICSE, IB, right? To a certain extent, like both our panelists have said, there is a certain kind of rigor in the Indian education system, and this actually helps us, right, when we're looking at opportunities to study abroad. So it's really an open field for anyone who's looking at then going ahead and applying. Super. Now coming to
like one thing here. Is that IB, I think, gives an advantage. You can get some units that you can use. I think depending on AP, etc. That's the benefit that CBSE will never get. I could never, though I had done those courses, I had to go and there because they don't recognize it. So but it really doesn't matter in the longer run. But I think.
Yeah, I got some units, but then I didn't end up taking them because I didn't want to finish college in 3.5 years, right? Like if you have the opportunity to
you enjoy the process so much, so you want to go there longer.
I think I got 1 semester credit or 3 classes, but I didn't take it.
Okay. Super. Okay, so now coming to the application process in itself. Okay, now both of you all have gotten into top universities, and we know that the intake percentage is very low, correct? Admission officers are really evaluating hundreds and thousands of profile, and very much so it's just like a few students who are able to get through. So did both of you all actually take part in more extracurricular activities? You know, I'm talking about the stage between maybe grade 9 and grade 12. What were some of the activities, and what was the story that both of you all really ended up telling through your application essays and your statement of purpose? So if you could share, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Romita. I think yours is a little bit fresher in your memory than mine would be.
Yeah, you're making me relive those days. Those application days were scarier back then. But honestly, I tell you, like I love my application process. Once I was done with it, it really made me sit and.
Once you were done with it.
Once I was done with it. But I'll tell you. So Pooja, my difference was I was a kid. I was as a child very interested in extracurriculars. So I was in debate. I was the head girl of the school. So these things I think worked in my favor, and I really didn't have to consciously make a call that I will go and do it. But I definitely know these things help me a lot when it comes to application. So when today anyone who's applying comes to me, I do think that US colleges don't just look at your grade; they look at your personality. Are you the right fit for them, right? Because it is a lot more than your grade. And hence, and I'm not saying someone who is just oriented academically, he or she doesn't have a good chance, but then that's a part of your personality. You need to be able to tell that story, that why is it that books are your main source of interest and not probably speaking in a debate or drawing it out, right? So my story was, there were a couple of things. I was very, I was being the head girl. There were a lot of projects that I got into the school to motivate the rest of the crowd, children to be. And I was also the president of the environmental club in the east of India. So we had done a drive. There was a lake that basically they were removing the water to create a hotel, and we had actually fought against that, and that was, we made a human chain that was the biggest, the longest at that time. We had done a lot of stuff around it, and we were finally successful. So that really became the crux of my story, because I felt like it told a lot about me. I am very, very strong-willed. I felt like at that time it talked about my interest in, when I take up things, I follow it through. It was more than what a head girl was expected to do. So I think it brought out my story and personality. So, and I have seen people write different stories. Some people narrate different stories. They pick up different examples and write a sum of those examples. For me, I felt like all those other examples, whether debate, this national debate, etc., was on my resume, and I wanted to talk about it, and I felt like it talked more about my personality. So I remember my University of California application was actually just one essay. So I talk about the story and why it tells who I am to them. So it's really that. But my recommendation would be always think through, right? I had to sit down, and my counselor made me write my personality traits that I like versus not like. And then I had to match it with incidences and things I do, right? So you're able to then formulate, and it is not easy. We don't do everyday activities thinking, okay, this is a part of my trait, or you don't do it, you just do it. And it takes time to think about your 4 years of life and why you did what you did, and put reasoning. But there is an inner motivation that comes through. So I think.
And what you said was very right, Romita, because you actually have to first introspect, right? Even before you begin this whole process, to think about the various things that you have done and how that story narrative can actually be formed through the choices that you've made over the last few years, right? So fantastic. Arjun, over to you.
Yeah, look, I think mine is a really nice memory, because I think I did my applications now 12 years ago. So really long time since then. I think the key, right, and I interview for Brown, and I meet a lot of young adults or kids who want to go to college, right? The one thing I say is, look, your grades, your resume, your extracurriculars, all of those are available to the admissions committee. But your application allows them to learn about you outside of those grade report cards and resume, right? And what I advise people is, from that application, while they're reading that essay, you should come out in that room, right? Or what is unique about you should come out in that room. So, I see a lot of people who end up writing about the most generic things that they think are interesting, or people would be interested in. But I actually wrote one of my essays about cricket, and sort of becoming the cricket captain of my school cricket team, not because it was a great cricket team. We were an IB school. We were like 40, 45 boys, out of which like only 20 wanted to play, out of which only 2-3 went to practice every time. And I was made captain because I was the most punctual and sincere. But for me, that meant a lot. And so I wrote about it. Even though I had done great work in student council and MUN and all of those debates and all of that, I felt like cricket meant more to me. So I wrote about that, right? And I think it showed who I was. And if you write about something you're genuinely passionate about, it will come out easier than if someone forces you to write something. And similarly, I wrote a lot about Ayurveda, about my family's legacy and what I wanted to do. And eventually I was fortunate that I ended up doing it. But it really came out with passion. I wrote about in my University of Chicago essay about the 26/11 terror attacks, right? Because we were in school at that time, and what it meant for the city. So I think really genuinely writing about something that you're personally passionate about and you care about, that will come out, as opposed to just writing about what you think people would like to see about you.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point, Arjun. Yeah, because you know what? The authenticity is something that they can see through, right? A lot of people try to kind of access what they think is the right thing to talk about, correct? So the first thing that we see is community service, whether they've done anything or not. Social work, someone likes to kind of put a component of that into it. But it's not that the admission officers have so much of experience. They're able to see through it when you're just saying something for the sake of saying it versus when you truly believe in what you're doing and making those choices. Yeah. Fantastic. And so students, one thing that I want you to kind of note when it comes to profile building activities is it is not restricted to, it does not mean, like I said, that you have to do social service and that's what you have to reflect, correct? It is any activity that you engage in over a sustained period of time where you can show growth in that particular activity, where you can show some kind of leadership qualities that have come into it, correct? So you can pick anything from your debates to your quizzes to your sports to like social service to environmental issues. So try to be true to what you are interested in and not just go by what you think they want to hear about you, right? So That's also another important thing. Okay. What for you would have been the toughest part of the application process? Like if you were to just put that down, like through the entire process of, since we have students here who are now beginning their application process, what for you would have been the toughest part of it?
Mine's a quick answer, so I'm just going to say it very quickly. I think the toughest part for me of the application process was actually managing time, because it is pretty crazy to be doing the IB, to be getting your SATs done, as well as managing. I think I applied to 8 colleges plus the 3 UCs, so I think 11 colleges. And each of them takes a lot of time. So I think for me, the toughest part of the application process was managing school, standardized testing, and the applications all together and meeting the deadlines. And I think the only way to do this, or had I done it again, all over again, I would say is do it as early as you can and prep yourself to be early rather than late.
Absolutely. Yeah, we always tell students, right? Please don't come to us like at the last fag, right? Start the whole process a year in advance. So you have sufficient time for you to think, explore, even making your college shortlist. Like that itself is something that's going to take a long time by the time you match your program, your requirements, and everything coming together. Romita, what would you feel was your toughest part of the process?
Mine was exactly the same. I think organizing myself when I had school, and I am from Ranchi, right? So I was the only student who was applying for it. So it wasn't like everyone's going through the process. So I had to meet school expectation. I had to do the classes. Like my school was not organized with this expectation that students have these timelines to meet, right? So organizing myself, understanding in undergrad, almost every school has a different essay topic. Though you have the common application with certain schools. So what topics to talk of? How do you want to hit it? You have your SATs to meet. You have if you are not happy with your first SAT, you have a second SAT to meet. So a lot of timelines are to be made. So just organizing myself and making sure that I'm not like 30th November trying to push the application 5 minutes. Like I learned my lesson in October when it was my first application. So I really had to get on it. So that was very tough. That was tough.
Super. Fantastic, guys. I think we're just kind of running up on time. So just quickly, one last question, okay? Everyone, talks about the fantastic opportunities in terms of going abroad, but the whole adjustment process, correct? When you have to really start doing things by yourself, how do you feel that whole thing was, right? Homesickness is something no one necessarily talks about. I mean, but how was that for you guys when you actually moved? How was it like in the first few months of getting used to a new country, a new, set of friends?
Yeah, I think I was super nervous, right, going to college, like supremely nervous. I was like really scared because I was thinking to myself, like, there are going to be so many people from so many different countries. They don't know me. I don't know them. How will I go and make friends? How will I talk to random people? This whole orientation thing, it's like so overwhelming. Like there are like going to be like 1,000 people there. And how do I just go and randomly say, hey, I'm XYZ. Hey, I'm XYZ, right?
Yeah.
But I think you build it up in your mind a lot. And then eventually when you go there, look, these colleges have been taking in students for 100, 200, 300 years, right? And eventually everyone ends up having a happy, fun, nice experience. So you're not different, and you figure out your own sort of space and your own niche and your own people and who you like. And I think a lot of that comes from, what you choose to do, what classes you take, what extracurriculars you do, and eventually you find your footing. So I think for the first 1-2 months, it's you building it up in your mind. But I think I went to a college where it was a really happy place, actually. Brown is known to be one of the happiest colleges in the US. So it didn't take that long to adjust.
High on the happiness index, I'm sure.
Yeah, even if it does take some time to adjust, I think, look, people have been going to colleges for hundreds of years, residential colleges, and you end up figuring it out.
Super. Romita, what about you?
Yeah, so it is overwhelming, right? But I'll tell you, there's a beauty to diversity. Like, I think all US colleges are very diverse because of the people, and even Americans by themselves, depending on the state they've grown up in, etc., they are very, very diverse, right? And the beauty of it is you will find your people, right? There are so many people, and everyone's from a different culture. You really, I think my first week of orientation itself, I at least made 2 very good friends who are my best friends till date, right? So you find your footing, and some people might not footing on the day of the orientation. Some people might find their friends in their first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, but you will. And like Arjun said, it depends on the classes you take, your interest, where are you spending time in terms of clubs. So in terms of the clubs you're spending time with, student clubs you're spending time with, etc., you really find your footing. It's overwhelming. I was homesick for a month. I was very, very homesick. I still remember it. But within a month, that it's an overnight change. It becomes your home. UCLA is still my home. Like I can't. Every time I see movies, UCLA is shown in a lot of movies, and it comes on the background, and I'm always like, okay, this is where I did this. This is that's it's home. So it becomes home very
Fantastic.
quickly.
Super. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you taking your time and sharing all these insights with our students. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks, Arjun. Thanks, Romita.
Thanks, Pooja. You were great, and thanks, ForeignAdmits, for having us. Take care, guys. Stay
Yes.
safe.
Thank you,
Super.
guys. Thank you so much.
So students, like Romita and Arjun were saying, I think a very important factor for you guys to consider when you're looking at your applications is really planning out your entire application process, right? Get started early, get the support of, counselors or admission specialists who can actually help and guide you through this process, because it's very unfortunate when you want to apply for a program, or if you miss a deadline, or if you kind of don't have the prerequisites that are required, and then you're not able to do something that would have been a dream, opportunity for you. So please begin this process earlier and get started, so you give yourself the best chance of scholarships, of getting into the best programs, and of following your dream. Over to you, Nikhil.
Thank you, guys. I think it was pretty interesting session. So we have a couple of questions before we wrap it up. One interesting question has been asked by Shresht is, I have a question that does your school or college which you study matter a lot when we are trying to study abroad, or even after that?
I can take a first crack at it, and I does your school or college which is so if you mean it from a perspective that from school to college, I think it does matter to some extent, because certain schools have alums, and then there is a network, and colleges know the kind of profiles coming in. Colleges have people you can network, and there's networking always helps, no matter in what field, right? And if you are, it's relatability. Once you have an alum from a certain background, you kind of relate to them, you kind of know the profile taking in. So I think it helps from that extent. But then I think we all need to understand they're gonna admit you. They're not gonna admit a school. They're not gonna admit where you went. So it's really your personality. It's really you who, at the end of the day, matters. So yeah, I don't have any alum from my school who was at UCLA, in fact, in any of the US colleges from my school. So I think I did fairly well with UCLA, and I didn't think UCLA cared about it. I'm sure they did, and I nor did other colleges. But I don't know if Arjun has a different perspective, but that's how I would have.
Yeah, I think look, it helps because maybe there is some face to the name or some context from that school with that college, etc. All of that. But I think sometimes it's talked about too much, and I think it doesn't matter where you come from. Eventually, it's the person you are and the value you are adding, right? And by the way, the other thing which is important is, although alumni bodies are really strong and it's a great network to have, and I got my first job out of college in private equity through a Brown alum as well, it doesn't stop me, who went to Brown, to become friends with Romita and have a conversation with her, right? So I think it is important, but it doesn't limit you from doing what you like.
Perfect. So guys, thank you for joining in. Thanks, Pooja, for moderating the session. You've been an amazing host. Thanks, Ramita. Thanks, Arjun, for joining in. And I believe the audience would have loved the conversations.
Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks, Pooja.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Thanks, everyone.
Perfect. So now we have come to the end of the bachelor session, but now the grads, time for grads, right? So a lot of students would not go and study abroad, and that's absolutely okay. Not everyone would want to study abroad, would care about studying abroad. But for that reason, you still have a chance to get a right quality of education, correct? So we have the three amazing speakers who will talk about studying in Asia, India, and different kind of institutions. How do you navigate in your career? More than studying, more than taking up an education, how do you navigate your career is a very critical aspect. So we got three really amazing speakers on this. So one of the favorite speaker that I would want to start with is Rohan. Rohan Jain is a project leader at Boston Consulting Group, one of the top MBBs that we always dream about. His experience ranges from topics related to overall operational transformation, large plans across value chain reduction and direct material cost, and design value principles. He holds a bachelor's degree from computer science from IIT Kanpur and his MBA from Ahmedabad, India. He also holds a master's in management degree from EBS Business School, Germany. And in his regular free time, he likes to maintain an active blog on Quora. He's a pretty active coder, and he does travel blogging also on Instagram. And he has a pretty good fan following on Instagram. If you are there on Instagram, to follow Rohan, because he has millions of views on his content on Quora and Instagram so far. And recently, he has written a book also, The Promises We Made, which has been featured on Times of India, Millennium Post, and multiple international magazines. So, welcome to the session, Rohan.
Hi, Nikhil. Thanks for having me.
Hi. So now coming to the next speaker, she's again one of my close friend and a very active MBA graduate. So Niyati is an MBA graduate from SMU with 5 years of diverse experience, and she's one of the meritorious students during her MBA school. During her MBA journey, she got an internship at Grab in the field of process optimization. Currently, she's a program manager at a Singapore-led company called Singapore-based company called NextBillion.ai. Niti had also worked in one of the fan company called Facebook in terms of community operations, marketing specialist, and global outsourcing associate. And she also runs her own side hustle where she guides MBA aspirants to crack MBA interviews and the application processes. Welcome to the feed, Niyati. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Niyati, for joining. Then we have one of the interesting person from the website where most of you guys might have been to, trying to find about different universities. So we got Shubhayu. Shubhayu Nayak is the director of QS IGOTCH, which helps Indian colleges and university in finding out the ratings. With experiences gained in residing over 7 cities across 5 countries, he's a certified professional with proficiency in sales, marketing strategies, enhancing business growth, and he would definitely help you understand how the QS ranking and the system performs. So thank you, Shubhayu, for joining in. Hi there, Shubhayu.
Hi, Nikhil. Hi, Rohan, Neti. How are you guys?
Hey, Shubhayu.
Great, guys. So thank you for joining in for this session. We're gonna keep it a little crisp and a little more, value oriented to direct to the students. So I would recommend all of the speakers to be, very crisp, very articulated in their answers. And I'm sure you guys have, spoken at multiple places. So let's start something very basic. Understanding your journey. Where do you come from? What have you done? What are you currently doing? Apart from the professional introduction that I've just given. So let's start from Rohan, Niyati, and then Shubhayu.
Sure. So, I have been born and raised up in Delhi, spent a lot of time in Delhi, and, did my schooling in Delhi from Sanskriti. Then I did my BTech in computer science from IIT Kanpur, like you mentioned. There I, developed an interest in badminton, played a lot of badminton during my college days. And then I was kind of confused between what to do. Frankly, after my BTech, I did a few internships in computer science. Did not like computer science that much. I decided to pursue an MBA straight after. Did a few economics courses in my BTech, which I really liked. So I figured I was more of it for management. So I, straight away went for an MBA from Ahmedabad. And then, had a great time there. Also went on an exchange to Germany for a whole year. Had a lot of fun. Then I did my internship at BCG, got a PPO. And then here I am 4 years after.
Interesting. So Niti, tell us a little bit about your background.
Sure. Firstly, thank you so much for providing this opportunity to attend this conference, and I'm most happy to help. So a little bit about myself. I'm born and brought up in Hyderabad, and I did my BBA from Christ University, Bangalore. And as part of the International Credit Transfer Program, I did my third year in business management from Liverpool University. And post that, I got an opportunity to work with Facebook. I've completed about 4 years of work experience at Facebook across various fields, including operations, customer experience, process improvement, and quality assurance. Then after finishing my 4 years, I decided that I wanted to pursue my MBA, and I applied to Singapore Management University and batch of 2019. It was again a great exposure, very good experience in terms of the diversity, in terms of the case-based learning, and the other opportunities at SMU. Simultaneously, I also got an opportunity to intern at Grab. So I learned a lot more about analytics, about reporting, about visualization. And post that, currently now I'm working with a Singapore-based artificial intelligence startup called Next Billion as a program manager. And I'm working closely to streamline the marketing programs and processes, as well as working on a new vertical that the company is going to start. And here I am.
Perfect. Shubayu.
Yeah, so I've been all over the place. I was born and brought up in the Middle East, and then I came back to India to do my education in engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer. I worked in oil and gas for about 14 years. And then I was a stay-at-home dad for 1 year. I decided to take a break from working. My wife wanted to follow her career. And then my wife said, I've had enough of you. So I went back to do my MBA at that point of time. I did it from Espirian School of Global Management. I did the Tri-City model with a specialization in marketing and entrepreneurship. And then once I came back, you do it in entrepreneurship. You want to be an entrepreneur after that. So I did 6 months of research. That didn't work out. And then I joined QS. So currently, I'm the director for client relations with QS. I handle the QS ratings for Indian universities and colleges across India, where we do audits for institutions to understand where their strengths and weaknesses lie. So yeah, that's a little bit about myself.
Interesting. Okay. So now we are going to move to very, I would say, I'll not say it controversial, but it's one of the most talked topic, among the engineering graduates or the Indian graduates, right? You do BTech and then you do an MBA. And what's that scenario? What's that transition look like? Rohan, I can definitely talk about IIT, and I know that a lot of IIT grads definitely look towards MBA and CAT preparation starts in the third year onwards. But I would want to know from all the three speakers, when is that transition needed in your career? What was a realization point that, okay, I need to pursue something next, probably an MBA or an MS after your bachelor's? And what could be the job scenario post MBA if individually each of you can a little bit talk about that?
So maybe I can start, and then, so for me, it wasn't that, there was a natural transition that I really had always thought that I wanted to do an MBA, and, I had it all planned. Of course, MBA was an option that I was considering even in my second or third year, but primarily at that point of time, I was considering more towards, either pursuing a job in CS, like at least exploring that, because the job opportunities there are also very well. And also maybe also exploring research opportunities. I did a research internship in Switzerland in computer science, with the intention of, doing well there, and then maybe looking at a PhD or a research profile in the same field in computer architecture. But eventually I started realizing that my interest wasn't so much towards computer science. And that is when I started exploring more management and economics related courses during my BTech as well as electives. I really enjoyed those much more than I, used to enjoy my computer science courses. And that is when I actively started thinking towards transitioning to an MBA, it wasn't more from a job perspective. It was more from an interest alignment perspective that I thought of shifting to an MBA more in my final year. That is when I really took the call, and I did not even sit for the placements then, and gave my full effort towards CAT.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Niyati, you definitely had a work ex and then you went for a MBA. So, what was the transition point and why an MBA?
Yeah, great question. So, yeah, I think I was, when I was working with Facebook, I got an opportunity to work with some of, the smartest people. And it was a great experience in terms of even the exposure I got to work in different countries where, I was, where I could, see the office, understand how the outsourcing teams work. And so there was a great exposure because I got to see how it works in Mumbai, in Ireland, and a lot of other countries. The reason why I decided to do MBA was that at the end of 4 years, I thought that I was becoming a bit stagnant. I had already achieved what I wanted to from my work at so far, and I decided that MBA would be a good next stepping stone for me in order to understand, like, to get a holistic understanding of all the business functions in terms of international exposure, as well as get a more understanding of what I really want to do. So yeah, I think it was a good step, and it's definitely something I would recommend to anybody who wants to kind of further themselves in their career.
Got it. Shubha, you did your MBA, a little late in your career. So a lot of people, do very early in the career. So what was the call for you to take an MBA, at that point of time?
So see, my thought process might be a little different from other people in this scenario. You don't need an MBA to do well in your career. An MBA is just a stepping stone, probably get you that entry salary which you're looking for, that big pay package when you're coming out from the MBA. I was lucky in that aspect. I had a very organic growth where I moved from a junior sales guy, senior sales guy, and then moved up till I hit sales director, where I was handling 9 countries. So at that point of time, I was in a good place, but I was looking at a career change. So I didn't want to be in oil and gas anymore, and I wanted to look at probably working in a different industry. So for me, and also one of the major factors for me to change, to go for an MBA was my boss. So my boss did his from Northwestern, and he said that you have hit your ceiling now, and anything above this, you need an MBA. Either it might be an EMBA, an executive MBA, a part-time MBA, or even a full-time one for that matter. So he was one of the gentlemen who really helped me take that key decision on moving up. So there are a lot of people who have career aspirations, and after that, if they really want to move to that next step, an MBA always helps. Along with that, and I think Rohan and Niyati will also agree with me on this, it's an amazing way to build that network for life. Okay. You meet your friends, you meet your colleagues, and you want to move up in life, you're going to meet those connects in that MBA college who are going to go on to better jobs, better positions, and you always have that possibility of moving within that. So Ahmedabad has a very good alum connect, right, Rohan? And it also helps you move careers. So yeah, I think this is a little bit of my take on this one. But yeah, coming back, I do say that an MBA is not the final decision maker in doing great in your career. It just adds a little bit more in that aspect.
Interesting. So when we look towards MBA or similar kind of degrees, there are usually two aspects: studying in your own country or studying abroad. On what parameters you guys took the call, when you want to, because I see 3 different kinds of educations being followed, one in India, one in abroad, one in multiple countries, right, in abroad. So what is the differences that you find when you're studying in India when you have studied at two different countries also? So what's the usual differences that you have found out when you were studying here?
I can go first, or Rohan, you can go ahead.
No, sure, Nehati, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sure. Great question, Nikhil. So the main reason why I decided to do an MBA abroad and not in India is because while Indian universities also offer a great value, we have some exceptional universities here. What I was looking for more was diversity, and that's something that is there in abroad universities. So I can talk about Singapore Management University. It had close to 20 plus different nationalities in one class. And with that, it gave me an opportunity, it gave the entire class an opportunity to understand different perspectives, different values, different point of views, and and each nationality had a lot to bring, to the table. So that was a great experience. Apart from that, apart from the overall international exposure, it's also what I really liked about the abroad program was it's the format of the MBA, where it was more of practical and real world application of what you studied than theory. So it was more focused on case based learning that we could apply as well in the real world. And another reason why I chose this program was because while the classes were going on, we also the program also had a format where you do an internship. So whatever we were learning in class, we were able to apply in our internship, simultaneously gain real world experience in and understand the market more, and as well as apply the learnings that we had in our internship to class. So it was a two-way kind of a learning experience.
Yeah, to Rohan, like after an MBA from IIM, you know, you had the difference understanding, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, while I was choosing MBA, right, there were two factors in mind. One, I was looking more from a long-term career perspective. I wanted to spend that time in India. So, I was looking for the Indian colleges, and two, also that I did not have any work experience. And most of the colleges abroad needed at least 3 years of work experience. At least I know about the US universities, they require work experience while IIMs don't. So for me, it was a very natural transition that if I wanted to do an MBA, I thought of the IIMs, and IIM Ahmedabad was a great choice. Once I got in, I did not think twice about it. But I did explore Germany when I was there. So what I did was I had an excellent opportunity to go on a dual degree program through IIM Ahmedabad to Germany, where I spent a whole year there at the EPS Business School, doing a master's in management program there. So it was a dual degree. I got the MBA from IMA as well as a master's in management degree from Germany, and I experienced the classroom teaching, the diversity aspects, from that university as well. And if I compare the two experiences, I think in terms of academics, in terms of the rigor, also in terms of the quality of teaching, etc., I found the teaching at IIM much better. But of course, in terms of diversity, in terms of just exposure, I think Germany was much more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now one thing that I would want to hear from Shubhayu about the current state of education system in India. How are the universities changing? Because you guys directly work with a lot of Indian universities. So how are the universities coping up with the post-pandemic situation, and how are students looking to study in India and probably even abroad also?
Yeah, so in India, what I've seen is we did a survey with about 8,000 students last year, for students who are looking to do their masters, and most of them have put it off. They're gonna take a year's break and then probably go and do it. And that unfortunate is the truth right now. But this year, when we are going to do the survey, I have a feeling that tide or that wave is going to change. We're going to see more of students being open to doing it online or moving to a hybrid mode, or once the vaccination drives are completed, most of them will be traveling there. I do now with the NEP, which is going to come into play, right? We're going to see a lot of foreign universities coming to India to set up campuses over here. That is definitely going to be the game changer for students who are looking at going outside, because they're going to get that kind of service in India itself. That is definitely one thing which I'm going to see is going to change the Indian education ecosystem. Is if these foreign universities are coming to India and setting up shop over here, we are not going to see that kind of movement to foreign universities. And like you said, like Niyati said, right, it depends a lot on what kind of diversity we are going to get in the institution, because a lot of students are moving outside India for diversity, for that international exposure. And if they are not going to get it over here, then probably it's going to be a challenge, even if they set up a campus over here. Interestingly, there are a lot of universities in India who have that diversity. I mean, there is OP Jindal, there are smaller universities in remote parts of India who have that kind of diversity. But unfortunately, that diversity is not from first world countries, that's from third world countries, right? And that definitely is a challenge moving forward. So if you're looking at diversity, if you're not looking at, OP Jindal is a different scenario. They have a lot of other students coming from different parts of the world. But when you're looking at other universities, they are just doing that diversity because of they have to show diversity within their institution. So the couple of so when they, and this is something which I want to tell students as well, is when you're looking at an institution and they're saying that we have 10% international students in India, the question should be, what is the nationalities of those students? Are they Afghanistani, Pakistani, Afghani, Sri Lankan, Nepali? And if you're looking at that diversity, you have to do that research before you go to that particular university. Sorry, I'm digressing. Please, Nikhil.
No, absolutely. I think it's a very interesting way for students to look and assess a particular program at a particular university. But I would want to know from all three of you, because of the pandemic, the exams and have been affected. The JEE exams, the class 12th, class 10th exams have been affected, and government is definitely taking their own steps to be able to cater to it. But by that time, the damage to certain set of students have already been done, right? And we are seeing a lot of people being frustrated, scared about what they're going to do in this kind of an education, because majority of the times Indian education doesn't leave a lot of room for a student who are affected by these things, because more or less we with IIT JEE or with NEET, we are usually evaluated as numbers and ranks. But suppose if these exams are being altered, how a student should navigate in their journey now to look towards a better or a quality education still for them. Any insights, particularly your opinion, would be appreciated. And this is for all three of you. Anyone can pick it up.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point. COVID-19 has had a massive impact on the way education is right now. Most of the in-class teaching is now replaced by online sessions. So I can understand how difficult or stressful it is for students to, adjust to and adapt to this sort of a learning. And also another minus point is that they don't have that social aspect of interacting with their fellow students, teachers in person. And that kind of learning is also, there is a loss of that kind of learning as well. But what I would advise to the students is to not let that kind of affect you or pull you down. You should ensure that you have your passion, you have your goal, that this is what I want to do, this is where I want to study, and for this, these are the steps that I need to take. You have a lot of, if you have a lot of free time, or and if you want to do something productive, something that will help you build your profile, as well as something that will add brownie points to your resume, you should work towards that. There are a lot of things that students can do. One is like they can gain more experience through internships, or they can also do a lot of certification courses, focus on upskilling. Again, this should be relevant to the field that you want to get into. And these days, there are a variety of courses offered by different, edtech platforms. Apart from that, you can also like do voluntary work. You can do a lot of things that can add value to your profile. What I would advise is to not give up. It's very important to be focused towards your goal. You can always set up time with mentors, or with your seniors, or your teachers, professors, and always look up to them for any kind of guidance or any advice you need on how you can kind of navigate your career and your next steps.
Okay, so which definitely brings a very interesting question as a follow-up to all the three speakers, and I believe, in this time, beyond the scores, there is a lot of things needed, because what if there is no scores to evaluate, right? And then the confusion begins. How university, and this probably might be directed to Shubha, you first, followed by Rohan. How would universities are going to look upon students in terms of admissions in India, and probably even abroad later on?
So most of the universities have already taken a proactive step towards understanding the students who are coming out of the COVID-19 scenario, right? And there are a lot of foreign universities who have given up on the GMAT, GRE as a part of their admissions process this year. I'm pretty sure all of you know about this one. And similarly in India, you'll be shocked to know, but this year there are some universities who have had amazing admissions. Shockingly amazing admissions. Okay, there are universities up north who have 20,000 seats but have received 30,000 applications. So there is no slowdown. The kids are going to study. Everyone is going to study. It's not going to stop, and it's not going to be that scenario where an institution is going to say no to you just because you were in the COVID scenario. Most of the institutions understand what has happened. Most of them have been through the process itself. So my suggestion to students is that please don't be worried that just because you were during the COVID period, you did everything online, couldn't go there. That shouldn't stop you from applying to any of your dream colleges. Most of these colleges, most of the admissions officers do understand the challenges. However, one thing which I do want to say is you should have a story with you. You should have a process which, or rather a journey before the COVID. What have you done? Because if you have not done anything before that, you can't expect that in 1 year you've changed the whole scenario. So you should definitely have, okay, till COVID, I did all of this. COVID was the year where I was severely depressed. I was stuck at home with my mom and my dad, and then I came back and I have applied for this college. So again, coming back, don't let COVID be one of the factors which is stopping you from applying to your favorite college or university. Every admissions officer understands the journey which you have taken in terms of being, because of the COVID scenario, right?
Interesting. Yeah, Rohan, what do you think about the profile building part for a lot of undergrads? And ideally, this is a very common scenario that we see, that till third year, no one actually thinks where their profile is going. Once they look towards placements or studying abroad, then the profile thing kind of rings the bell, with a lot of students, right? So how do one looks towards building the profile in this COVID scenario? What are the avenues? What are the ways that one can look towards.
Yeah. So I think completely agree with Subhayu on that. That see, everyone is kind of in this together, and the universities know that they are empathetic to that. So you don't. So when you talk about profile building, it might not be at the same type of profile building that you had earlier. It might not be, for example, volunteering work uh, you know, uh, in a crowded area. It might not be that kind of a profile building, but the good thing right now is that the world of online and digital has really opened up. So you can also build your profile quite significantly just sitting at home. You can, I'll give an example. This can also be called as a profile building, though this is more recent, but I write a lot on LinkedIn and Quora, right? Now that is something, if a student wants to do this, I have been writing this from my third year at IIT Kanpur. That is when I started writing on Quora. Today I have 100,000 followers on Quora. So if somebody wants to do that, they can just sit at home and start building their profile. Quora is one option, but there are LinkedIn, there are other avenues to write as well. You can of course also start blogging. You can start uploading videos, but this is just one example. There are multiple courses that you can do, like Niyati was also mentioning. There are multiple certifications that you can do just sitting at home. Right. So profile building, when you term it as profile building, it doesn't necessarily have to be a particular type of profile building. It is whatever interests you, and universities just need to see that passion, that you actually you pursued what you really like, and that is what really needs to come out. That's all. It doesn't have to be a very traditional kind of a profile building, and universities would accept that.
Absolutely, I think that's a very organic way of approaching and staying authentic. You do not have
Yeah.
any playbook or metrics like 3 internships, 2 workshops, 5 papers. It doesn't work that way. University needs to see that whatever your passion is, you have pursued that passion and you have actively worked upon it. Okay, now talking about profile building to graduate opportunities, the jobs. Okay, I have a profile. I have studied abroad, or I have studied at a good university in India. You know, how are the current job market for you guys? Because Rohan, you come from a management consulting background, consulting hirings. I know a bit, but I would want to hear from you. Shubhari from the same university jobs, and Niyati for the Asian jobs. Yeah.
So, from a consulting jobs perspective, would be very surprised, but we are hiring in very big numbers right now. So, I mean, even when it was, I think during the first wave, that was when the hiring was stopped for a while. But right now, the business has resumed to normal, almost normal scenarios, and we are actually out in the system. I mean, we have less people now than required to do business. Every person is doing twice the amount of work because we don't have people. So, we are just hiring out quite crazily in terms of, just lateral hiring, because campus hiring is just not enough right now. So I think, and that this is something not just in BCG, but I've seen this in other similar companies as well when I talk to friends, not just in consulting, but also in similar companies in other industries. So I think business is slowly coming to normal. Second wave was tough, but now I think if you look at the next few months, most of the companies have come to a stable hybrid kind of a model, and they've really changed their way of working. The problem with the first wave was that everyone was taken aback. Nobody was prepared for it, and that is why everyone was very severely affected with it. But now most of the companies are very well prepared with it. The clients also expect this to be the new normal. Right. Companies also expect this to be the new normal. Employees also are getting digitally upskilled to be able to survive in this. So I think right now I don't see this as the job market as a very tough scenario, especially for the next few months.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Shubhari.
Yeah, Nikhil, the job market is opening up. There's no denying it. There are jobs which are coming into the market. At least from an edtech perspective, education industry, if you open up any newspaper, you'll see a lot of people are already looking for jobs in this scenario. One market which has definitely taken a hit is oil and gas. So if any of your students are looking at getting a job in the Middle East, this is not the time to apply for it. I know this more than anybody else because I have my colleagues who are coming back to India right now. And they're like, "Yeah, naukri nahi hai. What do we do?" I mean, and I keep telling them that join education. This is the best time to be in education right now. If you can find a job in education, this is the time. I mean, so most of the students who are going to do certification from say Coursera or from Upgrad or from go to the career section, you'll find a ton of jobs which are already over there, or even Byju's for that matter. There are going to be, so I'll tell you a little bit about how we were working in 2019 and how it has changed in 2020 and 21. In 2019, we were taking 100 flights in a year, traveling across the country, meeting universities and colleges across the country. Today, we don't have to step out of the room. I pick up the phone. Yes, can we have a virtual meeting? And everybody is getting used to the fact that let's do a virtual meeting. Let's not travel. People don't want to travel anymore. We are saving so much. Our top line increased last year because of the fact that we didn't travel. And we actually had a good year last year, even during the COVID year. Okay, so from an education perspective, this is a good time to be in the education sector, and it's going to continue for the next 4 to 5 to 6 years. After that, I don't know, because most of the teachers students have spoken to, they're saying that we want to come back to the normal mode. We don't want this hybrid thing. We don't want this online and this hybrid thing. But till the scenario gets better, this is how it is going to be. So yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, there's a lot of hiring in the education sector. Please apply.
Absolutely. In fact, we are also hiring, just an open announcement, and we have so many positions to apply. Yeah, over to Niyati about the international jobs.
Yeah, I think Rohan and Subhayu have very well, I mean, they've very summarized, how the change has happened very well. And I agree with them. Now, I think companies have slowly started to understand that this is the new normal. And especially tech companies are more open now, more open to the work from home model, or another model where you work, say, 2 days in a week and the other 3 days you're working from home. There are a lot of remote work opportunities. There are a lot of part-time jobs that are opening up. So yeah, I wouldn't say that, yes, definitely 2020 was not very great because a lot of companies had a hiring freeze also because of the lockdown. But now it's getting much better. And if I talk about the company that I'm working with, it's a startup, and it's hiring. We're hiring a lot of people, especially that we're growing our marketing and sales team. So the great part is that there is no compulsion that you have to be in Hyderabad or in Bangalore or Singapore. Basically, this is where the company's offices are. You can work from anywhere. So I think that just opens up opportunities for a lot of people, globally, because you can work from anywhere. And companies have seen that there has not been any dips or anything in productivity or any kind of loss. So this model is actually working really well. But having said that, yes, we do miss that in-person interaction, and everybody is kind of longing to, get back to the office where you have your team meetings and you have your huddles and everything that, you do in person. You can walk up to anybody's desk and, ask any question or ask any doubt or work with people, or you can, and the breaks, the team offsites, all of that. Everybody's definitely missing that. But yeah, like Subhayu said, education sector is hiring. Apart from that, a lot of other sectors that are doing really well. And so people who are looking for jobs can look at, say, healthcare sector. Pharmaceutical is doing really well. Even if I talk about tech, artificial intelligence, that is doing really well. Education technology, that's also doing really well. And a lot of people are also, now that people are consuming a lot of content, there are also people who are creating a lot of content. So a lot of people who, if you have a special kind of talent, if you're say, if you're good at cooking, or if you're good at art, or anything like that, or blogging or something. So people are people are moving into, content creation roles as well. You see a lot of influencers, bloggers who are doing really well, making great use of social media and other online platforms and applications. So that's also another kind of career trajectory that is now very popular, and people are looking at that. Yeah.
Is Nikhil's video stuck?
I think Nikhil just
But I think one more thing is at this current scenario, I don't think a lot of people are getting jobs outside India as well, right? This is maybe you guys can tell a little bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's country to country. A lot of countries have tightened their restrictions in terms of like the visa issues also because of the lockdown, because a lot of countries have closed their borders to India. So I think that is a big hindrance. I can talk about Singapore. I know that a lot of companies in Singapore prefer people who are either permanent residents or citizens, rather than people who are, international students or international applicants. So yeah, that is definitely one big hindrance. It has become challenging, and that mainly because of the border situation and the visa restrictions.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Great.
I mean, getting an employment pass in Singapore is almost next to impossible.
Yes, it's yeah. So how it works in Singapore is you get a student pass, which is for the duration of your program, which is either 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years. And then after that, you get an opportunity to kind of apply for a long-term visit pass, which is another extra year. And then you have that much time to kind of to apply and bag a good role in a good company. And if the company is willing to sponsor your employment pass, then well and good. But if that's not happening, then that's a huge challenge. And yeah, a lot of students have had to come back to India because of this issue. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so I have a final question. I think there's one student who has asked a particular question. With this, we'll definitely end. Okay. So, okay. So just as the speaker told that you can take up blogging or content creation because it's a creator's economy coming up, how can we put up this to the companies or colleges and show it to them? Is these things also considered important?
Do you mind if I take this question, Nikhil? Yeah. So in college, I did a 100 days, 100 beers challenge. Okay. I tried 100 different beers during the 100 days which I was there in college. I was lucky because I was going from Singapore to Sydney to Dubai. And you'll be shocked that most of the companies that I applied for, that was the first question they asked me. That what is this about? You need to put that kind of stand away or something different in your profile, and that definitely helps. And that is something which I added in my resume. I still add it, and still, a couple of people do ask me when I'm applying for jobs. And that's exactly what you can do is when you're doing blogging, you can say that I'm creative. When you're doing content creation, I'm articulate in terms of building my own website, and I'm self-sufficient. These are things which students can probably express to colleges and universities.
Perfect.
Yeah, just to add on to Subhayu, actually, a lot of I'll talk about, say, international abroad university. A lot of students, especially Indian students that apply to international universities, tend to have, say, very good profiles, say, similar GMAT, GRE scores. So then what happens is every university has a quota on the number of students they can actually take from every country. So what then they look for is a differentiating factor, like a wow factor. So like Subhayu said, 100 days, 100 beer, that's something that it stands out. It differentiates you from the other students, and this is something that I was also questioned on when I was applying to when I had my interview for the university, and that's when you have to highlight a different kind of experience that you had, either some past internship or some kind of content creation or blogging or anything else that you've done that will stand out. And and like the question that has come up, like how do we put it up to companies? We have to highlight the skills, highlight how that is going to contribute to the discussions, and how it's going to contribute to the table in your university, and how it's also going to help you in the future. So you can kind of tie back everything you do to your main goal and your passion.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Niyati, Rohan, and Shubhayu for joining in. And I think a lot of students would have gotten their doubts cleared: how to build a profile, how to plan for it, how a university is taking this up, and specifically for the MBA grads, take up these insights and start applying in your regular planning for your education. Thank you again, Niyati, Rohan, and Shubhayu for joining in. You guys have been our lovely speakers.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks, Niyati, Subhayo.
Yeah, thank you, Rohan, Subhayo. Thank you for having us.
So, yes, we are running a little late, and there's the next session that is coming up, and it's another special session started by two amazing speakers are joining in. One speaker is literally joining in from the international waters right now, and he's traveling. One of my great friends, and he also runs a big community to help Indian students with their exams and preparations. And there's another speaker who is joining from UK, London. So we are going to have a lot of discussions. If you ever plan to study in UK or Ireland, we have two really amazing speakers. So let me introduce you to the two speakers that we have. So we have Arth Patel. Arth Patel is the co-founder of Brain Heaters and a YouTuber with millions of views and followers. With more than 18,000 subscribers on YouTube and approximately 1 million views, he's been intriguing with the facts that he could reach out to the students without any paid advertisement. It's all organic growth for Earth. Earth has websites which has more than close to 100,000 users from Mumbai, and he's very popular in Western India region, and they have a very good community of brain eaters. This made him to deep diver in into digital marketing content, and eventually pursue his masters in digital marketing. So this is a very interesting insights. While doing your side hustle, you kind of learned what you want to pursue. With a keen interest in digital marketing and entrepreneurial skill set, he would help you to get a best shot in bringing the value to the corporate world. So welcome to this panel, Arth.
Hi everyone, how are you all? How are you doing, Nikhil?
All good, Arth. So where are you currently?
I'm currently in Cappadocia in Turkey.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so let me introduce to the next speaker, Ravin. Ravin Rauri is an architect, a creative producer, and an interdisciplinary artist working with technology for performance and interaction. You might have learned about design, you might have learned about technology, but Ravin is going to tell you how design and technology have a very interesting mix. So he's been accorded with multiple awards, which also includes the New York International Film Award. His work has been exhibited across Italy, Austria, UK, and US. He completed his bachelor's from University of Hong Kong, with HKU Foundation Scholarship for being the outstanding student. And he's also currently pursuing his postdoctoral research at Interactive Architecture Lab in UCL. UCL is one of the top 10 universities in UK. So thank you, Ravin, for joining in. Welcome to the session, guys.
Of course. Hi, Nikhil. Hi, Earth. Thanks for having me.
Hi, how are you, Ravi?
I'm good. Thank you.
Perfect. So, guys, I've given a very formal introduction, but I would want audience to know a little bit about your main background, like where in India do you come from, what have you studied in India, or what kind of education you had, and then why you chose to study a particular university abroad. So let's start from Earth and then to Ravin.
Perfect. So I did my bachelor's in computer science in 2000. I completed it in 2019. But as they say, like engineer, an engineer does everything apart from being an engineer. So so after, like, in the second or the third year, I kind of decided to switch to digital marketing because me and my friend Harsh started a YouTube channel and building a community. So that's how I fell in love in digital marketing. So that's when I decided to switch and pursue digital marketing further. So as soon as I completed my bachelor's in computer science, I decided to do a master's. And when it came to doing a master's, I was looking at different options, and I found that Ireland was a good place where I could go and do my master's at that point. So I did my master's from Ireland in Trinity College, Dublin. So I completed it in 2020, and then I've been doing freelancing and working for clients and handling the business, everything. So yeah, I've been traveling for a year now. So right now I'm in Turkey. So that's how my career has been. I hope I've kept it short, and you got a gist of how the trajectory is.
Absolutely. Yeah, over to Ravin.
Thank you. That's a very great introduction, Art. Thanks for doing that. So I grew up in Delhi, in New Delhi. I went to school, at TPS Arkipuram. And then I moved to Hong Kong when I was 18 to study a bachelor's degree in architecture. I was there for a few years. I think I finished my bachelor's and then I worked for a few years. But I was kind of interested in what design is beyond architecture, because I think from very early on I had a pretty interdisciplinary mindset. So I was looking at creative practices in studios that would not only do architecture but also like dive into other creative fields like art installation, creative design, creative technology, things like that. Working with museums and cultural institutions. Because as a creative, I was always kind of more interested in narrative-based media and designing spatial experiences rather than designing space itself. So then eventually I also then started some postgraduate research with the University of Hong Kong, and then finally found my way to London at UCL at the Bartlett School of Architecture, where I did my Master of Architecture in Design for Performance and Interaction. So I've just finished that, and I'm still in the middle of defining my professional practice in the UK. I'm currently working with an institution of new media in Austria called Ars Electronica. And Ars Electronica is a big festival of new media that happens every year. So it's happening in September this year, and we'll be presenting some of our work there. So yeah, that's a little bit of my background. Hope it wasn't too confusing, but yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, interesting. So, Ravin, you already have studied, abroad for your bachelor's, right? And now you happen to, take up your master's abroad. What was that decision that, led you to, okay, I need to study abroad, not particularly right now in India, for your particular fields? Any specific trigger points or insights that you can share on what parameters did you guys decided, okay, I would want to study in this country, probably in this university?
Well, for me, it was the exposure that I was gonna get. To be very honest, for me, the degree which I did in digital marketing, it's more of a creative kind of a field. So in that, formal education, I didn't think would be, a big part. But for me, it was the exposure that I would get because my course which I took had people from like classmates from around 30 nationalities. So it was a big thing for me because I wasn't that good at communicating with people, interacting, gelling well, networking. So I thought this would be the right choice to go to an English speaking country and having people from so many nationalities. That would give me a good exposure to the different cultures and built a network like throughout Europe, and eventually it happened worldwide. So that was one of the trigger point. And when it came to the country, Ireland was like, I thought of USA and every other option that's available over there. But in terms of visas and the language barrier, I thought Ireland would be the right choice for me because it's English speaking and it had 2 years of visas as well. So that was the situation, like how I decided to do a master's.
Interesting. Yeah, what about you, Ravin? Like, for your bachelor's and master's?
So I think for bachelor's it was slightly different. I think the reason was twofold. Firstly was, I guess, similar to Earth, just the architecture industry in India, right, at least education wise, even professional practice wise, I think is, I come from a history of like a lot of architects. My grandfather was the ex-director of School of Planning and Architecture. So, I know exactly what's happening in the education sector and architecture in India because of him. My father is an architect as well. And firstly, like getting into an architecture school in India is very competitive, and the education has not stayed, at least back in 2012 when I was applying, and I could make a pretty educated guess that even now had not kind of met with the technology that was prevalent for architects in the rest of the world. So I think the major decision was like a curriculum one. I think, in order to have like broader horizons, it was probably a better idea to study abroad. But then obviously the second decision was obviously a financial one. Because I think Hong Kong is a great place in terms of like, kids that maybe can't afford to go to America or the UK or Europe, where tuition fees might be slightly more expensive, because tuition fee in Hong Kong is slightly more affordable. And the University of Hong Kong, I think they also do a great job with offering a lot of like need-based scholarships. So although I got a merit-based scholarship, they also have some need-based scholarships. So you can show them your financial condition, and if they feel that you can, because the government of Hong Kong is very, 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 very rich, so they are able to offer students good scholarships to come study there. And then for the UK, for my masters, I think that was a pretty simple decision, because I established myself as a person in the industry in Hong Kong, and it was just the next move that made sense in terms of like being a stepping stone towards like even better things, even better access to technology, even better access to creators. Because as a designer or an architect or any kind of creative, there's like a few cities in the world that you really want to be in. London is one of them. It's a great place for creative people to be. It's a great place to establish a professional network. The Bartlett School of Architecture is one of the best architecture schools in the world in UCL. So yeah, I think firstly it was a bit more of a financial decision to move to Hong Kong, and then to the UK was just entirely professional / career decision.
Absolutely. And I think this definitely indicates a pretty strong indicator that people don't move abroad for studies because their friends are moving or because there is a trend about it. So that's a very interesting insights that's being shared. Now let's understand, you guys are living in Ireland and UK right now. What are the new upcoming fields that you guys see are growing in your country, and what kind of scope international students would have in the target countries that you are currently in?
Yeah. So I would say tech is booming. Like anything related to digital transformation in Ireland is currently booming. Like you'll see the jobs over there and things like that, like marketing, sales, and tech and everything. In terms of other fields, like it was difficult when I completed my graduation because COVID was at peak, but people were able to find jobs in their field, but it just took a while. So some took 6 months, some took 8 months. And in that duration, if you want to, pay for your living and stuff, you would be able to find part-time jobs or jobs that would just do to, get the return on investment, save some extra money, pay for the rent and things like that. So getting jobs, like if you want any, like the jobs that are not specialized in your field, you would be able to get that. But if you want the jobs that are dedicated to your field, in like non-tech fields, it might take a while, but eventually you would get it. And in tech, there's always opening, like you will see people getting jobs, switching and everything. So that's how the trend is currently in Ireland. And one of the things that I realized is that was a big difference for me from India when I moved abroad, was the universities over there. Like it didn't matter much from which university did you come from. It was more about the projects, it was more about the skill sets that you have. So it was about that. Am I frozen or Nikhil's frozen? I'm not sure about that. Oh, it's all good. So even if you did from the 10th rank college or the 15th rank college, it didn't matter much because they didn't have campus interviews. So as long as you have a portfolio that you are quite confident about, you would be able to get the job anytime, like right now as well, or even the pandemic hits again, because there is demand. If you could, do the job, you'll get the job.
Yeah, I think kind of similar. I think the UK has slightly different restrictions in terms of how much you can work and what you can do. So when you're a student here, you're allowed to work for 20 hours a week, and you can kind of do whatever you want, in those 20 hours. But once you've graduated, you have around 4 months to find a sponsorship for a skilled worker visa, which you then have to change from your student visa to your skilled worker visa. I think with the UK, depending on, because the creative industry is so wide, I think depending on where you fit within, where your niche is, or where you fit within that very wide spectrum of creative industry, it might be slightly harder or easier for you to find a job. For me personally, I found it quite difficult because my industry is niche to the extent that creative practices can be quite small. And in the UK, your best bets are, practices or companies that you may apply to that have a sponsorship license to give you a visa. So, yeah, I think, and companies that have those sponsorship licenses will often be companies with more employees or people that have hired international students in the past. I think if you're coming for a professional course like a straight Part 2 RIBA Architecture Masters, which is the professional practice masters, and you're deciding to work purely as an architect, you will probably find it a lot easier to find a job because you'll be applying to the more traditional architecture firms. But if you're like me and you're looking at more emerging technologies, you're looking at AR, VR, film, robotics, what all of this, how all of these things intersect with space and architecture, then obviously the practices that do those kind of things are relatively smaller. But one of the good things is that universities now have, almost every single university in the UK and across the world will have some kind of research lab that will look into emerging technologies within spatial discourses or whatever. So even if you don't find a job in the industry, you could still find jobs as like research assistants or things like that at universities, which may sponsor a visa for you. So overall, I think it's a hard one to answer. It really depends on like how you position yourself as a creative and where you fit within the creative industry. If your only goal is to get a visa, then it's better to be more specific in what you do. If you don't mind or you have other ways to get a visa, because there are other options to get a visa, you just have to find them. Then you can kind of be more flexible with how specific you want to be in terms of your own practice, basically. Yeah.
Interesting. So
And
now
I,
we'll
w- I
move.
would just like to add something in, like, even I had this confusion about UK and Ireland, like where should I go? So the thing that kind of pushed me towards Ireland was the freedom of visa that you get. Like, irrespective of, even if you get a job or you don't get a job, you still get a visa for 2 years. Like, you have to apply it every once a year, but that's how, even if you're working as a sales rep in a shop, you would still be able to extend your visa. So you would have enough time to like save some money and get the return on investment, even if you don't end up getting the dream job that you were looking for. So that's a good thing. So many of my friends have been, like, when it was difficult just to pay the bills, were doing jobs like in shops for 40 hours as well, and it was paying them quite good. If you know how to save money, you would be able to save 1 lakh a month or something like that. So it's a like it the visa policy in Ireland kind of helps reduce the risk. So even after a year, if you, let's say, get your dream job, you'll be still able to work for that company for a year, and then if you're well and good, they'll sponsor for your critical skill permit or a general employment permit, and then you'll be able to continue. So in that way, I feel Ireland was the right fit for me as well.
Wow, that's very interesting insights. So students do take note of this, and when you're applying, understanding the work permit, understanding the visa types are very critical because this kind of helps you in your long-term journey. Talking about the long-term journey before even applying, when you're looking at the top universities applications, it is super competitive. It is going to be competitive, and there are two essential factors here. Is number one, you're financing your education, the scholarships, and other financial ways. And number two, to be able to stand out in those application process so that number you secure an admit and probably some scholarships. So I would want to know from both of you, starting from Raveen to Arth, what kind of scholarships or financial aids would you guys see or recommend students who are planning to study in UK that they should explore and prepare, and when do they should start looking on preparing for it, because a lot of students do delays in this kind of a process and they lose out on most of them. So that's number one question, and then we'll discuss about the profile building part. How can they build their profile?
So in terms of the UK, I think the financial aspect is twofold. Obviously, there's the tuition fee, and then there's your living expenses. If you're living in London, it can be really expensive. If you're living somewhere outside of London, you might have it a little bit better off. But in terms of scholarships, I know about UCL that they have like a postgraduate student scholarship. So if you just Google postgraduate student scholarship, you should be able to see the scholarships that UCL itself offers. I think it's a good idea to get on those applications early on because they're given on a rolling basis. So, the earlier you apply, I think the better chance you might have of actually getting it. Once you have your admission decision, I would say maybe, and you've decided that you are going to that university, maybe start already applying for some of the scholarships. Other than that, I know the government of India also has some scholarships which they offer to UK students. I have a friend who's she's moving to the UK next year, and she's, I think, in some final rounds for a few scholarships from the government of India or like private organizations in India. I'm not sure if Tata has a scholarship, but I think there's scholarships even within India for like students that are coming to the UK. I think the ones that are offered by UK universities can be quite competitive, if not equally competitive to the ones in India. So it might be a good idea to even look at home for scholarships in the UK. And you can always get multiple scholarships, because it's not necessary that a scholarship will cover all your expenses or will cover your entire tuition and your expenses. So it doesn't hurt to like buy stop at one scholarship, apply for more than one. You can then cover your living expense also maybe. So yeah.
Interesting.
In terms of scholarships in Ireland, like the best way to find it out for me, like when I was researching, was the college's website. So when, like for example, if I say Trinity's website, they have dedicated section about scholarships and how you could get them, and they have kind of really segregated it for, let's say, Irish people, international students. So you will be able to see the different options that are available. And like many Indian people did get a scholarship. The amount was comparatively like 10% of the tuition fee, but still it plays a big role. So you definitely could get the scholarships. That these scholarships were offered by the college itself, and then there were scholarships offered by the government of Ireland and things like that. So in that section, so if you want to figure out which scholarships you need, I would recommend just go to your target college's website, and over there you'll have all the details about which options you have available. So when it came to scholarships in like my college, they had just two questions that you need to fill it out, and I filled it out after getting the admit, so it was too late for me. But then you could kind of do it earlier as well. So the admissions in Ireland start around October, September, October. So it's on a rolling base. So if you could do it earlier, do the research, answer those questions, you'll be well and good to get the scholarship.
Okay, so now let's come to three important topics. One is profile building. Number two is going to be the test that people would need to study in Ireland or UK, and number three would be the unconventional fields. And how would you have chosen such different fields, and how is the people's response, and how world respond to the new unconventional fields that you guys might have seen. So starting from profile building, how does a person look towards building their profile? What is the ideal timeline that they should look at, and what could be the hygiene pointers that you guys can recommend in terms of building one's profile for a target course?
Okay,
maybe
Ravin.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
you go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. Let's start from Earth and then to Ravin.
Okay, perfect. So I would like to be very honest. I never kind of went like on building a profile. I would say my journey. Ravin, like there's a bit of background noise. If you want to go ahead once this kind of
Yeah,
stops.
sure. Yeah, I think profile building. Okay, so as as um, as a creative practitioner, I think everyone's journey for building their profile is going to be quite individual. But I think that acknowledging that journey is very important. Of course, you can have a traditional path where say let's say you're an architect, you do some internships, you get your first job, you progress in that job, and that's kind of your profile. But if you're really looking towards crossing disciplines, or being an interdisciplinary or a transdisciplinary creative, then your journey is often quite individual, but I think quite crucial to explaining where you position yourself as a creative practitioner. And I think it's really important for you to understand at every point of your career. I mean, I'm also in the middle of still defining my professional practice, but I think it's very important to understand exactly how you got where you've gotten. Keep telling yourself the story of yourself, like, how did I reach this point? Because that story can often become quite important to someone you're trying to find a job with, or someone you're trying to collaborate with on a project, or someone you're trying to just have the opportunity to work with. How does your story make you who you are, and as a result make you good for doing this particular job? So yeah, that being said, I think if you are a sort of creative practitioner that does dive into multiple fields and collects multiple fields, oftentimes it becomes difficult for the industry to recognize you. Now, that's something that I'm actually working on right now with Ars Electronica. Is we're actually trying to write a manifesto and define the practice of being a creative producer within these interdisciplinary fields. So I think there's both. There's acknowledging your journey and presenting it in a way that allows you to get access to work. But then, of course, there's also a lot of times where it becomes difficult to understand for people the work that you do. And then, you can jump onto organizations, or there's always people writing manifestos, or there's always people writing papers. So you can always jump onto these things to get with people that actually help you build your profile and build your collective profile with other people that are like you, which is something that I'm doing right now. So yeah, main thing is acknowledge your journey and tell yourself that story and present that story to people as your profile. How did I reach where I am? Because that's often the most interesting part of your profile is, how did you take all these steps to get to this point, I think.
Interesting.
Exactly, Ravin. So the point where you said about acknowledging your journey, I would say for me it was the same thing. Like, to be very honest, when I went in the classroom, people asked me like, "What have you done before?" So I said computer science, and they were astonished like I did digital marketing. But then when you look at the journey, uh, when I was in second year or third year of my engineering, I started a YouTube channel. Then we started learning about digital marketing. So my profile, my SOP would kind of narrate that story from like why I switched from computer science to like digital marketing, and how my interest became like in digital marketing. So for sure, like when you're building a profile, it's more about the journey which you kind of take. So for example, if you want to do your masters, it's the journey from first year to the fourth year that you're taking, like in terms of learning C programming, then doing some internships, then projects. So it's not like in one, like in 2 or 3 months you just do some random projects and your profile all of a sudden becomes good, because that's not sufficient to show the journey that you have taken and why you want to do that masters. So it's important to channelize, or make the most of the 4 years or 3 years of undergrad which you have, to build a strong profile. So it's good as early as you start. So but then if you have less time, you could think of the story which you want to tell, and try to accumulate so proofs that you would kind of put in that story. So just to make up the story, so like 3 or 4 months or a year or 2 years, whatever time you have left, I would say just make the most use of it.
Interesting. Okay, perfect. So now we have come to the most important and the last particular thing, because digital marketing is though getting a more popular field, but pursuing creative fields in India is not being earlier very popular, you know, and there are so many more unconventional fields. I'm sure Ravin would agree because when you go abroad, you kind of find more specializations, more uncommon, domains of education, right? So, how do someone look towards these kind of education, and what is your advice to the students who are planning to find something beyond a regular engineering or regular commerce courses?
Okay. So I think that you should really be doing this during your bachelor's degree, because I think it's quite at like 17 or 18 or however old you are when you go to study your first degree. Your brain is still developing. I feel you don't you're a product of your surroundings. What are your parents telling you to be? Of course, like there are some people that have that clarity from day one. you know that, like my girlfriend, for example, from day one she knew she wanted to be a vet. But there's mostly a lot of kids, I think, find themselves in the situation where they are defining who they are based on what the people want them to be. But I think, especially studying abroad, the good thing with bachelor's degrees abroad is that there's a lot of openness to thinking outside the box, to thinking outside of your field. In both in Hong Kong, I think Hong Kong used to follow the British system, but now they follow the American system, where the first year is like, we barely even studied any architecture in the first year, because it's basically called your foundation year, where you have a few architecture modules, because I was studying architecture, but then they encourage you to take 4 or 5 modules from all the different schools that they have, all the different faculties that they have, because then at the end of the first year, you actually have the option to switch. You don't even have to stay in the same degree, because you studied a few modules from different faculties and you realize that, okay, maybe this isn't for me, but this something else is for me, or maybe it helps you with a larger realization later on in life. So I think bachelor's is a really good time to understand yourself more, and also understand like your career more. And the good thing with universities abroad is that it's a very application based mindset. So you will always have opportunities to collaborate with people that don't belong to your discipline, and as a result understand how your discipline transcends boundaries that you might have set yourself, or you might think that have existed before. Because almost we're anyways now, the idea of disciplines being segregated from each other is quite an antiquated notion. Most people are now moving towards a more interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary understanding of the world. And you will see this when you're at university. And in your bachelor's degree, I think is a good time to try to explore those options if they are of interest to you. Talk to as many people as you can, collaborate with as many people as you can. And I think you will feel different once you graduate from your bachelor's, because that may then define where you end up going. It may define like the master's degree you choose. I think the main advice that I would give is to treat university as a time where you learn how to think, where you learn how to open your mind. That box that you're in, it opens up. And I think that's the main thing. Be open to that, and the answers will come to you eventually. Yeah, that's all that I'll say for that.
Perfect.
And just to add on, like I have a really interesting experience. Like I have been traveling around 4 or 5 months continuously, and I've met so many people from different culture and things like that. So when I say like I've done my masters and things like that, and they ask me my age, it's 23. It's a big shock for them, because for them doing a masters, it's at 26, 27. So what I've realized, like I've met so many people, like they definitely like when they talk about their education and stuff like that, you'll see so many unconventional degrees that they want to pursue. Like currently I'm in Turkey, and I met a girl over here, and she's studying Indian like history. Like she's so much into India and things like that, yoga and things like that. So what like I kind of realized is like, as much time as you give to yourself in terms of exploring different stuff, you'll come to know what you're more passionate about. So under like in your bachelor's, you would, like I say this to my students as well, like when I communicate in the community, it's like it's called rapid experimentation. So just don't get stuck on one thing. Like try a thing, see if it sticks with you, you like it or no. If it doesn't, just switch to another field, because that's how I figured out that I was really passionate about creative things and digital marketing, content creation, and things like that, because I tried C programming, data science, machine learning, and everything, and that wasn't of interest to me. But if I hadn't tried these things, I would have, eventually done a master's in computer science or something abroad. So if you want to, figure out what's the right fit for you, I guess this is the approach. And then for sure, when these guys study these unconventional fields, they have huge scope. Like, for example, the girl who's studying the Indian methodology, or Sanskrit and things like that, she's in direct contact with the Indian embassy, where she'll be coming to India, doing yoga, giving yoga lessons and things like that. So there are opportunities. It's just that you need to figure it out and give time to yourself.
Perfect. Now, this is really interesting, guys. And thank you, Arth, and thank you, Ravin, for joining in for the today's session. I hope you guys have enjoyed sharing your insights, and wish you great luck in your careers also. And I believe audience would have also loved your feedbacks, your insights, your stories around the careers and profile building. Thank you guys again for joining in. It was
Thank
lovely
you.
Thank you
hosting
so
you.
much.
Oh,
It
it's
was a
nice to
pleasure,
be here.
Nikhil.
It's nice to meet you,
Nice
Arth,
to be
and
here.
nice to meet you, Nikhil. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank-
All right.
So, guys, we have come to the end of the second last session. So, you guys have understood that studying abroad doesn't mean just studying blindly any particular course. You need to study something which you really enjoy and which you really can, take up the opportunity. Okay. So when you're planning to study abroad, do find out what field you are interested in, because your passion is going to follow your profession, right? So that's one of the important things. If you have attended the previous sessions on US or and even for Australia, you would have understood that universities or even the top companies do prefer people who are more passionate towards their profession. You do not do things just for the heck of, or for the sake of doing things, right? You do things because you really enjoy it. So try to find those passions, try to explore those things. With that said, the next session or the final session for today is going to be all about passion explorations. Okay. So we are going to, have two amazing speakers from Canada who are going to help you understand what are the things that you can study in Canada. Canada being one of the, most popular country right now, and who are inviting more and more immigrants, for their growing economy. And Canada is one of the immigrant-friendly country in this world. So, if you have attended all these sessions for today, I'll share with you shortly the feedback form. Do share your feedback about how did you like the session, what you want to suggest us to improve upon it, which speaker did you like, what are the sessions you have attended. The simple way to fill up the feedback form is enter the name of the event, name of the speaker, and just submit it. For people who are submitting the feedback form genuinely, we have certain rewards, certain cash vouchers, certain goodies, certain test vouchers for all of you. We will share with you over an email, and we'll announce them in our community and also on the last day for the previous giveaways. So before we move on to the next session, let me share something very interesting. Studying abroad would need few things for you upfront, right? Number one is your planning, your purpose. Number two is what exactly you want to study. And number three would be the country, the courses, and all. But then once you've decided these things, the most important step that comes in is taking tests. What kind of test would you want to take up? What test would add a bit better and bigger value to it? So all these things would need to be understood, right? So we have one interesting and amazing test partner which has something to share with you. Let me share the video with you.
Lots of tests will promise you the world, but only the TOEFL test gives you the best chance at getting into your top choice university. In any country in the world, like the land of burgers and fries, the home of prawns on the barbecue, the birthplace of maple syrup, and anywhere and everywhere you choose to study in Europe. The world awaits. The TOEFL test is the test that can get you to where you want to go, the university of your choice. Give yourself the advantage. Take the TOEFL test.
So you would have understood what TOEFL test can give you. It is one of the most popular English language test in the world. It is accepted globally at all the countries. There is no absolute hesitation, and it's been always preferred by the students who are going to US, Canada, UK, and Australia. More number of people are giving TOEFL test, and it is one of the market leaders for the online English language test also. So if you're planning to give TOEFL test in your or English language test and you don't have test centers right now nearby, you can definitely take up TOEFL IBT online tests also. But once your tests are done, once your admits are secured, then what's next? You would need education loan. Yes, education loan is not always the choice, but when you're taking up education loan, you need to discuss about what are the interest rates, what are the loan criteria, what's the moratorium period, and so many more things, right? So we have another amazing partner who takes care of the entire education loan segment, and they are one of the leading lenders in India. Let me share with you what they have to offer for you. So yes, now we are all set and ready for the next session about viewpoints in Canada. We would have a lot of discussions about studying in Canada. What are the insights to it? We got some amazing speakers already lined up for this. So just stay connected. We are going to go live, in the next few seconds. So the next two speakers that we have, I'm just going to give you a very basic introduction towards these speakers, and they are very, very amazing speakers that you should know and talk to them and get very detailed guidance about what you want to do in your, career. So we have Esther. Esther Park is an associate director of TOEFL Client Relations in Canada. She is dedicated to supporting students and mobility and advancing the quality and of equity in education. While serving as a Canadian representative of ETS TOEFL program, she aims to be helping academic institutions in Canada to meet the international student recruitment goals by applying 15 years of her expertise and experience in partnership development and account management. She is also, building relationships and student recruitment for English language sector in Canada, US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. So let us welcome Esther, and she's one of the amazing individuals that you would learn today a lot about Canada. So hi Esther, welcome to the session.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, Esther, can you speak a little louder? You're not audible.
I was trying to test my headset just to make sure that my sound was working. Is that
Okay.
better?
It's still very low in terms of the voice.
Okay, how is now?
Better.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna
Perfect.
try to speak louder, which is
Yeah.
always hard when it's 6 a.m. and I'm working from home. The rest of your family are sleeping. Can you hear me?
No, Esther, we can't hear you again.
Okay.
Probably need to adjust the microphone.
How about I log out and log back in?
Sure.
So waiting for the
Absolutely.
next speaker. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, let me introduce you to the next speaker who is an entrepreneur also. So, Pawan is one of the dynamic leaders and an entrepreneur and a true educationist at heart. He has over 24 years of international experience and thought leadership in several domains such as education, assessment, admission testing, sales, and marketing. Pawan is one of the passionate individuals who uses technology in education and thereby improving the learning outcome for millions of students. Pawan has also worked at many global education companies like ACT, Oxford University Press, Pearson, Prometric, and the Princeton Review. And in companies with multiple services domains like Blue Dot, British Standard institutions also. Pawan is a postgraduate alumni from in business management from IMI Delhi. So if you are anyone from Delhi logging in, just say hi in the comments. So hi Pawan, welcome to the session.
Hi, Nikhil. Can you hear me at least?
Yeah, I can. You're perfectly audible. Let me add Esther. Hi,
Is that
Esther.
better? Is
Oh
it
yeah,
better?
it's far better. It's far better.
Okay. My apologies. We all need to have these type of technical difficulties at some point, right? So we're gonna get ours out of the way now, and I'll be fine for the rest of the session.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, welcome guys to today's session. So, I'll be moderating the session. There are certain set of questions that students have asked, and I'm going to have more of a Q&A based discussion going ahead. So, before we jump into the Q&A, let's little bit deep dive into your informal backgrounds and introduction. So, I would like to have Pawan and Esther introduce yourself to the students and what they're going to learn today.
Sorry, am I going first or is Pawan going first?
Esther, go first.
So, my name is Esther Park. I'm an associate director for TOEFL Client Relations in Canada. I work as a key client liaison and account marketing manager for the TOEFL products and services in Canada. The clients I serve are education providers, student recruitment partners in the Canadian higher education market. Hopefully, you'll be able to gain a lot of insights about coming to Canada as an international student and some of the temporary policy changes, especially during COVID and pandemic right now. And if you have any additional questions, I'm more than happy to address them. But hopefully, I am able to share some insights, something new that you weren't aware of before. But I'm really excited and honored to participate in this panel discussion. So thank you very much to ForeignAdmits for inviting me.
Thank you, Esther. Love to see you here. So, Pawan.
Thank you, Nikhil. Like Esther, I think it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. So thanks, Nikhil and ForeignAdmits for having us here. It's also an honor to share the stage with Esther, who is so knowledgeable, and I'm sure I'll be learning a lot too, along with the audience here in this session. So as you mentioned already, I have got substantial layers of experience working in the study abroad segment in language proficiency tests. I was instrumental in computerizing CAT. CAT was, the IM CAT examination, which was a paper pencil examination for 33 years before we kind of computerized it way back in 2008, and now it's a computer-based test. Then I worked with Pearson, where I was instrumental in establishing Pearson Test of English in South Asia. Then my latest assignment before I started my own entrepreneurial journey was with ACT. ACT is a competitor to SAT, College Board, and I was handling their Asia region as their regional director. And the last 1 year, in middle of the pandemic, I decided to start something of my own. It's a small market entry firm, but again, totally dedicated to education, help companies and education to come into India, innovative products which have not yet reached the shores of India, work with the strategy and growth. And it's such a momentous occasion when I get to share the stage with Esther and you to learn more in my everyday dealings. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thanks, Pawan, and for joining in. So, Pawan, I have first question to you. How important is the contribution of Indian students who are currently opting to study at Canadian institutions? And what are the perceived benefits of families in India looking at Canada as an attractive destination?
That's a great question, Nikhil. Students who have migrated to Canada make a significant contribution to Canada's economy and culture. Indianism is so much ingrained in Canadians that I'm sure Esther here already knows a few Hindi and Punjabi words and obviously knows who Shah Rukh Khan is. So, namaste, Esther. Kaisi hain aap? Let me also share that India is Canada's one of the fastest growing business partners, and the trade between the two countries stand at about $10 billion every year. According to the statistics recorded by the Canadian Bureau of International Education, 34% of all inbound students in Canada are from India, which is by far the highest percentage. Last year, there were more than 220,000 Indian students in Canada. And according to a report in 2018, international students contributed $21.6 billion to Canada's GDP and supported almost 170,000 jobs for Canada's middle class. Now, this is a significant economic contribution, as you can imagine, and one that is felt right across the country. To your question about perceived benefits from the family, I'll be very honest. One of the biggest benefits that Indian families look towards Canada is for the PR. And Canada is a very welcoming country in that regard. I'll substantiate that with an example. In May this year, even when it was the height of pandemic around the world, Canada opened up a new one-time immigration program, which benefited over 90,000 international students and temporary workers. Now imagine if one-third are Indian students, which country got the maximum number of these PRs? Indians. And with so many people already in India, Indian families feel secure, a sense of calm, relief that my son, daughter, when they are going to Canada, they are in familiar territory. They are with known people. There's so many Punjabis living out there that a lot of streets have names in Punjabi. So if someone's relative or a first cousin is already there, so it kind of gives us assurance that hey, my child is taken care of. So I think that sense of assurance in Canada is a huge for family as a perceived benefit.
Interesting. So, when we look at the Canadian institutions, there are different kinds of universities and colleges in Canada. So, this question is definitely going to Esther about, can you help us understand a little bit about, the differences between the Canadian colleges and universities, and how do they differ in terms of their offerings?
Certainly. It may help to first understand that in Canada, there are three types of post-secondary institutions, so universities, colleges, and institutes. The system is quite similar to the US. However, what you may not realize is that over 90% of all students in Canada, including international students, are served by public institutions. Most post-secondary institutions in Canada are public and receive funding from the government. Now, typically, public institutions work very closely with government and education authorities to provide academic and meaningful education and preparation that is relevant and crucial in today's world. In other words, the academic standards and the quality of the programs are very high across Canada, regardless of whether you choose to study at a university or college. Now, having said that, there is a fundamental difference between universities and colleges in Canada. Universities tend to offer more research-focused programs on a wide range of topics at different levels of difficulty and complexity that enable students to engage in intriguing experiments and projects, thereby providing a more holistic study experience. Programs at colleges and institutes are considered more career specialization and offers concentration of courses in specific professional areas, as well as to provide technical training that are more career-oriented. Now, additionally, universities in Canada are degree granting institutions, usually 3 to 4 years for undergrad, 1 to 2 years for master's, additional 3 to 5 years for PhD. Colleges in Canada are diploma or advanced diploma granting institutions, but many colleges also offer degree programs in certain industries. In terms of fee structure, colleges in Canada generally have limited space and facilities. Therefore, the fee structure is lesser as compared to universities. The tuition fee at colleges range from 12 to 25,000 per year, Canadian dollars, whereas universities generally tend to provide many facilities and programs and are therefore more expensive than colleges. The tuition fee at universities ranges between 25 to 40,000 Canadian dollars per year for bachelor's degree program and anywhere from 25 to 75 for master's. If you're ever unsure of a school in Canada or their credentials or their accreditation, there's a great website you can visit. It's the Canadian Information Centre for International Credentials, CICIC. They maintain a directory of recognized schools in Canada. There, you can confirm whether an institution is private, public. You can also confirm the language of instructions because in Canada, of course, some schools deliver lessons in French. As well, you can check their designated learning institution status. I'm happy to share the link with ForeignAdmits to communicate to all of our audience today.
Perfect. Okay. So now, definitely there are different kinds of universities, which are offering, and we have seen a good growth in terms of international students applying to Canada. Pawan, can you help me understand, since you've been into the education testing, you definitely record a lot of people who are taking the test, right? So why is Canada, such a favorite destination for Indian students for higher education?
Great question again, Nikhil. And Canada, besides being such a beautiful country, my 4 points would be the following that makes Canada such a hit amongst international students, especially Indian students. The first is cost-effective education and living standards there. Now, when the word cost efficient or cost effective comes, we are all very happy. We all love sales. We all love discounted pricing. So whenever there's a sale, we all rush towards it. Now, Canada offers some of the world's most affordable education facilities as compared to other top study abroad destinations. Canada is also one of the most progressive countries that offers a remarkable quality of life that enables lifestyle and job opportunities. Now, this is one of the reasons why the country boasts a rich diversity of people from all over the world who have chosen Canada as their study education destination of choice. The second point, in my opinion, is high standardized education. In short, quality, good quality. Now, again, us Indians especially, whatever price we pay, we want good quality. Example, a 90-year-old guy goes to a shoe store and says, give me a shoe, but will it last for 20 years? And the shopkeeper says, Are Baba, first at least reach home. You're asking for 20 years. But the point is, we love quality. And the education system in Canada boasts of high standards, which is especially on account of the fact that education is very close to each and every person living in Canada. As a result, people are increasingly seeking to graduate from Canadian universities. Furthermore, the degrees conferred by Canadian universities are not only recognized globally, but also valued highly by the international employers. Third point is post-study work permit. Now, which is obviously no secret that after graduating from reputed international university, Indian students prefer to seek jobs with their study abroad destination. In Canada, international students who have acquired their master's degree from a Canadian university can apply for a post-study work permit with a tenure of 3 years. The influx of Indian students to Canada has registered a spike, since the introduction of SDS, which is a study direct stream, and the PGP facility. The last but not the least is a safe, secure, and satisfactory living environment. Now, security, be it financial, social, legal, is sought by everyone. Indian nationals are not different. And those who move to Canada to pursue their higher education also become enamored of the sense of security they get while living in their host city in Canada. Canada carries some of the lowest crime rates in the world and is very welcoming of racial diversity than most countries. So I believe, these 4 points really encompass what Canada has to offer. And that's why Canada is one of the top, in fact, the top destination for Indian students who are choosing to study abroad.
Wow, that sums it up to great extent, Pawan. Thank you for sharing your insights about Canada. And I think this gives a lot of sense of peace to the students who are planning to study in Canada, because the country is itself so much immigrant friendly. Talking about immigration, immigrant friendly, Esther, my next question is for you. Towards what are the steps taken by the Canadian government, to welcome the international students back to the country? And what are the recent changes that you've seen in the study rules for the postgraduate visa permit, a work permit?
So there are several temporary measures that will continue to serve international students for Canada until hopefully we are out of this pandemic. And these include those enrolled in post-graduation work permit programs, as Pavan mentioned. Before I list these measures, though, I want to say, as Pavan mentioned, that one of the most attractive things that draws international students to Canada, besides the affordability and high quality of education across the country, as Pava mentioned, is the pathway to permanent residency. Compared to countries like the US, the UK, and even Australia, the process to permanent residency in Canada is much easier and less expensive. The Canadian government introduced several new programs this year, and I highly recommend you visit the IRCC website to explore these options and start your long-term plans, which starts with your Canadian post-secondary education. And so I will go right into the temporary policy changes the Canadian government implemented to help support international students during COVID. And all of these measures I am listing are listed on the IRCC website. And I ask that you visit the IRCC website to obtain the full details and conditions. So as a valid study permit holder, you can continue to enter Canada as an essential traveler even during the border closure. There is a caveat to this, especially concerning those in India, but I will get to this a little bit later. In terms of this point, keep in mind that your school must be included on the list of designated learning institutions with approved COVID-19 readiness plans. Okay. Now, fully vaccinated international students who test negative for COVID-19 upon arrival in Canada will not be subject to the federal requirement to quarantine or to take a test on day 8. In addition, these individuals will not be required to stay at a government authorized accommodation. And just for your information, Canada government approved vaccines, there are 4: AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Okay. Now, those enrolled in a post-graduation work permit program, eligible programs can complete up to, used to be 50%, but up to 100% now of their program online from outside Canada. The time spent studying outside of Canada can be counted towards the overall length of the post-graduation work permit until the end of this year. Same rule applies to those studying more than one program, referred to as program stacking. You can complete 100% of both programs from outside Canada. Lastly, and this is an important one, especially for those still currently in Canada, former post-graduation work permit holders and current post-graduation work permit holders with soon-to-expire permits may be eligible to apply for an open work permit for a maximum duration of 18 months under a temporary public policy to facilitate the issuance of an open work permit. Again, please visit the IRCC website to obtain full details of these temporary policy changes and how these will impact your plans. Also, you're more than welcome to consult with an RCIC, a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. The caveat I mentioned earlier is that announced earlier this week, the Canadian government has extended ban on flights from India until August 21st. And this is due to Delta variant fears. Also, any indirect route will need to obtain a pre-departure negative COVID results from a third country before continuing the journey to Canada, along with several other measures. Now, regarding this, I recommend that you check travel.jc.ca for official global travel advisories. I sincerely pray that the situation improves and that this will be the last extension, but we'll have to continue to monitor the situation.
Interesting. Okay. So since we're in the middle of the discussion, a lot of people are joining in. Just to let you know that there is a quiz at the end of the session. So whatever you're listening, listen to that carefully, because there are some really exciting rewards, gifts, and giveaways at the end if you answer the quiz correctly. So we will have a lot of discussion, but stay attentive to the discussion. Okay, so now my next question is to Pawan. Canada has been looked upon as a prime destination for working professionals also, who are looking for work opportunities because of their friendlier work visa policies, right? So, what are the work or related industry insights that they should, you have that they should try and seek, or does mentorship help you?
Great question again, Nikhil. Thanks. But first, let me take a step back and try talk to the audience and students why Canada is a world-class employment destination. One, they have strong banking system. 4 of top 10 banks in the world are Canadian. Two, they have relatively lower unemployment rates, particularly among young workers. Three, they have greater economic freedom because of sound, reliable, and transparent public finances. Four, they have better healthcare benefits, paid holidays, paid leaves, including maternity and paternity leave. So, a good work life balance is what they try to promote. Their workplace are mandated by laws to be inclusive and welcoming with opportunities open to all. According to a study that was done in Canada, and that's very important for people who are wanting to go to Canada to hear, nearly half of Canada's millionaires are either immigrants or second generation residents in Canada. So that tells you how much opportunity is there for people who want to go to Canada. Now, when you're going to Canada, you also wanted to know what work opportunities you'll get. So, some key sectors in Canada that the government is also investing a lot in are technology, energy, services, and manufacturing. And that gives a lot of scope for people who want to get uh, highly paid work in these sectors. In terms of paid work is concerned, I remember sharing the stage with Esther earlier, and she was telling about how vocational jobs also take a huge draw amongst people. And I remember Esther, you saying about a plumber getting about $90,000 a year. Just to share, after that session, I applied to be a plumber in Canada, but was rejected. So probably next time I'll take your help and seek a job there. Now, but in all seriousness, Canada is a country where huge opportunities for education and employment exist. And with the open PR policies, PGP that the Canadian government is doing for the students, for international students, take the opportunity and take all these benefits in your hallmark. Another point which Nikhil you asked for was mentorship. Now I think that is something which is overlooked completely by Indian students, and they can't get the benefit of mentorship. Mentorship, as you all understand, is having someone to tell you what to expect when you reach Canada, where to study, what are the pluses, what are the minuses, what are the opportunities, and there is someone who can handhold you throughout the journey. I believe, and I don't want to sell on your behalf, Nikhil, but I guess this is something which you do, right, at ForeignAdmits. But to the students, mentorship is something very important. Seek a mentor. Seek from people who are living and working in Canada, who have been there, done that, and they'll be the people who will be able to guide you properly and accurately on this information.
Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I think mentorship, I cannot stress more in the fact that, one do need a mentorship. And early stage career mentorship, has a very compounding effect, because when you grow your career, you can speed up by doing less mistakes, by spending less time figuring out. A mentor can help you, understand those areas very well. So, Esther, I have another question to you. What are the varied options do we have, of courses available for students in Canada? Because I see a lot of comments, in already coming in. I want to do X course or Y course. For what are the varied options of courses available for students to opt at undergrad or grad level, where there's a current demand of job and employment opportunities in Canada? So, what are the top courses that you can recommend?
This is a really great question. And before I answer, Pavan, it's okay, you can apply the second time. Skilled trade courses. I will guide you as your mentor. So, according to the information and data I obtained from various of sources, including Statistics Canada, Business Development Bank of Canada, and several career sites, industries that are currently booming. Pardon me, sorry. My screen just went blank. Can you guys still see me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry. Hopefully it's not my electricity going out. Industries that are in manufacturing, finance, food management, logistics, healthcare, telecommunications, and information technology were driving the recent growth of Canada's economy, and therefore more career opportunities. Now, pre-COVID, Canada for about 10 years saw an economic expansion, and many economists predict that it will continue post-pandemic. Many of the industries I just listed were highlighted, but also few others were mentioned, like skilled trades and sectors in business analytics and infrastructure as growing and in high demand in terms of labor force. The question is, how do we help students prepare for these changing labor market needs? And will these industries still be booming by the time students graduate? What role will their education major have on their profession? The answers to these questions vary depending on the industry you're preparing to enter. So, for example, if you're interested in establishing a career in skilled trades, nursing, or engineering, you need to study programs in that field, as your educational background and hands-on experience you gain through apprenticeships, internships, and co-op programs that are part of the program will lead you directly into that profession. But liberal arts program, for example, prepares you for a wider range of career options that require the analytical, critical thinking, and communication skills you'll develop during your studies. Jobs like an economist, public relations specialist, human resources specialist, management consultant are all highly paying jobs and needed essentially in every industry. So my personal advice or recommendation, especially at an undergraduate level, and this is something that was echoed throughout all of your sessions that I was privy to, is really to explore your options and combine disciplines to increase your global competencies, which in the end will lead you to more career opportunities and options regardless of the industry. Now, for graduate studies, the stakes are a bit higher. You already have a set plan and perhaps career specialization and the type of recognition you're aiming to achieve. So my only advice would be to choose programs that complement what you have already accomplished. Again, it's the interdisciplinary approach, and choose a school that specializes in that program, because this is also an opportunity for you to network and gain a buy-in to the industry professionals, right? So, and many of the professors teaching at these specialized schools are still very active in industry at a professional level. So that would be my only advice at a graduate level.
Interesting. Okay. Mm. Okay, perfect. I think there are a lot of questions started already coming in. Guys, we are going to take up a lot of these questions. We are just almost at the end of the discussion, and the quiz is going to come up. So, Pawan, I have a specific question to you. What are the key sources from where students in India can find out these authentic information on studying in Canada? Because there are hundreds and thousands of websites, right? Which publish random information, and if someone lands up into an incorrect information, the whole career can get risked into that. So what are the kind of authentic information that can you suggest, so that our audience would love to know, and audience do take a pen and pad or notepad and note down these information sites?
So Nikhil, yes, that's again something which students should be very about, looking at authentic information and not going to people who have vested interest in promoting one thing over the other. But first and foremost, as international students, there are certain steps they would need to take when they are embarking on their journey to Canada or any other place. But let's talk about Canada specifically. Step one for them would be to understand the requirements of schools and courses that these schools offer. Now, there are so many colleges and universities in Canada, as Esther was pointing out the difference. and the level of education you have to study there. There are so many courses on offer. And these you will come to know only when you do proper research from their website. And we'll give you some more authentic websites that you may want to look at. And please, stay with us and look at the comment section, which ForeignAdmits is posting regularly. Once you have understood the requirements, you make a choice of that particular course and institution. Now, please mark my words. You don't choose an institution first. You choose your course first, because that is something that will stay with you forever in your life. That is where you'll probably do your, you make a career out of your whole stuff. So choose your course and then look at the institution which provides the best course. Third step that you need to take is prove your language proficiency. Now, in Canada, you have to either prove your English language proficiency or French language proficiency. In India, I'm not sure if French is very much popular, but we'll have to do an English language proficiency test. TOEFL is a great English language proficiency test, and other equivalent tests like IELTS and PTE. But I'm sure we'll learn about TOEFL more from Esther, as she is from ETS TOEFL. The fourth step after you've taken this language proficiency test like TOEFL is apply to universities. Now, you have a choice of applying to dozen universities, and which can be advantageous. But please consider the fact that every single university application is a fee of $100 to $250. So unless you have tons of money to splurge, choose universities wisely and apply those few universities. Once you have applied to those universities and you have sought admission and given admission by them, apply for a study permit. And after you get a study permit, which I'm sure you will, you look at the study permit date, when it's starting from, buy your tickets, and off you go to Canada. Now, there are a lot of authentic resources for students to choose from. My favorite for international students in India is a website called educanada.ca. Now, this website is one of the official government of Canada websites for international students. Besides that, if you are also looking at immigration and citizenship, go to the IRCC website. And these two, if you don't want to do a lot of research, could be your great starting points for authentic information.
Absolutely. Now, you have mentioned very correctly EduCanada. I even follow that website, and it's very interesting to hear that it is feeling like a reassured opinion that way. So students do go to educanada, .ca or CICIC, .ca, so that you can find more authentic information. Just a pointer thing, .ca definitely kind of shows that, okay, it's a Canadian website, so you would get more information directly routed from there. Okay. So Esther, I have one last question, because we have talked about the demand, we've talked about the courses, we've talked about the jobs, but getting into Canada, you need at least one thing, which is your tests, the English language proficiency test. One of the most prominent English language proficiency tests, which even I gave, was TOEFL, TOEFL IBT. So can you tell me, like, why TOEFL IBT, is most preferred test by the universities around the world, and what are the reasons for the universities preferring this test, and what are the recent changes TOEFL had taken up in the test structure, and also the post-COVID changes that you can talk about?
I feel in order for me to convey my points, I need to share my screen with you, as I've actually prepared a presentation, a mini one. So let me just quickly share my screen with you.
Even I am looking forward to this, knowing more about TOEFL, Esther.
Let's see. Can you tell me what screen you're seeing? Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so as Nick mentioned, as you prepare for your next steps in your educational journey, there are a great number of things to consider and prepare, including visa application process. You may feel overwhelmed about some of these preparatory work. Certain items will require more of your time and effort, while others will be quite straightforward and simple to prepare. As Nicholas said, one important piece of your application portfolio will be an English language proficiency test. And while on the surface this may appear to be a daunting task, ETS TOEFL program has multiple tests student-friendly features, and a variety of test prep options to make your experience as smooth as possible so you can really focus on what is most important, ensuring that you stand out confidently by improving your English language skills. Now, this is a mini presentation. I promise you it won't take long, but please stay with us throughout this presentation because, as Nicole mentioned, we have prepared 4 individual giveaways. One lucky winner will walk away with a voucher for TOEFL IBT test, either at a test center or at home, and 3 individuals will be granted official TOEFL test prep guides. All you have to do to win is to answer 4 simple multiple choice questions. Guys, this is multiple choice questions, so even easier. At the end of the session, and the first 4 people that submit correct answers to the chat box will receive these prizes. So you should choose the TOEFL test because the TOEFL test measures academic English skills the way they are actually used in the classroom. And this is why tens of thousands of academic institutions have confidence in it. The TOEFL test provides truly fair and unbiased scoring because tests aren't scored at test centers. Tests are only scored through a centralized scoring network away from you and anonymously. Especially for speaking section, having multiple human raters who do not know your identity helps prevent the bias that could occur in other tests that use a face-to-face interview with a single rater. The TOEFL test gives students a real head start over their peers because the time you invest in learning and developing the skills needed to perform well on the test will also prepare you to perform your best in the classroom. You truly stand out from all of the rest with your superior academic English skills when you take the TOEFL IBT test. And the bonus is that you will have the confidence to stand out wherever your studies may take you. This is also a good time for me to mention that ETS is now accepting the Aadhaar card on a temporary basis as an acceptable form of identification for students taking the TOEFL test. We truly hope this extra measure of assistance will help students in India who are unable to apply for a passport or renew their existing passports due to the current COVID situation on the ground. Now, often we hear that there is a lot of uncertainty about the acceptance of TOEFL in countries outside the US. I am here to tell you that TOEFL IBT is accepted by more than 11,000 universities and other institutions in over 150 countries around the world, including, of course, the USA, the UK, Canada, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, across Europe and Asia. This, of course, includes 24 members of the prestigious Russell Group in the UK, U15 group of Canadian research universities, group of 8 Australian universities, as well as group of 8 in New Zealand. Moreover, IRCC India accepts the TOEFL IBT for a regular study permit application. TOEFL IBT is also recognized and accepted for student and migration visa categories by the Australian Department of Home Affairs and Immigration New Zealand. Some additional information regarding TOEFL in Canada. The TOEFL IBT test is recognized by 100% of Canadian universities and more than 80% of graduate programs, which includes Ivy League universities such as the University of Toronto, the University of British Columbia, and the University of Alberta. In fact, more TOEFL scores are sent to Canadian universities than all other English tests combined. I hope you'll find comfort in knowing that Canada is the fastest growing TOEFL destination country in the world and the second largest receiver of TOEFL scores. These are the top 10 enhancements the TOEFL program implemented to give test takers and score users a better test experience. Among them, my best scores have been really well received by education agents and students across India as it helps you to showcase your best performance and is a combination of the highest section scores from all valid test dates in the last 2 years. For those of you that are attempting another English test over several times, can opt for the TOEFL test, as you can most definitely get to your desired scores in fewer test attempts by focusing on improving your scores in sections that you did not perform as well. Other key TOEFL enhancements we made were easier registration process, afternoon testing sessions with the largest computer-based testing network for any language test in India, free practice tests, MOOC on EduX or edX, and the TOEFL Go app as additional practice tools. Faster score reporting, score reports that reach in 6 calendar days. Keep in mind that the PDF score reports that you can download are available within 8 days after your test. Extended registration up to 2 days before your test to meet application deadlines. Instant scoring of reading and listening section scores on screen at the end of your test. Again, extended registration is an important change, because if you're trying to meet last minute deadlines, you can register up to 2 days before your actual test day. Now, in order to make the test experience less stressful for all of you, for our test takers, we shortened the test from about 3.5 hours to 3 hours by reducing the number of questions in each section of the test. Now, writing section remains the same. So with one integrated writing task and one independent writing task, we did not change that. With these minimal changes you see on the screen, we were able to shorten the overall length of the test without sacrificing the quality and validity of the test. Also, no other major English proficiency test combines the benefits of AI and human scoring for speaking and writing. In the upcoming 35-day window, over 81% of our test center network is open in India, which are following the local safety and social distancing guidelines. The home edition has seen growing adoption across India because of the safety, flexibility, and availability of the test given the current situation with the lockdowns. Now, if you cannot access a test center, choose the TOEFL home edition test. When you take the TOEFL IBT test at home, you're taking the same test taken at a test center on your own computer at home, monitored by a human proctor online. It's now a standard option, okay, for test takers to test either at home or at a test center. You can expect universities that accept the TOEFL IBT test to also accept TOEFL IBT Home Edition, but it's always a good idea to check directly with your prospective schools, as not all universities publicize their acceptance of Home Edition if they already accept the TOEFL IBT test. I want to once again highlight the fact that TOEFL has global acceptance of 11,000 institutions in over 150 countries around the world. And your TOEFL scores are valid for 2 years from the test date. The remote proctor, by the way, apart from ensuring security and monitoring the test takers, will also assist with any technical assistance that you would need during the test. I am so excited to give you a sneak preview of our new additional English language assessment developed for launch August, just next month. It's called the TOEFL Essentials. Academic institutions around the world have started confirming their acceptance of this new test and will continue in the coming weeks and months. So please be sure to check out the TOEFL Essentials test taker website, where we will post a list of universities accepting the TOEFL Essentials test. Also on the website, you will find a chart comparing the TOEFL Essentials to TOEFL IBT. Details about the TOEFL Essentials test framework, the design, scoring, and you'll see 3 full free practice tests as a bonus. Here's a quick overview of TOEFL Essentials. While you review the details you see on the screen, I can tell you that TOEFL Essentials measures both academic and general English proficiency intended for use in high-stakes admissions and other critical situations. For those of you planning to study in the UK, I know this is a Canada session, but they can use TOEFL Essentials as a non-SELT, which stands for Secure English Language Test. TOEFL Essentials includes multi-stage adaptive methodology that automatically presents test items that adjust to your proficiency levels as you move through the test. It offers friendly, shorter, faster paced tasks, which are designed to attract test takers who perform well with that style of assessment. This test also includes a variety of mild English accents and surely test situations used globally. TOEFL Essentials will be offered exclusively as an at-home test. So you now have three options to choose from: TOEFL IBT at a test center or at home, and TOEFL Essentials at home. The cost of TOEFL Essentials is set at $100 US. And on this note, I should inform you that TOEFL IBT, including at-home edition, is currently set to increase by $5 US as of August 1st. This is important. The more important information is that the team at ForeignAdmits have custom $10 discount codes available for the TOEFL IBT test, either at a test center or at home, specifically made for this mentor conference. All of you joining in can write to ForeignAdmits to receive these discount codes, so please be sure to take advantage of this offer. Now, before we proceed with the giveaway segment of this presentation, I'm going to hand the floor over to Nikhil so that we can answer some questions. I believe we have still a few more minutes.
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Now we have certain specific questions asked by the students. Let me connect to them. Okay. Yep. Okay. So now this is a very interesting question by Rajesh. I'll just stream it on the screen. Uh, 10th boards got cancelled. 11th boards would also interfere, with the scholarship. So in India, the class 10 and class 12 exams are getting cancelled, right? And few of the batches are not able to give their high school exams. Would that also affect the scholarships? Any specific insights to this?
Pavan, did you want to take this, or did you want me to pitch in?
I'll start off and then probably Esther, you pitch in. So even though that the boards are getting cancelled, Nikhil, the government has devised a scheme to give marks for the 10th class. I think Supreme Court has approved those schemes as well. So it's not that the boards are getting cancelled and the students are not getting scores. They are getting scores which they could then provide to the universities where they are seeking admission. So in that case, I don't think students are getting disadvantaged in any which ways. They're getting scores that they can submit to the universities and follow the normal process of application as it is required.
Okay.
And similar to what Pavan said, I mean, in terms of scholarship availability or its procedures, this is an unprecedented time, and so and the best word to use is nice. They're being very nice and flexible in allowing the students to submit their marks when they are available, when they can. And so I think for specific cases, you really do need to contact the specific individuals for instructions.
Okay. Now I have a very interesting question by Nimish. That is Canadian institutions. Does Canadian university also accept an application with a more in-hands, kind of community service done by the profile, but a reasonable GPA?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding that question correctly.
It's more like more extracurriculars, more community service, more volunteering, but an average GPA.
So Esther, this person has got, maybe I'll just kind of rephrase the question.
Please.
This person probably has not got good GPA or great GPA scores. However, he or she has got good experience in community service, which would look good in the application. So the person's asking whether this is something the universities may consider in granting him admission to the university, or GPA matter or not.
I'm sure, Pavan, you probably have the same answer as I will, or I do. It really depends on the university, your program, And so you would really need to get in contact with your school, and it really depends on your program. And so yeah, I wouldn't be able to say one way or another. They may consider the extracurricular activities as something of a plus, an add-on. Admissions for universities, colleges, and institutes aren't always black and white in Canada. But having said that, there are certain criteria and requirements that you must meet. But again, it really depends on your program and of your respective schools.
Okay. So this could be a little local question in terms of the job opportunities. What is the scope of job prospects for computer sciences and allied technical degrees in Canada?
I mean, anything that's related to information technology is highly on demand or in demand, rather, across Canada. And so you just need to simply look. Is the best way I can answer this question.
Maybe research also, Esther. I think that
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect. Okay, so now I have another specific question by Rutvik. Will any work experience in relevant fields like IT company for MS and CS would help me in the scholarships if the bachelor's in a different field? Let's say I've done bachelor's in an X field, but I've done job in a Y field, and I'm planning to do my master's in the same Y field. So, the job is going to help me.
Pavan, I'm going to give this to you.
So I would say that scholarship has also some very fixed criteria that are laid down by the universities or the scholarship organization, and many of them give weightage to the experience that you carry. So Ritvik, I would suggest that when you are applying for scholarships, you would need to understand what criteria does the scholarship entail, and how they give scholarships to. Again, this is on the agency front, scholarship agency, and the college front. So if you want a 30,000 view above the ground, yes, your work experience would definitely add you being a valid candidate for a scholarship.
Interesting. So this is the final question that we have by Vivek. What's the best time to apply for masters in Canada? What are the time cycles or the application cycles are there?
Pavan, I think you're the ideal candidate to answer this question.
So I think for masters, I'm just kind of taking this question from on the looks of it. And Nikhil, you may want to jump in with your experience here, as an ex-student. I would say that if you're asking what's the best time to do your masters, it would mean that you have done your graduation in India or some country, and then you have had some work experience. A typical master's candidate in international countries have typical work experience of 5 to 7 years. Many students from India, they tend to go just after their graduation. So when you're applying for masters, work experience does come in handy, and you may want to look at that aspect before you apply for masters in Canada. Nikhil, you want to add something here?
Got it. No, definitely, I would definitely add it. I'm just putting in comments, guys. If you have any specific question about a specific scholarship or a specific, co-op program, we do write a lot of content about that, taking information from the authentic websites. So you can just go to our website called blog.foreignadmits.com. I'll just stream it right away for all of you, so that these specific questions, just about knowing the name of the scholarships, you can easily solve it for yourself. So you can just go to blog.foreignadmits.com. You can put in Canada. You can see all the insights about Canada out there, and you can also cross-verify that. So talking about the intakes, there are three intakes in Canada, which is there. One is the fall, which is a very popular intake among the students. The fall basically starts from September. So anywhere, you need to apply at least 6 to 9 months before. So whatever intakes that you're going for, fall or winter or summer, winter would start from January, and summer would ideally start somewhere around April or May. So whatever intake when the college starts, at least 9 to 12 months before, you should start preparing for your applications and admissions. That is the general insight. So if you want to crack a really top-notch university or a top college, with scholarships, because the process is it's a lengthy process. The visa process might take 1 to 3 months, and then the university application process might take 6 to 8 weeks, and sometimes even 12 weeks also. So that is where you need to have ample amount of time. And when you're preparing your documentation, it would also take 1 month approximately to be able to nail down on quality of your applications. So do not go in haste or hurry. Spend around 7 to 9 months in the entire application process and the admission process, and you would have a very successful admission or a successful chance in getting good admissions and scholarships.
And universities do have different deadlines and intake specific dates. So this again depends on the school and the program that you apply to. And so it's always a good idea to do your homework, research, look into the school website, speak with the administrators or the recruitment specialists to gain all of the detailed information so that you're not missing any of your deadlines.
Even every province is different, right, Esther? Every province has different deadlines for their intakes, colleges.
Yeah, we don't have a nationally set, intake application deadlines, and so it varies depending on institutions and, as you mentioned, province to territories.
Got it. So now we are all set for the quiz. With Esther is going to display in the screen, and this is a giveaway. So yes, it is going to be a lot of rewards, a lot of cash rewards, and ForeignAdmits also has certain cash rewards announced from the very first start of the session. And this is the end of the day session. So if you have shared your insights on social media like LinkedIn or Instagram, taken the screenshot and shared it, one of you would get a cash reward up to 5,000 rupees of Amazon voucher. That is from our side. And this is just to help more and more people know about what you have learned and what value you can add to the other people's learning. So this giveaway by Esther and Pawan is going to be about certain specific things that we discussed, and you may guess it and know it. The way that you would be qualified to get this giveaway, whatever questions that Esther is going to answer would have 4 options. One would be the correct option. Let's say there are 4 questions. Each options would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. And the answer, let's say, not the correct answer, is C, uh, E, and L, and K. Something like that. Okay. Then you have to put in all the answers together and then comment. Okay, the questions will be displayed one by one from correct, and then the answer needs to be given all together. You cannot give one answer. If you give one answer, you would get disqualified, so you're short of getting all the 4 answers correct, would go in vain. So do not give one answer. I would recommend you to probably give all the 4 answers together. The person giving all 4 correct answer would get a free TOEFL test worth $180, and then the other 3 runner-ups would get a TOEFL booklet, which is also very valuable for you, and then that can help you prepare for your TOEFL tests. So Esther, are you ready?
I am.
So Nikhil, sorry, 1 second. So it's like if I have to just write, I have to write C, E, D, K or something like that, right? The 4 options that is correct. Just this
Yes.
acronym C, E, F, K or something.
Yeah, in order of the questions. If the questions are 1, 2, 3, 4, the answers has to be also in order. You cannot answer question to answer number 3 is first or answer number 4 is second. It has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. The answer also has to be in the same order of 1, 2, 3, 4. I
And
hope
it's like
all of you
faster
are
fingers
correct.
first, right?
Yes, it is going to be like KBC fastest finger first. So all of you guys, are you ready? If you're ready, put a yes in the chat section and let's see if all of you are ready for the giveaway.
Pavan, you're not allowed to play. You're ineligible. Sorry,
Oh, no.
you are not. Okay, so I'm ready if you are, Nicole.
Perfect. Here goes our first question.
Actually, am I sharing my screen? Because I think it might be easier
Yeah.
for the audio. Okay, perfect. And you see the giveaway?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, sorry. All right. So I think we've gone over our time allowance, but still, we'll start the giveaway segment now, as mentioned at the start of this mini TOEFL presentation and this session. And so I'm not going to repeat the prizes, as Nicole has done a great job. And so get your typey fingers and your thumbs ready. Here are the 4 questions. The first question is, how many institutions is the TOEFL test accepted by? A, 10,000, B, 11,000, C, 7,000, D, 8,000. Second question, how many tasks or tasks are in the TOEFL IBT writing section? E, 3 tasks, F, 1 task, G, 2 tasks, H, 4 tasks. Number 3, what is the validity of the TOEFL score? I think I've gone over this like 3 times during my presentation. I, 5 years, J, 1 year, K, 3 years, L, 2 years. Number 4, this is the last question. Up to how many days can you register for your IBT test? M, 5 days, N, 4 days, O, 3 days, P, 2 days. Get your typing hands ready and submit your
Oh, we
answers.
got an answer. Bhavesh has, okay, Nimish, Bhavesh, Purva, Prem. Okay, the first person who has answered is Nimish, then Bhavesh, okay, then Purva, then Prem. Guys, all of this is going to live recording. So yes, there's a proof who has answered the first. I'm reading it out from the comments. Then Rumesh, then Shresht, then Tanmay, then Rutvik, then Vivek, then Vishal. So, do we have a winner here? What is the correct answer? If you can send me in the private chat, all the 4, I would stream who is the winner here. And here itself. So, whoever is the winner, do connect to our team to get your giveaway. Can we have the answers, please?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes. So, how many institutions is the TOEFL IBT accepted by? The answer is B, 11,000. Number 2, how many tasks are in the TOEFL IBT writing section? It is G, 2 tasks. What is the validity of the TOEFL score? 2 years. So the answer is L. Last question. Up to how many days can you register for your IBT test? And the answer is P, 2 days.
So we got an undisputed winner. Thank you guys for helping me out with this. Any guesses who is the winner on the audience? You can just put in the names, else I'm going to announce the name right away in the next 10 seconds. Who is the winner?
We have 4 winners, right, Nikhil? 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
we got 4 winners. The first prize goes to someone who has answered all 4. And if all the 4 winners have answered all 4, then the one answering the first in the first place would be the winner. Okay. So we got the first winner, who is the first prize holder. I'll start from the top and then to the bottom. Okay. The first prize holder who get the full TOEFL test. Any guesses, guys? Any guesses?
Pavan Adhikari.
Not today, not today. Okay, so the first person who got the full TOEFL test is Purva Betmuta. Thank you, Purva. Congratulations for your first TOEFL test voucher. The second person who has gotten all the 4 answers correct, and the next to Purva, just okay, is Adesh. Adesh, congratulations. You got a TOEFL booklet with you. Okay, the third person who got this. Okay, the third person who got it correct is back to back with Adesh is Krishna. Krishna Janwar. Congratulations, Krishna. And the final person, any guesses? Okay, the final person might need to put in the name because I can see your YouTube channel name and I cannot edit you with credits right now. Edit with credits. You need to connect to us. You can probably email us or you can send in the details and we will send you the vouchers and the booklet. Will ensure that it reaches out to you. I'll share the email ID in the comment section just right now. Give me a second. Or else you can register on ForeignAdmits.com so that we'll be able to find you out easily. You can go to this ticker. There's a banner running hello@foreignadmins.com. Just write down and do share your YouTube URL so that we can cross verify who you are and you would be given your prizes. Congratulations to all the winners who have gotten the prizes. And if any one of you is not giving TOEFL recently, probably we'll have someone from the waiting list to be given the prizes. So that's again with disclaimer it goes in. Okay, congratulations Purva, congratulations Edit with Credits and all other people. Thank you. So Pavan, Esther, here we come to the end of the session. Thank you guys for joining in. And it was such a lovely presentation, such a lovely discussion that we had today. And I'm sure a lot of people would have gotten to learn more about Canada, different kinds of study permits, work permits, job scenarios, universities, courses, and so much more authentic information about how you plan for their studies in Canada. Thank you. And okay, we got the name. Okay, I'm just going to play this for the audience. Edit with Credits is Ayman Mansouri. Thank you, Ayman, and congratulations once again. Perfect. So, again, thank you. It's the end of day one, and thank you guys for joining in.
Thank
you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So here we come to the end of today's session. So the first giveaway is already being announced. The second giveaway that we are going to have, as I told, if you have attended all these sessions today, you would have taken a screenshot, you would have started sharing it on LinkedIn, on Instagram, along with the learnings that you had from each of the sessions. Then we are going to announce tomorrow the winners of today's session. Because today's session is ending now, I'm sure many of you would be sharing and posting about it. So definitely, I'm going to look into all of your shares. You can also tag me. I go with the name Nikhil J. If you don't know my LinkedIn, probably I can help you out with my LinkedIn profile so that I can also be a part of your, learning, and I can also see how much have you learned today. So thank you everyone for joining in for today's session. You guys have been lovely audience, but do not forget the party is not over yet. Tomorrow we have super amazing sessions lined up. Do you want to know about the speakers of tomorrow's session? Tomorrow's session talks a lot about European educations, Norwegian education, and so much more. We have tomorrow SOP writing masterclass by a Fulbright scholar from USA. Yes, these are some of the highlights of tomorrow's session. Tomorrow's session would be again all about Canada. We learned it from the authorities today, and tomorrow we are going to learn from the students. We got Tanya from Humber College. We got people from students from Waterloo University of Waterloo. So you would get to learn more in depth about courses, scholarships from the students themselves. Then we got Diksha from University of Utah. She's a Fulbright scholar. You would also get to learn how to get a Fulbright scholarship. Then we got scholarships, anything and everything that you would want to know about scholarships, how to get the top notch, most prestigious scholarships available on this planet. We got all the three amazing speakers for you. We got Rutuja, who got double scholarship, Chevening, the top notch scholarship for UK, and Erasmus Mundus, the top notch scholarship for Europe. We got Harshit, who got the Danish State Scholarship. To study in Denmark, there is a full funding that is there. If any one of you is planning to study MBA and want to understand how full funding happens, we got Arunima tomorrow joining from Kelly School of Business, who has gotten full funded MBA in USA. Yep. Then we got a session on US education by ETS TOEFL team. So definitely join in. We got the Education USA, one of the most authentic body, in education in specifically USA. We got Janet from there. Then we got the country head of TOEFL, ETS TOEFL, Siddharth is joining. Then we have a professor joining from Norway who's going to help you about the quality education in Norway, which I'm sure many of you would know about. Then we got European School of Thought, where we are bringing the HEC Paris MBA grad Anurag and also PhD scholar, Sambit. So if you are planning for MBA or PhD in Europe, you should attend the session. And finally, on the closing side, we got Germany, one of the top-notch destinations for international students who plan to study almost for no tuition fees. For Germany, we got an Impress CS scholar who not only got the admission but also scholarship. We got Coracle COO and we got Jazz. So these are some of the names of the speakers. How can you know them? You just can go to the ForeignAdmits website, the mentor conference page, and you would get to know all of these speakers and sites. There are so much more giveaways that you are not aware about. Go to ForeignAdmits website. This is the link. I'm streaming it right here. And check out what are the giveaways we have gotten exclusively for all of you guys and to help you out in your first step to study abroad. With this, I'll take goodbye for today's session, but I'll share with you some interesting videos and insights to Mentor Conference. So stay tuned.
Lots of tests will promise you the world, but only the TOEFL test gives you the best chance at getting into your top choice university. In any country in the world, like the land of burgers and fries, the home of prawns on the barbecue, the birthplace of maple syrup, and anywhere and everywhere you choose to study in Europe. The world awaits. The TOEFL test is the test that can get you to where you want to go, the university of your choice. Give yourself the advantage. Take the TOEFL test.
So the first question was why higher education, right? Okay. So why higher education? The study and the base that we have developed in bachelor's is not really enough.
Rather than actually talking about the purpose, they actually reprint their resume there.
But yeah, you have just involved. What impact did you create? What was substantial growth? Was there any kind of a consistency in that activity?
Product manager needs to be relationship building and communication. And communication in terms of the fact that it has to be very clear what. So
Visit us today